Work can wait. Europa League is now a priority.
Hello, chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, there is one thing in mind. It's Europa League time, baby! We've bluffed our way to the final by being really good, doing well the Polish teams couldn't, and today we attempt to do and go one step further. Jagiellonia fell at the final hurdle last year. Today we face Newcastle for a chance at destiny. They are all that stands between us and European glory. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. Didn't even do an intro. Show us the shoes. Whatever could you mean? I haven't worn this suit in a very long time. Oh, yeah. What was I going to wear trousers? See, I don't own a Newcastle jersey, you see. I can't do what I did the last time we played in the European final, which was one of my favourite troll moments, to be fair. You know what? The accusations against my client are unfounded.
Lovely court suit. I stand with you despite the accusations.
As you should. Free Matt, I say. Free him. Maybe even for him. Holy shit. Wow. Aaron, thank you very much for the 64 months during the intro. It's very kind of you. Zeep with the 56 months. Jesus, the long subbies today.
To score a 10 would be just fine, but I'd rather be dressed to the nines. It's a truth you can't refute. Nothing suits me like a suit. Picture a world where all the boys and girls are impeccably well dressed. That delivery guy in a jacket and tie, that puppy in a double breast, that 80s dude with mutton chops, the baby with a lollipop, that lady cop who's kinda cute. Nothing suits him like a suit.
It's true. Yeah, that's a good point. I do have a court date afterwards for too much river dog throwing, unfortunately. It turns out there's actually a quota, and I've exceeded it, sadly. I've just noticed that my camera is a little bit too far pointed one direction. 1 second. Nailed it. Made all the difference. Always happens when I have to do a video, because I actually have to touch the camera, and that's always a terrible idea. Goodness me. Suits. The problem with wearing suits is they're really stuffy, and I sweat a lot. An 80s cop show. No. If this was 80s cop show, I'd have my sleeves of the suit jacket rolled up and then the shirt sleeves rolled over the top of the shirt. Then I'd turn in my badge and my gun for police misconduct, most likely. Half a suit. Yeah, it's only half a suit. Maybe next stream I should just wear the bottom half of the suit and you'd never know. No car batteries yet. I do that at night. Dogs during the day, car batteries at night. Yeah, the final is... They only beat Girona on pens. That's the one thing we've got on our side, is that they scraped past Girona. I'm a loose cannon! Like, Abramovich is my loose cannon. Gonna read the news. Hang on. I thought I had a newspaper behind me. I do actually have a newspaper. There's one literally in the letterbox right now, because I saw it when I went downstairs to get a drink before stream. I was rushing around today. I had to get my long run in this morning, so I went out, did my 10k block, came back, jumped straight in the shower. Luckily, I didn't have anything else to do, particularly before stream, but there's always things that just crop up, basically. Oh dear. Enjoy your homework, Scon. It's important to do it, and I rate that you have the priorities correct. I never did. I pretty much exclusively never did my homework. And never used to get too much in trouble for it. Suit jammers. To be fair, I have a current pajama rotation of 2 different things. Ironically, these black shorts that I'm wearing often double up as pajama shorts as well, because they're like jersey shorts. Not to be confused with the jersey short. That's a whole different situation. And I have like blue and white stripy trousers and a white top. It's very Holt who goes there, but it's a bit stuffy during, like, when it gets a bit nicer. So yeah, home alone though. I am actually, as it happens, I am home alone currently. Pog is not here yet. She's at work today. Football shirt looks like a suit. There's been a few, hasn't there? I believe there was one as a Spanish side had one that looked like a suit for a little bit. I think it's usually a Spanish club, let's be honest. They're famous for doing this. Or a South American side. It's the biggest of games. The trade-off meme. You give me your attention for a couple of hours. I give you absolutely nothing back. Deal? Deal. Oh, it was this, isn't it? Which is ironic because the way that when we first moved here, the way I used to greet Pog every time she got home from work is I would stand at the sliding glass door like this. And I would just stand there like that until the first time I did it, I just said to her, sometimes I go like this. And then I wouldn't let her in until she sped through the window. Sometimes you go like that. It was like a weird secret whisper thing. Secret whisper thing? I'm a strange man if you couldn't already tell. Okay, let's get off my big face. I'm out of breath. Pog is Greek. It's true. She's hidden it very well. Her full name is actually Pogolopoulos. The more you know. Now, I think I missed a resub though. No, Backfist, thank you for the 56 as well. I'll give you some extra hype just because I'm feeling fruity today. I banned properly. I sure hope so. Okay. Nice. Oh my days. Which game is this? Because this is looking like old school FIFA, or is this just like their UI has gone backwards? I say backwards. I actually think it looks pretty good. Let's see. FIFA, I was trying to think of the players, see if we could figure it out because of people like Clever and the teams that are in the top flight, for example. Like Polonia Warsaw are up there. You know it's not current if Schlonsk are in there, unfortunately. Once you get Schlonsk in there, things are a bit of a problem. And Vidjev, to be fair. FIFA 11, you were close then, Sama. Very close. Had someone ring our doorbell and ask for directions this morning. Wow. Do you know what? I want to meet the type of person that's willing to do that. Not you, the person that rings a ring doorbell and gets directions. I guess with a ring doorbell, you've got a higher chance of someone actually not even being in, but answering the door, right? Because even if they're not in, they might still answer. I don't think I'd want that. My mate Emma has a ring doorbell, and I don't know. It's just something about it just creeps me out. I don't really know why. I think Mike has one as well, actually. It's not 12, it's 11. Still, Polonia beat them in the top flight. Love to see it. I realise I'm not even showing it on screen anymore. So, I might as well catch you up, because some of you will obviously see what happened in the rest of the league up to this point in the recap. But actually, you probably couldn't have done, because even if you started watching it the second I put it out, you wouldn't have me up to that point yet. I thought it was going to be longer than the previous ones, but actually it came out a bit shorter.
Her full name is Pogolopoulos Sibo de Manatides.
Manatides, indeed. That's me. I provide the Mantides here. She took my last name. Dom, thank you very much for the 30 months. How are you, man? Oh, you made the decision to go. Bastard file. Nice. I mean, can't argue with that. I know. Absolute scrubbery of the highest order, eh, Andrew? Jesus Christ. I was actually surprised that I managed to get it done, to be honest, because to give you an idea, with the extra stream, well, not the extra stream, the extra long stream that we did on Tuesday, I think we finished stream about 4 o'clock, roughly. But obviously it was twice the amount of pro stream work, so I was there till about 7:30, 8 o'clock after stream, just capturing footage for it, which normally takes me a lot less time than that, and writing scripts, except I couldn't even write the scripts, so I had to do that yesterday morning. So the point is, we did
things
it.
We like to see when you wake up and start getting ready for work. Gamel 9 Jonas, Gamel 9 Jonas, 6 sausage roll, 6 sausage roll, Gamel 9 love it, Gamel 9 love it.
Love to see it. Thank you, Reva, for the 30 months. A lot of 30 months today's as well. When was the last time Wisła won? Have Wisła ever won anything on a European scale? I'm guessing not. Obviously, they've won things domestically. And in fact, as a result of us winning a couple of titles in this save, we actually took back the mantle of being the most successful side in Polish history. Only took us about 2 titles, if I recall. Motto? No. It's the best motto. In fact, here comes our national anthem, otherwise known as what appears to be Vera Lynn. Oh, no. If only I could take your points twice. Deary me. Steve with the prime. What in the hell is this? Steve, thank you very much for the prime. That's very kind of you. What is a community train? Genuinely, what is that? I've never heard of a community train before. We've had a hype train. There was a golden kappa train once. But I've never seen a community train before. Does anyone know what that means? Because it looks just like a hype train, which is cool. Oh, Twitch gives out emotes. Oh, wait, don't they do that always? Isn't that just a normal thing, or have they just changed the name? So it's nothing important. I see. Singing along. That game was one of the worst games I've ever witnessed. Intertoto doesn't count by OTI rules, no, because otherwise every team would be ineligible. Oh, they're not actually, are they? This better not be Willian. I was expecting a Willian mean. Sky Bet Championship playoffs to expand to 16. Do you know what? Why not just use them all? Why not expand it to 24 teams and then have them play each other twice? I just think that's so dumb. It's... Thing is, right, what I would say is West Ham were the better side. So even though the goal they got was insanely fortuitous, regardless, they deserved to win. We were absolute shite. That's the worst I've seen us play all season. Anthony Robinson, I say Anthony Robinson, the man that we've got that's impersonating Anthony Robinson, I'm not sure I understand what that's about. I'm convinced he's not fit in any way. He just doesn't look like the same player anymore. I mean, I know that he's changed his hair as well, which doesn't help, but he genuinely looks like... A Fulham fan described him as looking like he was still playing at Wigan again, because it's... Oh, the ref was awful in that game. Absolutely awful. That one in the first half where Fernandez got kicked by Josh King and he gave us a free kick. I was like, how is that possibly a free kick to us? Like, it's absolutely mad. Some of the decisions he made in that game were crazy. So, yeah, what I will say is I think this is the closest Spurs come. I think they actually beat Palace tonight. I don't know. They're playing Palace tonight, right? But I'm pretty certain they're going to win, and I don't know why. He's an EFL ref, and he should stay there. And I'm saying this as a Fulham fan who were pretty much on the rub of the green of basically every marginal decision last night. Oh, dear. Don't say that. They're going to overturn all his decisions, Harv. That's what it is. They're going to come back after the game and be, hey, actually, you know what? It's not fair. We're going to replay the game, and Fulham are going to be given a 3-goal head start. No, I think that... what I will say is if he thought that the first one was a free kick and one on Josh King, then that has to be a penalty, but neither of them were. Like, absolutely dumb. Come on, Palace. I know, but I think they're going to win. No, Mum, we're going to order something in when we get to yours, if that's all right. Oh, also, Mum, while you're in chat, I ordered Pog's birthday present yesterday, but I've actually sent it to your house because I don't want it to arrive here when we're not here. So it'll probably be arriving at yours over the weekend. So if anything arrives at yours addressed to me, you'll know what it is. I'll tell you what it actually is later. Well, this is the thing. I think I'm actually quite good at prediction. No, I can't say that with a straight face, can I? I'm good at very specific predictions. So I realise we're not actually technically on the match moment. We're just on the match day. It's you in a box. That's true. Championship team. Do you know what, Spurs? Maybe you'll like the Championship. It is fun. Like, it's a fun league. And getting promoted second place in the Championship is kind of... If Spurs went down, who would win the Championship ahead of them? That's my question. When that actually happens, who is the team that's going to finish ahead of Spurs so that Spurs can get promoted in second place? Because that's definitely what's going to happen. Icarus! Thank you. Wolves, actually, yeah, that's not a bad shout. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. That's so kind of you, man. Burnley, what, still under Scott Parker? Maybe. Millwall. I don't know. That would be quite funny, to be fair. That would be good. Also, I just realised I didn't actually catch you up properly. So, this is what the league title race is looking like. Not the top race, sorry. The bottom of the league. Bear in mind, there is one more league game to play after our Europa League final. We still have a very strong chance of losing someone massive. We've already lost Jagiellonia. They're gonzos. But Lech Poznan, Rakov, and Legia can all still be relegated. Sorry, and Legia could all still be relegated on the final day. And the problem is, I have no idea who's got the head-to-head record over who, because every single one of the teams in the relegation battle have a different number of points to each other, so I have no idea where to see their head-to-heads unless we look on each individual one. And even then, that wouldn't take into account the 3- and 4-way head-to-heads. Yeah. I saw Spurs fans. I reckon the year in the Championship would be a right... To be fair, League One... It does happen, though. I think it wouldn't, but it would, the financial side would be catastrophic because they don't take into account things like that, whereas a lot of clubs like a Fulham, as much as it would be bad for us financially, we do have that sort of built in. That would be... The one thing I'll say about relegation to the Championship is that you do suddenly get to finally see the fruits of your academy sometimes more. And I think that can be a nice experience as long as you're not there too long. They will have wage drop clauses, but I imagine the wages they're on are still so high that even with a wage drop clause, it won't be enough to not be in a huge problem, basically. That's the thing. They'll have an extra couple of playoff spots. So does that mean it goes down to 8th next season then for the 8th in the playoffs? People will change their mind on that really quickly the second that a team gets in with like 47 points and then ends up bluffing their way to the final with a couple of good games. I mean, I know that sort of happens sometimes even with the current playoff system, but at least they've got into like the top 6 to begin with, right? You have to have some level of quality, and the more that you do that, the more it just dilutes it and makes the season pointless. That's to me what my biggest problem with it actually is, just that it makes the season pointless. The bigger you make the playoffs, the less the actual season you play matters, which is frustrating. Yeah, people have changed their mind as soon as someone that finishes 8th wins it, pretty much, yep. What I would like to see, though, I wouldn't mind the idea of a relegation playoff in the Premier League. That I would be kind of on board with. Maybe. I don't know what you guys think about that, but I like the leagues that have the relegation playoffs between the team in the second tier and the team that's in that final relegation spot in the top flight. I think Germany do it, or did at one point. Scotland definitely do it, because we watched Celtic nearly get relegated last year on my save doing exactly that. £81 million wage bill. I don't know where that stacks up in the Championship, to be fair. And obviously they'd sell a few. Yeah, the EFL, and it would have a cool name like that. Does France do it too? It does, I suppose, yeah. That's a good point. I guess everything kind of adds and takes away from it. Well, the Championship team would never win. I would say that's actually not as true as you'd think. I don't know, because I don't know what the numbers are like from the French and German ones. But so you guys are more familiar with France and German football. How often does the team from the second tier actually win? Like, what's the sort of stats like on that kind of thing? Because if it is like a 90-10, then maybe it isn't as fun as you'd think, and it actually just favours the big teams. But I'd be willing to bet that a team in form, sometimes the team in form at the top of a championship, I mean, look how many times they get knocked out of the FA Cup. Those relegation threatened teams in the Premier League, they'll face one good championship side, and so often they get absolutely dumped on by them. Did it become a rapper? Oh, God. I'm just about to try and say... That's so good! I'm about to sign... I don't even know what to say to that, other than I'm about to drop some... It's fire in the booth with your boy. SY Card, or... I don't know. I don't know what my rap name would be other than World's Okayest Rapper. How do I get this off my screen? Lots more... I guess, but... I guess all I would point to is how often the teams that are struggling in the relegation places in the Premier League get beaten by those exact teams in the Cup. MCOK? 80% of the time top team wins. Really, in that case, I would like to revise my opinion. Probably one of those things that sounds better on paper than it actually is. I suppose the gap between the half... Yeah, maybe actually... Look at that, he's revising his opinion. Look at him go. So yeah, that's the situation there. Second tier's kind of already wrapped up. We don't care about that, though, because it's all about us today. What I do want to quickly show you, though, is the other teams that are in European finals, because we didn't actually look at that before. So the Conference League final is Man United versus Stade de... Oh, we did look, didn't we? Because it was... Was it Real Madrid versus City or something in the Champions League? That feels like a Champions League final. Chelsea versus Real Madrid. Got there. Hello, Dan. Salty Scotsman. Thank you for the 46 months, my friend. Hope you're well. Right. Who was the top scorer in the Europa League? Surely it's us. It is us. That would make sense. We did put 8 past Ferencváros. 37 goals scored in Europe is actually kind of wild, to be honest. Let's pick a lineup. Now, one slight problem. We may not have Naeem for this game. And we don't. He got injured in training like the day after the Brighton game, when we actually got to the final. And of course, because that was like 2 weeks prior to the actual final itself, I wasn't resting players from training yet, because it was 2 weeks before, and we wouldn't lose on the match sharpness. So, as a result, we are missing, arguably for me, I still think Naeem is our best player at the moment. He's the player of the season in the Europa League this year. He has the highest average rating on the team. And it really is going to be a tough ask. But it's going to be Coffee. And I don't think Shokri's allowed to play, is he? That might not be eligible. No. Where are we? Hang on, let me just think about this for a second. So now you can't be on the bench. We need an extra guy on the bench for sure. Yeah, because of people that aren't registered. Like, that's Danilo. Wait, no, who's that? Oh, it's Dan Hart, of course. Yeah, he definitely wouldn't have been registered. They do that, don't they? Iran. Oh, yeah. Oh, crap. He's not in witness protection as well, is he? It's the last thing we bloody need. Oh, no, Shoki's on the bench. Good news. So the question is, who gets the final bench spot and why is it Damasiewicz? Actually, Bellingham's on there too. Right, we need to think about this bench properly because I suspect there's some players on the bench that probably don't need to be there, like Danilo Danger. And we've got Redondo, we've got Duru. Do I really need Ollie Watkins on the bench as well? If it would allow me to make sure that I've got Bellingham and Damasiewicz on there. think that's okay. Herrera might be a shout as well. Also, by the way, I completely forgot about this guy. He's just been sat on our bench basically all season, and I forgot we signed him. It wasn't until I did the recap video that we signed this guy, and I went, oh, wait, he's actually quite good, isn't he? So, yeah, he's quite good. But for this game, realistically, am I going to bring him on instead of Pena? Probably not. So it actually maybe does make sense to not. And then again, no, Story gets to keep his place. He's been here longer, so having Story on the bench makes sense. I just want to make sure we've got most things covered. So we've got 2 strikers on the bench, and Watkins, so technically 3, I suppose. Pena for the DM rather. Story there as well. We are a little bit with Nigel there too. We're a little bit light Abdullahi. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, I think instead of Watkins, it's probably Abdullahi, just so we've got someone that can cover centre-back, just in case we get an injury, right? Like, I wouldn't want him to start, but in case we get an injury, it probably would make sense to have him on the bench. The starting 11 basically picks itself. What I would say, though, is that Olafemi John has kind of shat the bed this season. I had a look at his stats, and Damasiewicz has been better this year than he has. Now, he's not fully fit, but I'm more than happy to make the switch to bring Damasiewicz on in this game, because he's genuinely very good. I think that's okay, to be honest. We're going to be up against it anyway. Goalkeeper on the bench just in case. It's point of principle. Like, if my goalkeeper gets injured in the final, he's no more likely to get injured in the final than he was in any other game. If it happens, it happens. We roll with the memes. The whole point of principles is you stick to them. My principles is goalkeepers are not allowed near my benches. I don't want them. I'm racist against goalkeepers on a global stage. Good point. Speaking of, actually, while we're here, probably about time we changed his name again. Chat, a name that we need double E name this time around, as usual. Let me just get that ready to go, because otherwise, Eric Everhard, there it is. That sounds like a porn star name. Here for it. Bang. Eric Everhard's in the club. It's great because it's now just become a mini game for the volleys. Not for the volleys, but for the recaps. Okay, I'm going to swing back out as well and quickly do that lookup before we get into things. I forgot to pause lookups for the final. Normally I do, but I forgot today. I recognise this team name though. Ah, we play these guys in the cup. That's why. Oh, of course. That would explain. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so they're down in the lower tiers of the Polish leagues these days. Have actually spent some time in the top flight, briefly. But, wow, they fell off hard. What the hell happened? Unfortunately, because obviously with the way FM works, you don't get any data on them until they become an actual playable league again. So, the few seasons in the cup, knocked out by GKS. They got through around there. Knocked out by Poke. Though they did beat. The league history is fixed. It's defined fixed. Because this is mostly from the skin, not actually from the game. Although they have definitely fixed this a little bit, for sure. It's not as bad as it was, but a lot of this is coming from the skin itself. H from steps, could be. Yeah, I mean, obviously they knocked Wisła out the cup this year in real life, and the guy that was in chat, Stasiak, actually scored in that game as well, which is awesome. He's still technically on our books, you know. Right, I think, with the exception of Naeem, that's about as strong a team as we're going to be able to put out here. One thing I will be careful of is players coming on and their sharpness levels. So Orson probably won't find the pitch. Ranjbart's a similar story just because he doesn't have the fitness. And Redondo as well, actually. But he may be forced into action if Catalar has an absolute clanger because it's just what he does. He bankrupted them. Is that because he was overfunding the club and that's why they got into Europe in the first place? Because the amount of times that happens across football is actually crazy. That wasn't me, believe me. This is not my skin. This is Mr. Teeny's work, and it is fabulous. Right, okay. Whew. Without any further ado, after stalling for 25 minutes, we're going to get into it. Who's getting squad numbers at this time of hour? 71 it is. You enjoy your third squad number of the season. It's mad to me that Ranji's still only 20 years old. It feels like he's been here forever. The 8th tier. So what tier are they in real life now? Is it 3rd or 4th tier? I believe it's one of those at least. Oh. Be nice if the game... So where are we playing? San Nicola. I mean, it sounds like Spain, but it could easily be somewhere else. What stadium is this, chat? It sounds like a Spanish stadium. Oh, 4th tier. Okay. Channel point bet. Yes, there could be, in fact. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Since we didn't do a prediction on the... I love how all my prediction history is just, will he mess up the intro? Will he mess up the intro? Will Ginger get a wager right? Will we win the Europa League? Nice and simple. Full game. Oh yeah, we don't dick around. We full game in it. Right. Barry? Really? Wow, that is weird. How big is that stadium? I'll give you a 1 minute prediction, so you want to get in there quickly, chat. That is genuinely very strange. Oh, is it massive? I'm assuming it's... I'm thinking massive and running track. Hello, Dan. In the Sky One intro. Is she? I imagine you've been having a meltdown about it. Also, Dan, what a time to join us after Fulham's worst performance of the season. You weren't at the game by any chance, were you? I hope not, just so you didn't have to witness that shite. Italian 90. Ooh, okay. So it's a big boy. See you later, Dan. Have a lovely time, my friend. Yeah, that is still kind of cool, though. I don't think I've actually ever seen a European final hosted there in an FM side before. I guess it just takes big stadium and goes, hey, fine. Need to get that in Bass's pack. Really, I think, Dan, I was just more annoyed at certain players that... you might agree with not on this one, Dan. I'm convinced that there's an imposter wearing Anthony Robinson's face as a mask because I don't think he's fit, and I think that he looks like a completely different footballer to last season. It's actually crazy how different it is. Whether we win or not, I win. I like it. You got to hedge your bets. I respect it. To be fair, I didn't see either the Everton or the Leeds game. Everton game, I can't remember where I was, and the Leeds game, I was at a different football match, so I only got the scores on my phone, but apparently it was shit. So yeah, fair enough. That was the worst game I've watched. Right. Ah. I hate these ones. We never quite know what to pick in these sort of situations. I want to see who's backing us. Oh, I can't actually see the data, can I? I can't choose a prediction outcome straight away. The Red Star one. No way. I saw a random Arsenal fan on Twitter getting mugged off by Red Star the other day. It was kind of funny. Matthew, thank you very much for the follow. More than 2 games. Yeah, genuinely. No, after we played that well against Spurs, it felt like we were in for an absolute shitter. And we did. Even though the goal we gave them was absolutely comical, I still think they were the better side. We didn't really create any massive openings outside of maybe that one for Josh King in the first half and that Castagna shot, which was really well saved by Hermanson, but I don't know. We just looked nothing to wear the world's thickest tie. I have. What do you mean? Don't make me put the picture up again. You met Kevin? Oh, that's nice. I bet he's a fun chap. He just strikes me as like a nice dude. I hope he's not out for too long. Yes, it's always fun when you get the random stadiums that are named after players that have no bearing on the place that they are, because they're usually for national tournaments. Like, we had the Gary Neville Stadium in Portsmouth once, or was it Southampton? On one of my older saves. Because England were hosting a major tournament, and they just used, like, national legends instead. So you ended up with things like the Gary Neville Stadium in Portsmouth, or Southampton. And I don't know why it was Southampton or Portsmouth anyway. I don't think either of them were even in the Prem at that point in the save. So, yeah, what is this Newcastle lineup like, actually, before we go any further? Just have a little look at their team. Oh, no, don't touch anything there. Just to see what their squad is actually looking like. Predicted lineup. How about their actual lineup since we're in the game? Fat Boy Buns!
Here we go, lads.
Thank you for the 27 months.
The start of Wisła world domination.
Damn straight, my friend. Oh, I know he's out for several weeks. That's what I mean. He got that, what looked like such an innocuous injury as well. So, yeah, they've got Mama and Jai in goal. Not a goalkeeper I'm familiar with. Tino, big up Tino. Nice lad. One of the few footballers I've actually met. Habibu Diakite in the back line with Sven Botman still there. Love that for him. They've obviously got Saba, formerly of Cracovia. He'll want one over us. With Bruno in there. Pape Matar. Okay. Adam Wharton. Lorenzo Frencherino. His 5th metatarsal. God, that's a lot of metatarsals to have. Gordon and Voltemada. The bench, they've got Gleave, who I don't know who that is. Obviously, Lewis Hall, Malik Chow, Sepp Vandenberg, Kevin Danso. Lewis Miley, of course, Ezekiel Palacios, Sam Alavi, hang on, Edilong Durasinmi, cool name, Logan Bartif, Johan Bakayoko, no, I was thinking of a different guy, and then the guy called Cameron Halpenny. Probably a lot of youngsters on the bench as well, because it's Europe and there always is, but that midfield 3 is very, very good. I don't know much about Venturino. He's 24-year-old Italian. Just see who he was playing for before then. Oh, Genoa, okay. And then, obviously, Wharton from Palace. Diakite, who they've picked up from Leganes. Oh, he's a regen. Oh, my days. He's very good. Christ. Oh, Robert IRL. Oh, interesting. So he went to Genoa after that then. Oh, sorry. I didn't go down far enough. Sorry, he went to Genoa for 3 seasons, but it chose each one individually. And I can't scroll on that screen, unfortunately. And obviously, we know where he came from. That's, a tough-ass team, frankly. But Voltamar's got 18 goals as well. What's my assistant recommending here? Actually, he's recommended loads. We're tackling very hard, apparently. Someone's definitely getting sent off here. But that's okay, as long as it's not one of our players. Let's go. Oh, really? So they've got a wonder kid goalkeeper. Hello, Paul. Oh, wait, hang on. 1 second, Paul. Was that you yesterday? I want to check this, because I can thank you properly, because you're actually here. It was. Paul, thank you so much for that donation yesterday while I was offline. I was literally sat there editing the video and I got a notification from PayPal. I was like, wait, what? I'm offline. But thank you so much for that. It's incredibly kind of you. That's really, really unnecessary. But I really do appreciate it. Sarpsborg. Ooh. We had a chatter who was a massive... No, it was Haugesson. It was a massive Haugesson fan. It was Medi. I remember now. Medi Michel. Shout out to you, Medi, if you're still around. Oh, go on. I've got to stop getting that thing in my head of every highlight being an actual, like, goal-scoring chance. It's so difficult to break out of that when you're watching full match, because you just assume everything's key highlights. Oh, hang on, what a pass! Come on, Olafemi John. Smash it. Oh, okay. We're going to get a real sign of our build-up play. Oh, my... Oh. Best in Sugar. Actually, I was wearing my, what I call my chocolate jumper yesterday, I'll have you know, and brown cords. That was a great opening. Probably should have done better with that, to be honest. We're really going to get an idea of how our patterns of play unfold in the sort of moments we don't normally see. And I suspect what it's going to reveal is we're actually quite wasteful. Because we have a lot of possession, generally speaking. And anything that we can do in this game to keep hold of that ball is going to be crucial. What I am worried about, though, is Coffee. Because the problem with Coffee, like, he's a great player. But his defensive side of the game leaves a lot to be desired. And without Naeem in the squad... I think we could get cooked down at our right-hand side a little bit. The only option really would bring on Shokri if Coffee starts to have a poor game. I'm not afraid to make that change as early as like half-time if he's truly getting destroyed. Oh, that's nice. Nice build-up again. It's the kind of start we needed, really. That's going to go straight out of play, though. It's okay, DMC12. I find that the game is a bit weird with the Europa League music. Like, it plays it in the weirdest places. Yeah, Coffee against Anthony Gordon is not the matchup we would have dreamed of. I feel like Naeem could have handled him and then actually given him more trouble the other way. The only thing that could help us is Coffee, I'd say, is very good going forward, as we've already seen this season. And the idea would be that maybe he could pin them back. How is that not a foul? That maybe he pins Anthony Gordon back a little bit by just being so aggressively going forward. But probably not, since we've only got one wide player on each side, so Gordon will basically be able to have free reign. If we're going to get them, it's going to be through those middle plays. Coffee Magistri, he does, yeah. I need to get Decaf on that same side. We intercept quite a lot, don't we? It's a nice idea. We need to be a little bit slower, though. Actually, tell you what, since we're in a full game, it would make more sense to actually have the stats up on the screen for once, wouldn't it? I always forget they're there. That's true. Which one's better, Premier League Gordon or Champions League Gordon? I've not watched a lot of Newcastle in the Champions League. He did get quite a few against Karabag, though, didn't he? So if that one comes along, we might be in for it. The last full match that I actually managed, because obviously we did a full match a couple of weeks ago with the Jagiellonia's final, but obviously we were just spectators in that game. It's not quite the same. I'll tell you who it was. The last time I did a major final on stream was that ill-fated Tenerife versus Fulham final. The one where we were winning brilliantly and ended up having to leave our job because of losing the final, and then I revealed the Fulham shirt I was wearing underneath my suit. That was the last time we got to a final, so that would have been back in the summer. Is he really? How many goals has he got in the Champions League this year? That is a lot, then. Right. I do worry that early chance, which was a decent opportunity as well, is going to go... It's going to be the sort of thing you regret. Just getting a goal 2 minutes in would settle it down so well. When I turned heel... Bold of you to assume that. I've always been heel. Yeah, some of those Tenerife players... Oh, man. I mean, just... Even a Socorro. Actually, that being said, I feel like I'm doing De Campo a bit, but it's that right there. Coffee, I feel like, does not challenge very well at back post headers. Naeem isn't great for those either, but I feel like he's at least slightly better at actually challenging for them. He's also got much better tackling ability. Oh, my God, you've actually found the video. How did you have that on hand so easily? It's a different suit as well, I think. There's a lot of buttons on a waistcoat, I'm noticing. I think it would have worked better had I not taken so long to take off the accoutrement that I was wearing at the time. No problem. I think it is definitely a different suit. In fact, it probably is just because I was bigger at the time. It's fine. I wanted this all along. heel turn. Except, of course, the problem is, needs more Velcro. Yes. Worst striptease ever, for sure. They'd have already left. It was a lot of buttons. My mistake was wearing the waistcoat with that one. What was I going to say? No, it's gone. Back of my head was looking good there, just right over my face. Yeah, it was funny for about 5 minutes until I realised that we then had to leave our job as Tenerife manager. And I think if we'd have stayed in charge of Tenerife, we'd have completed the goal of that save. But, because I mean, the team that we'd built at Tenerife got to a Champions League final like 3 years later. So, we laid the groundwork for it. And they were damn near close to winning that as well. The wrong magic mic. Yeah, you've bought the occult mic. Yeah, imagine that. A manager loses a final, then takes off their suit to reveal the shirt of the team that they just won the final to. Through $1 bills. I don't know. They're supposed to stick them in my waistband, Dan. That's how it works, I think. I wouldn't know. I've never been to a strip club. Obviously. Well, I say obviously. Oh, hello. Ah, the pass was through the centre. Magic sweet left foot. It's my guy. So, I mean, 7 minutes in. Possession I'm pleased with. We've had an opening. The one chance Newcastle had was just back post header. Relatively tame, although we do have a habit of conceding those anyway. That's what Thomas Frank was trying to do. Yes. He could only get the hat, though, you see. Mediocre Matt. Hey, as bad as average as I am as a streamer and content creator, I think I'd be much worse as a stripper. As you've already seen, it would take forever just to get the clothes off. And I'd be shy, you know? I'd be stood there like this the whole time. I'd have to get like a fig leaf or something. No, not a fig leaf. Would it even be... any leaf would probably be big enough, I suspect. That's a song request. Nice. Colleague stag, the most awkward thing ever to make eye contact with him. Oh, that's... Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Just not my vibe. Most of the stag do's I've been on, it's all been your sort of... your paintball, your go-karting, that type of stag do. Oh, shit. Well, we trail. What are we doing here? Luis Eduardo just hits the ball straight to Voltemada. De Campo should do better than that, but he's not expecting it. Luis Eduardo probably won't be starting another game for Wisła. I'm thinking in the summer a new centre-back is probably on the cards, because I was looking through our lineup at the end of the season, and I realised just how far down it you have to go to find our first good centre-back. It seems like they've just basically peaked. They peaked quite early and haven't developed beyond that. Oh, my days. What is he even doing there? Like, I don't even know what he's trying to do at that moment. I mean, it's a good finish from Voltemada to actually react to that so quickly, and I don't really blame Do Campo for not getting down there, because he's not expecting a shot to happen at all. Ah, dear. Oh, please don't let him shoot straight away. We're just going to get ripped off here, aren't we? I feel like going behind was the last thing we needed, just because now we've got to... Well, I say got to push. We can just keep doing what we're doing. We created a good chance already. We'll create more, but Newcastle are damn good. Too young for big games. That shouldn't make a difference, really. Unless, of course, they have no big matches. But what I would say is I think there was a good indication that they do have big matches, because those things would have shown up until this point. And players like your Abradoviches and Hjertedals and that have really showed up for us in Europe this season. So I think we've probably got a few guys that do have big matches. But the only thing that could maybe be an impact there is obviously if they've got slightly lower consistency as a result of their youngerness, and you get a bit of a bad roll in a game. Oh, that's better. Oh, the lovely pa. I think he might be offside here, you know. No, he's taking him on. No, he's offside. Ay, ay, ay. Working there as a bartender. Oh, that's amazing. It's a bit like Stripper Lily from How I Met Your Mother. No, I don't think I'd get a lot of work, Lord Justin, in, honestly. I'd have to be... I wouldn't even say part-time. It would be on a contract temporary basis. If they'd run out of all the strippers in the world, they'd call me up and go, do you know what? Fine. You can have some buffet. That's how they'd pay me. And I'd be okay with that. I probably should have done Pep, knowing that I was going to probably end up buying a new suit before I next had to use one properly. I'm pretty certain I wear suits more for cup finals and FM than I do for any other purpose at this point. Oh, come on, John. Just looking at the ratings of the team itself. I like, by the way, that Luis Eduardo hasn't got a mistake leading to a goal for that. This is the sort of things that is one of the reasons I don't entirely trust FM's ratings for certain things. Because to me, if you directly give the ball to an opposition player who scores directly with his next touch, that is a mistake leading to a goal. In fact, he's not even been credited with a mistake from what I can tell. Mental. But yeah, a goalkeeper doesn't save a shot and the game's like, how dare you? That's illegal. -10 to your profile page. Thank you. I mean, way too early to be thinking about any changes. Because ultimately, an individual error is not it's not representative of us being bad tactically, I suppose. Built for the 91. Oh, so it actually was built for Italia 90. That would make sense. Which means we're going out like England in Italia 90. Wait, how did England go out in Italia 90? It was probably penalties because it's England. I'd love to lose this on penalties, to be honest, because at least that means we'd have to score a goal. That's better from Coffee. He's got the recovery pace, but his rating is already... Oh, a free kick? Bullshit. Assist to balance. Ah, good point. Statistically, England is always going out to penalties, for the most part. Less so lately, I must admit. Watching that penalty shootout against Colombia back in the... don't know which World Cup that even was just like a game-changing moment for me as a human, because I think that was the first time I'd ever seen England win a penalty shootout in my life. The one... Oh, is that the one where Pierce put it into the moon? That makes sense. Yeah, the 2018 one. It was so cathartic, yeah. And I remember at the... when England beat... I think it was Switzerland on penalties at the Euros during the COVID Euros, I think? Or the last one, I can't remember. I watched it through a pub window. Oh, hang on a minute. Obradovic! Oh, he's got to pull that back. But the best part was, I had it on the radio, so I could hear the penalties being scored about 2 or 3 seconds before it came up on the TV in the pub, for whatever reason. So I got to, like, celebrate and then look across to the pub and see everybody else celebrating, like, 3 seconds later. The reason I was looking through the window, by the way, is because I was parked outside waiting to pick Pog up from work. I wasn't just stood there in the pub window like, oh, the beer looks nice. A leg nipple, or leg nipple. Thank you very much for the follow.
I open my own hotel.
Oh, I forgot about third place games. Third place games at World Cups are truly one of the most pointless. I mean, third place games at any tournament for me, unless it's like an Olympics thing, because then you need a medal, right? Two under 20 CDs with 2-star CA, 5-star PA. I mean, agreed, but that's a little bit like saying everything would be fine if I just won the lottery and suddenly woke up with a six-pack, right? That's definitely the goal, but it isn't something you can simply just go click your fingers and have happen. Oh, what a chance again! I think we've got gumption in this game. I really don't think we're done by any means. We keep getting down Newcastle's left-hand side. I don't know if Venturino isn't tracking back, but John is finding gaps. He's linking up really nicely with Katala, and he's on a 6.5 somehow, even though I really like what he's offering us right now. He's got absolute gumption. The pressures for tyres, that's the one, yeah. That was during that shootout, wasn't it? Which obviously I didn't hear until later, because I think that was only on the BBC broadcast, not on the radio broadcast. Oh, go on. Go on, one more little touch inside. Just have a shot. No! At some situations like that, I do think that maybe just having a shot would probably... There you go. It's on target, right? It'll do. Diving after the penalty has been kicked, gave him a better chance to save it. I mean, what it did was make it look like he could have saved it. So I guess optically, he's probably right. Ultimately meaningless in a sporting sense. Have to believe it. I mean, as it happens, we do have quite a lot of good loanee centre-backs. The downside is I think that they are probably not going to want to come back. And I'm not going to force them back. Ultimately, that's our bed. And it does benefit Poland much better if they stay out on loan. But if one of them should happen to decide they want to come back, or that team does poorly and they don't want to extend for whatever reason, then there is a good chance that what we might do, actually, if you remind me, after the match, is have a look at our actual team with all of the loanees included and see who would actually be the ones that, if they did come back, would be kind of beneficial to us. But ultimately, I still wouldn't actually force them to, because the fact that they're playing and developing so well out on loan is because they're out on loan. But we will definitely have to make the priority this summer centre-back signings, I think. Not that we've been bad defensively, but a lot of that is based on the model of us being good in the league, right? So our European form has still been quite good, but against the really top teams in the Champions League next season, you're going to need that extra quality at centre-back. John is now on a 7, having been on a 6.5 just seconds before then. We take that. I like that we leave Monparus up as our one man. Which Maradona turned the Napoli fans against? Oh! Of course. Wait, was that... Wow. Actually, yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, fucking hell. Was that the one where he was coked up? No, that was, what was that World Cup where Maradona was obviously... Oh my God. I thought that was in. I actually thought that was sailing in. USA 94, yeah, because he was just slightly past it at that. Not past it, but he'd already had a ban at that point, hadn't he? Newcastle look a bit shaky, to be honest. I'm genuinely more confident now that the game's worn on a little bit. We are, Slugs. Very suited up. The thing about 94 is, obviously I was too young to remember much of 94. 98 is the first World Cup I truly remember. Oh, come on, Jens. He's got to be doing better there. Yeah, I mean, I know he was kind of cooked up throughout most of his career, but especially in that one. I think that Newcastle are allowing spaces. We're getting through them now. I'm confident that we will create openings in this game. It'd be different if 20 minutes in we'd had like one shot, but 5 in the first 20 minutes. If we carry on at this sort of pace, we'll be able to get 20 shots in the game, get a decent number on target. We're bound to get one really good opening. We just need to get a guy in there. The issue there is Jens was in the box, and as we know, Jens can't score from inside the box. He is solely a long-range marksman. He's thinking, listen, give it to me on the edge, top bins. Just, it wouldn't have been a nice enough goal for him to score. See that again, Coffee, just giving away unnecessary free kicks. Which does mean that Jens is going to score a banger at some point today. Mark my words. The equaliser is going to come from an absolute screamer from Big Jens. I also feel like our lack of good centre-back quality is one of the reasons why sometimes we do suffer from set pieces defensively. We probably concede more set-piece goals than a team as good as us should do, and I suspect the reason for that is because we're not getting enough headed clearances from good set plays from other teams. So that game we lost to Legia 4-0 earlier this season when we rotated the team. I was looking at the highlights, obviously, for the recap. All 4 goals in that game were crosses. 2 of them were set pieces, 2 of them were like breakdowns of set pieces, but they were all crosses with headers on them. The run up to Newcastle's goal, basically nothing. It was a long ball that was played to our defender, who then proceeded to pass the ball directly into the path of Voltemada, who just hit it first time straight in the net. And again, Coffee at the back post. He did okay to challenge in there at least, but then again, I don't know if Shotcrew would do any better. We would need to have a gander at that. Wisła boycott the game. No, I didn't see that, as it happens. That's the one this weekend, right? But yeah, Luis Eduardo's probably not playing for us again, which sucks because he's the captain. Yeah, we need some meaty men. Like a couple of 6'6" lads. Oh, I did see something about that, whoever. Yeah, I saw something about the Wisła fans not being allowed to go or something. Arbiter already decided that they won't allow Wisła supporters and the police to have nothing against them. Oh. So it's just the club itself. Oh, I see. So basically they hid behind the police as an excuse. The police said nothing to do with us, mate. And now it's obvious that they were trying to ban away fans. Right, I see. As it happens, obviously I'm in Poland this weekend, but obviously the game is away from home anyway. As we found out last stream, every single Kraków team, all 5 of them that we could find, are all away from home this weekend. Yeah, 94 was like the last World Cup I have no reference point for, really, because I was only 4 years old. 98 I remember watching. I remember specifically, obviously, the Argentina game, the Romania game, weirdly, and the Beckham free kick against Colombia. That's one of my first footballing memories, actually, is that specific moment. Just trying to keep an eye on the ratings. I think that's the best indicator you can have in these sort of games. I mean, not always, but particularly as it's given Luis Eduardo a 6.5 still, which is, wow, what a touch. It's fine. It's all part of the plan. 1998. Not specifically, no, because I wouldn't have had any. I was still only 8 years old. So I wouldn't have... 8-year-old me wasn't super interested in Yugoslavia, Germany. 8-year-old me was pretty much, I'll watch the England games, pretty much because my parents were watching them as well, right? Filippo Maniacs, thank you for the 6 months. That's all I really remember. I don't remember the final or anything per se, or do I? No, I don't. Oh, no, I don't really remember the final. Oh, hang on. Oh, it's cleared away again, but the pressure's mounting. We are definitely getting them on the ropes. Here we go. This is Jens territory. Okay, that's fine too. Either works. I'll have a hockey team. Are they away from home on that day? The big question. We'll swing by. Bergkamp's goal against Argentina. Oh, wait, that does ring a bell, actually. Is that the one where you brought it down from a really, really tight angle and volleyed it? I might be wrong about that. But that sort of does ring a bell in my head. But that might just be because I've seen it in highlights since then, and I've kind of like retroactively added it to my brain. Hang on.
You see this?
Ilke, SF, and Gatenetta. Thank you for the follows, guys. Welcome aboard. You join us as we're losing, but actually playing quite well. So, all in all, oh, please not 2 now. Not like this. That's it. Just keep the ball out. That's fine. I do still fear those back post crosses. Let's do some preemptive research. Do you know what? Let's do some preemptive research. Let's just have a look at what the situation is with Coffee, his aerial ability, and the only man that could replace him later. So he's 5'10" with 8 jumping reach. His heading is 6. His tackling is 10, which isn't as bad as I thought it was, to be honest. Positioning is really good, though. So that does kind of make up for him a little bit. He's got good work rate. The player that would come on is Shokri, who has 13 tackling, 14 jumping reach. I'll tell you what. Second half, it might be worth Saeed Shokri. If Coffee looks a little bit sus still, I feel like Shokri would do a better job. That aerial ability that he has would be very, very useful for us. We'll see how it plays out for now, but I'm glad we've got that in the back pocket, actually. I didn't realise he was as good in the air as that, considering he's only an inch taller than him. I was playing France. His priority's right. To be fair, yeah. Like, we've all missed games when we've all watched a game and perhaps we shouldn't have been, right? I'm trying to think of an example of that, actually. I try to have my priorities right, but there is times when I've just been like, I really do just want to watch this. Actually, what it is, it's usually back in the day when it'd be like, I had to go pick Pog up from work. And I'd get there like 10 minutes later, but oh, there's so much traffic. Whereas it actually was just I was waiting till half time in the game that was on at that exact time. But don't tell her I said that. Thank you, Serbian Mafioso. I appreciate that, friend. You've got to look good for a final, even if you lose. Unfortunately, I'm not wearing a Newcastle shirt underneath this time, so I can't return heel a second time in a row. Krakow versus Katowice in the ice hockey tomorrow. That's ironic, because I'm actually in Katowice and Krakow tomorrow. Unironically. Like, I will be in both of those cities tomorrow at various times. They won't know what's hit them. How will this tilt the ice? Clip that confession. How dare you? I'm watching the West Ham losing the playoff final. Chat, are we being rep-rolled? I feel like we're being rep-rolled here. We are not 2-0 down bad in this game. But it's exactly what I was on about with the set-piece defending. This is giving me an eye-opening thing as to what we need to do for next season. We've not even been bad. We've been actually really good. Newcastle just self and then in the safe. He's lost the final. Yeah, I just took over Newcastle. It's a great corner, great header. Yeah, Voltamada has... Oh, hello. That's a ball. I think he's offside, though. Yeah, he's offside. We are so... I'm not unfortunate. Like, on the balance of play, you're just like, how are you 2-0 down? Ay, ay, ay. Scotland-Brazil game is on. Oh, yes. No, that's not what I was thinking of. I remember watching the England-Brazil game in the 2002 World Cup in a French classroom. By that, I mean it was a classroom in the English... It was in England, but it was a classroom for French. Yeah, this is unfortunately... It's a case of Newcastle have better players than us, but tactically we're actually quite good, so we don't let them have many chances. The downside is when they do get those chances, they are able to convert them. Like we gave them the first one, and then the second chance obviously was just they're better from set pieces, and we already know that's a bit of a foible of ours. 2 goals against them. I mean, it's not impossible by any means, but the logic... My brain's now going, we probably could score twice against this Newcastle team. We probably will create chances to score twice, but will we be able to avoid conceding a 3rd goal in the process of doing that is the problem. Because this team is still really good. Like, we've beaten English sides on the way here. Feel is struggling a little bit. I mean, Coffee's not had the best day, but he is such a good attacking player for us. Oh, hang on. This is better. Ah, man. Just a penalty or something right now. Oh, of course, yeah, because the first, like, quite few races of the season are all sort of at interesting times, are they not? Where not really watchable, unless you're a die-hard for the European fan. Confirmation of winter update. Not to my knowledge, no. Do they ever confirm a winter update? Don't they normally just release it? I mean, I know that this game cycle is a little bit different in that sense, but I'm pretty certain that they usually just drop it. But I don't know exactly when they usually... I mean, it's usually in March kind of time. We didn't have... Does that mean we're going to have to manage Polonia next season? I see how it is. I'll just keep all my loanees, shall I? Please not another one. That's more like it. If they could take some shit corners, that'd be awesome. On that right side, I mean... Oh, they've actually moved Gordon to the right themselves now, so he's no longer up against Coffee. The problem is, this side is actually our strongest. It's the other side where we're actually kind of weak. But I guess they don't have as quality players there. Because that's where we're actually, like, struggling a little bit. And we say getting murdered, ultimately, they've created nothing. In terms of from that. Both their chances have come from a mistake and a set piece, so... They haven't actually broken through us particularly much today, so I don't think we're even doing that badly. We just haven't been able to capitalise on our own opportunities in this game. Oh, that's such a... Oh, that was lucky. More like it from Katala, but he's not got the room. He just needs to... Yeah, Gordon seems to be in sort of... Oh, yeah, you're right. Gordon was just on the right, unless it was from a breakdown of a set piece, perhaps. Sometimes that does happen. That's a poor passing. Oh, please use him. There we go. Get Coffee on the ball a little bit. Slip around the side. Here we go. Right, Fila, gotta look back inside here. We need that right pass. Just have a shot. Jens! Oh, those are the kind of chances that we've got to be at least hitting the target with. Next week, yeah, fair enough. But they never normally say anything about it, do they? True, winter transfers. I could totally see why people would be hanging on for starting a new save if you want to use all the new transfers. That does make complete sense. Because at this stage, it is quite behind, right? Coffee's on a 6.8 now. He's not even doing that bad. I just think that it might end up costing us at some point in this game. Eduardo's actually been the real problem. Do I actually make a rare substitute for centre-back and actually bring on Abdullahi? The problem with Abdullahi coming on would be that his match sharpness is absolutely cooked. So I don't think he'd actually offer that much in this game and would more likely end up conceding a chance. And I don't really like changing centre-backs unless they're actually injured. Oh my god, that was bad. Duru, however, in the second half, might well be an option for us because Fila has not had one of his best games for us. Only transformed from one to another, it's true. They could just be passed on. Goals, much like neutrinos, are passing through us. Billions of them every second. But you only see the ones that are actually scored because they rarely ever interact with matter. Occasionally they'll just boink an electron. There you go. Science or something. Bear in mind, I wasn't moaning about the times of the Australian Grand Prix. I was simply stating a fact that they are on at times that are sort of unwatchable for me. And that's fine. It's not catered towards me, right? I was simply stating that that is the time that it is on. And that therefore I will not be watching it because I do not want to compromise my sleep schedule for that. And that's fine too. I'll just watch the highlights later. Jens to score outside the box. Do you know what? I think you've got a good chance with that. I did, Bagpuss, yes. I've never unsubscribed from her because her content was really good. And it was just cool to see that she's back making some kind of content, right? Oh, thank you, Bruins. You should wait until we're actually winning a game. Oh, I know, Andrew, and those people are incredibly annoying. They're the same as the Americans you saw complaining about the starting time of the hockey final. Oh, no! The tactics not on the Patreon, FM Cakes. It's just, if you do exclamation mark tactics, you can just download it. I might put it on there just so it's easier for people to, for me to update it at some point. But if you just do exclamation mark tactics in chat, you can download the whole pack. There's this tactic, a variation on it we use occasionally, and another variation that I use in my Plymouth save. I am going to start moving over the filters and views to the Patreon thing solely so that I can, there'll still be not behind a paywall or anything, just so that I can update the page each time and I'll never have to change the links on videos again. I can't believe that didn't go in. If Dushan scores that, the vibes are up, the tails are up, and we're ready to go. Montperouse has looked a little squiffy today. Luckily, we've got an option to bring on if Montperouse does have an absolutely shit day. That's a great ball. It's Fila now. He's... No! So close. We're threatening. Like, we've done enough in this first half to have a goal. That's what's irksome about the fact that they've scored 2 goals off of 0.32. Oh, Bradovic has actually got quite a poor rating too. John's done okay. Coffee's on a 7 now. Yeah, a goal back there and it changes massively. Vibe goaling, yes. But the momentum shift we'd get if we got an equaliser there. Honestly, Bruins, I am. And I think that's because the match engine, I so rarely ever feel like I'm getting screwed by it and that a goal is bullshit, that I suppose. Because the ones like the Luis Eduardo goal happen so rarely that they feel entirely legitimate that you would see that for the frequency that they appear. That's the thing. It's just a mistake that a footballer can make, right? It's not happening 6 times a season to him. Hopefully. Coffee, go on. This is more like it. I'll use Jens. He's in his office. No! Wait. It's overcrowded now. Someone just had to shoot there. Yeah, Coffee has actually started to do quite well because the thing he does well is he's good attacking wise. And I don't know if Shokri would be able to do that. Shokri might be the sort of player you actually bring on if we were defending something rather than... he's gone too far the other way now. Please find Jens. Oh, please, somebody shoot. No, off the bar again! I think you see a lot of stuff online about nobody's playing FM Bruins, but I would disagree because I'm currently playing it and we're all currently watching it. I think that there is a weird subset of the FM community that just wants the game to be shit and wants it to fail for some reason, and I don't really know why. I can't understand it myself, but that's okay. People are entitled to that. Rep rolled. I think there's an element of just... What we call rep rolling is always more a case of they've got better players and they're just going to take those chances. Eyes offside again. We're getting little openings. Practice their shooting. I mean, I do feel like the woodwork might still be slightly too prevalent sometimes, but maybe it's just because we're seeing it in this one game. Last year's UI. Yes, but ultimately I think the skins now have done so much that it's certainly filling the gaps in. I think the main thing that they need to do is bring a lot of that stuff to the actual base game, as well as improve the immersion that you get with the league you're in and the world that you exist in. The game still doesn't let you know enough of what's happening around you. That needs to be changed. Because the match engine, the reason I'd never go back to 24 is because the match engine in 26 is just too good to watch. I enjoy the matches so much more in 26 because I feel like tactically you can do way more cool shit. It's okay to be just, yeah. Like, I thought the game was crap at first, but I was trying to make the best of what we had, and I think it's improved a lot, and I'm genuinely enjoying my experience with it now, right? Oh, yeah. Just as well I'm not on the podcast later, otherwise Aaron would get an earful from me about woodworks. Better good challenge with the aim to take for Brentford. Yeah, that's kind of cool, actually. Despite the Brentford part, that's pretty cool. I appreciate it. I admire it. 6 months in Mexico, 2... Wow. So how many parts of the Pentagon have you ticked off there, then? That's such an annoying first half, because we haven't even done a lot wrong. But the problem is, when you say fix UI, that is not the sort of thing that they can take under advisement, because it's an entirely subjective element of the game. Nobody will agree on what looks good on those sort of things in the same way that nobody all agrees that it looks bad, right? But I feel like the skinning is what allows you to not have to care about that so much, because then people can just make it look like how they want, right? That's the thing. I think that they don't even need to fix the UI per se. They just need to give us the tools to customize it ourselves so it doesn't matter what it looks like. Fix the bugs, yeah, 100%. That definitely does need to be done. Stability is important for sure. Right. Voltamada, their fullbacks have done well, but then so have ours. It's not like we're getting cooked by them per se. Their keeper's done well in the couple of saves he has had to make. I think you're possibly right, Ben, because it did take a lot of new learning, for sure. I still look for things. Cards and tile skins. I think that would be excessive. A legacy skin would basically mean porting the entire... I mean, put it this way. If they did that, we wouldn't have had an FM26 at all. Or a 27. Because you're essentially saying, hey, build 2 versions of the game. They're never going to do that. But what they can do is increase the customization ability. And I think that would solve a lot of those problems. Right. Make full screens. Exactly. I would be not surprised if the winter update comes with a load of patch notes that say, turned this screen into a full screen. Like we had with the stages and stuff. Crash your save at any time. Technically, that's every bug, right? Yeah, some were definitely caused by... I mean, for example, I had one that was caused by a skin. That was definitely on me. Rate the game. So, well, no, it's not even that, though, is it? It's just that the reason that FM24 was so good is because you could do a lot of the things that you wanted to make it look how exactly you wanted to. It's not doing it for them. It's just having... I think some people get annoyed because the game doesn't look like their specific experience of what they want, but that's entirely niche. But if it has the tools so that everyone can do that, then it doesn't matter. That's the point. Like, it's not even really doing their job for them. It's just no more than it was in the past, I guess, right? Menu on the left. Thing is, they had menus at the top in previous FMs before. I think it was FM, when I first started playing FM, all the stuff was across the top. Okay. Do I want to make changes at halftime? Probably not, because rolling the dice there is wasteful at this stage, and I want to see what happens in the first 15 minutes of the second half. But I'm probably going to throw out an attacking at halftime. Take a couple more risks. Coffee's done okay. Actually, let's just check their attacking attributes instead. I want to see what Coffee links up, how he stacks up to Shotcrete in terms of his attacking attributes as well. So crossing 10, dribbling 11, fast. What's his passing like? Passing 11. Shockery's got same passing. Dribbling is better, though. That's my one change. I don't feel like Coffee's done that badly. In fact, he's been our best player on the pitch. It would take take a lot for me to literally substitute our best player on the pitch. But I will be willing to do it at 55 if he does start to drop off a little bit. I'll commit to the one change of going aggressively. Take a couple more risks, because that might actually expose him further, potentially. Well, the pre-game editor isn't really customization as far as UI, right? It's just pre-game database stuff, which is great. The fact that we even have that is dope. But like, most of the reason I loved Defcon 24 so much was because of the SAS skin. Because of what SAS did to make it better. When I ever had to go back to the default skin there for various other things, it was always a bit of an experience. Having to play on the default skin when Aaron and I were at FIFA E was a hell of a change to get used to. I think, and ultimately not everyone's ever going to be happy, right? But I think if 27 just comes with a huge raft of customization options that are just easier to use, that could make a huge difference as well. That and immersion, pretty much. And obviously like feature stuff too, but in time, we're essentially at the beginning of a new dawn. I think the main reason people are upset is just because of the fact that there was no 25 as well. If this had just been 25 essentially and it was like this, I think people would have totally eaten that. But I think because the expectations got built up more because of the extra year, I suppose. And Jai has been very good. Oh, nice one, Kenneth. Who did you pick in the end? I'm curious. The one thing I will say is a lot of our chances today haven't come for the strikers. They've often, which is not a unique thing. Like, we do have a habit of creating a lot of chances spread out. But it's the sort of game where you just want a moment to fall to Catalar or to fall to Fila. And they've just not had that real opening yet. Thus far. Obradovic hasn't been great either. Bellingham at least has that, I mean, does he have experience really? He's played for Dortmund, I guess. I mean, have they been in the European final in this stage? Probably not. Things will be fixed. I mean, they won't be. Dan, I think what it's also done is perhaps maybe people look at 24 with maybe slightly rose-tinted glasses. I thought it was really, really good, but I think there's this element of people that sort of pretend that it didn't have any issues whatsoever. Well, that's a nice ball, actually. Go on. Now we need the runners. Actually, the channel there is on. Oh, actually, that's fine. Coffee's found him. Coffee could have gone a bit deeper himself there, I think. Michael's into the box. No, blocked again. God, we love getting a shot blocked. Saved by the goalkeeper. The chances are there. We are getting openings in this game. We just need one of these damn goals. One of these chances just needs to go in. Because otherwise... Because bear in mind, Newcastle have not had a shot, I don't think, since their second goal. And they've only had 3 shots in the entire game so far. They've basically created nothing against us, and we're 2-0 down. That's what makes it so more annoying, because you don't even know what to do at that point. Fila at least did better, though. Montperousse's rating's coming up. This is the final, yes. Oh. Did a bit tired. He is, but that's okay. We've got an option in that spot because I'm happy to bring on Damasiewicz because he genuinely does just have a knack of creating stuff, even when he, attribute-wise, doesn't look like he should. I think I'll give John till like 55, maybe 60. That's a great pass. That is a beautiful pass. No. Final hurdle. They fail at Montperousse. Montperousse! I can't believe this. This is ridiculous. This is the 3rd post or bar we've hit in this game now. We're never scoring. Never mind. Great bit of play from the Mumbler. We've hit the postal woodwork with every single chance today.
This one is constructed with American cherry wood. No, the wood does not taste like cherry. You cannot eat it.
I was not going to eat it, Carpenter Ron. I was going to lick it.
In it. Oh, no. That was a lovely bit of play as well. The little link up on the edge of the box. The little dribble around the side from Montperousse to set up the opportunity for himself as well. That's what we've needed from him. That little bit of extra dynamism, which he finally decided to offer there. He did everything right, except score. These are the sort of chances that we normally put away. And today, it's just not been our day. Still, it's only 2-0. But we are going to probably leave more gaps now. It is. I think I've actually got a really high quality version of that clip, and I can't remember where I got it. I think it might have just been on YouTube. Just one of those frustrating ones. It's worse because you're sat here going, you're playing well. And it's really hard to make changes in games when you're already playing well. It's just not going in the net. It's actually much easier when something's going wrong and you're like, I can see what the issue is here. And then you just make changes. Or a player's doing especially bad and it's so obvious that they are. But other than our centre-back pairing, who I'm not going to change out for obvious reasons, there's no real obvious hole in our team. Abramovich is a little tired, but
oh yes, very soon.
Catalar's a little...
They are building it now.
Not tired, he's just not really got involved in the game as much. IRL Pepega, thank you for the follow. Made no subs. That's brave. I always tend to make subs, unless I forget, but it's harder to forget in a game where you're playing on full match, which has gone by very quickly, by the way, because we're already 52 minutes in. Go on, get it off. That's better. Newcastle just don't look like they know what to do when they get the ball at this stage. Like, it feels like every time they get the ball, we just get it straight back off them. You did Wisła Kraków. That's a cool choice. They are having a really good season, having been sort of rocketing up the pyramid in Poland recently, if I recall. Oh, that's bad. Please no. He'll probably score this now. I thought we were going to give away a penalty there as well. Good tackle in the end, I think, but that would be very us. Do all this hard work, control the game, basically, since going 2-0 down, and then just give away a pen there. Damn it, man. Hello, Asda Vellum. How's it going, man? I'd be doing a lot better if we weren't squandering every chance we get in this game, but I still have faith. Okay, that's offside. Not offside, it's out of play. Right. Fila's definitely growing back into the game. Montparouche is starting to find a bit more space in the second half. I wonder if it's because the tired legs around him is allowing him a little bit more time on the ball, and he's making the most of it. It's one of the things I actually quite like doing against AI teams in finals, is letting them adjust things first, and then almost sort of letting the game come to me. But sometimes you do have to make changes, because at 2-0 down, you've got to do something. Oh, that's a nice clearance. Please get out to him. Oh, wow. Hey, Newcastle finally hit the post with one. It can be done. To get second, because to be fair, to give you an idea, currently in this save, regardless of what happens in this game, England are 54 points clear of second place in the coefficient charts at the moment. 54 points clear. They've put down 3 30-plus seasons in the last 5 years, including this year, and that's without Newcastle's added points for inevitably beating us in this game as well. It's crazy. 54. Yeah, they're 54 points clear. They have 142 points. And the next nearest team has, I think, got 96 or something. Might be more than that. I'll show you after the game. No, it has to be more than that.
From watching the recap video to check on the score.
Sam, thank you very much for the 12 months. It's not good news, I'm afraid. Oh yeah, because United and Chelsea are in the Champions League final as well, and Man United are in the Conference League final. United will win that, so England will end up with even more points as well. Need a good hat to throw. I've got the Silly Goose hat. Does that count? I need to get a new hat. I'll throw down my Adidas hat from up there, the KFC one. At least 2 subs. I don't know. I mean, I'll probably just do what I want, but like, usually that's when I tend to make subs anyway. But again, it's one of those things where making subs is fine, but only if there's an actual purpose behind it and a plan. It can't just be making subs for the sake of it. There needs to be like this guy's coming on for this reason. But I think one of the things I will definitely do is I think Catalar hasn't been able to get involved as much as I'd like today. And I think John's looking tired, so it might well be those two. Although, John... Do you know what? He's just bought himself a one-way ticket to the bench. Every single decision in his decision tree that he could have made there when rolling his dice was a good decision. Except for what he did. The shot, crowd of bodies, you never know. The pass to any number of his teammates that are open in the box, including the guy on the edge of the box. Great choice. Whatever the hell that was, never step foot on the pitch again. Crazy. Okay. Now then. Do I use this opportunity to make a second sub? I probably do. And I think what I'm actually going to do is move Fila to the left and then bring Dudu on the right, because he's got that lethal athleticism in behind for the time being. And that will do for now. Ah, dear. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Catalar's just not... He's not been able to get involved in it. His link up is really good, and unfortunately the game doesn't really reward that in terms of rating, so I can't pretend he's been ultimately that bad, but he's not really been able to get in positions, and Fila has been ultimately better, basically. Catalar is more of a link up man. Now Fila's rating will probably drop with me moving into that role, because it is more of a link up role. But I just want to see if he can do a better job, and I wanted to kind of give a player who's already doing good a chance to play, rather than just substituting a guy who's doing well. Because Duru really is the man I wanted to bring on. Because he does just offer something slightly different. He's got a bit more pure athleticism over the top. But then watch us create nothing now for the rest of the game. I've just realised I don't have the stats up anymore because it turns it off at halftime. I mean, They actually have had a couple more shots since then, but to be losing this 2-0 is still very harsh. Especially as the 3 of those 12 shots were hitting the post as well. So we've been very close to nearly scoring a few times. Oh, hang on. That's a great pass. It's Fila. Fila can go alone. Go on, Michael. Please. What are you doing? How have we turned that into a no-chance situation? Just drive towards the goal. Or pass it early. Those are your options. The decision-making there was awful. Oh, wait, still got it. Montparnasse. We've got an option here, potentially. There's a guy on the edge of the box. It's Hurtadal! It's somehow still wired. Wow. Oh, unfortunately. This has just not been our day, has it? Go on, try again. Montparnasse, just drive into the box. Have a shot. I mean, we're giving it everything. We can't pretend that we haven't... we can't at least say that we haven't tried in this game. We've actually given a bloody good show here. And have just got unlucky in places here. Plenty of time, though. Half an hour. A lot can happen in FM in half an hour. We just need that first goal more than anything else. I think I might make another sub around 65, and I might still get Shotcree on anyway. Oh, Damashevich has been fouled. Venturini, I think he's getting a booking there. Why is he now in a tracksuit? That was brave. Big game attributes. No idea. You don't see that information on the player until they turn 22. Most of our squad is not 22. So it's a risk you have to take. But ultimately, I feel like if they all did have bad big games, then we'd have seen it before now, because the semi-finals are also big games. It's like a gradient. And we've actually been very good in the big games in Europe so far. So I suspect that some of them maybe do, but not enough for this to be the reason, I don't think. Right, we'll leave it for a little bit. Got like on the edge of the box. But chance is really good, yeah. Right, Duru goes to the back post. Bear in mind, we're supposed to take short free kicks. That's our setup. And he's literally played that to the back post where there is no player standing. Cool, cool. I do like how full match does sort of expose some of the weirdness in the tactical oddities when you see stuff like that. Like, what are you doing there? Done like big matches. We've seen a few. I mean, actually, I say that. Most of our players are still too young for us to know. So we may well get to a load of them turning 22 and find out that the entire squad's like that. But I know for a fact that Bradovic surely can't be. He shows up in Europe so much that he, if anything, hates small matches. Because he never really does that much for us in the league, but in Europe, he's absolutely unstoppable. I think he's got like 20 goals in Europe in the last 2 seasons from central midfield. He definitely got 9 in the Europa League last year. That's a free kick as well. I'm hoping this game doesn't just fizzle out. That's my other concern. That being said, Obradovic is probably in the weak link in our midfield ever so slightly, so he may well get a... Yes, he's Serbian. He's unbelievably good. He's probably in the top 2 or 3 players at the club, and he's one of my favourites just because of how he only really scores by smashing the ball as hard as possible. And it's great because it goes in quite often when he does that. Right, come on, Coffee. He might be in the next change. Not that he's not played well, but fresh legs there could do us a lot of good just because it gives us more running ability. Even though Coffee has done a really nice job. Shotcree offers something slightly... That's an unnecessary touch, but I'm all right with it. Okay. One word that you randomly said every minute for the rest of your life, what would you be? Ooh, I don't know. Probably pog, maybe. Just be like a permanent crutch word, I suppose. That's a nice little pick out. Seaman Bank is getting involved a little bit more. That's he's offside, isn't he? Yeah. Hey, he's great. He scores absolute monster chances. Right, 65 minutes. 2 more changes. As much as I love Obradovic, if you hadn't actually seen what his attributes look like, I'll just give you a little preview of the reason I like it. I've just realised he has no attribute below a 10. Not one. He definitely did at one point. And now he has not a single attribute below a 10. Good Christ. He's so good, isn't he? Only 4-star PA, apparently. And he's only 3-star CA. He's just unbelievably good. And he's only 21. But I do think this might be a moment for him to step up the team for a little bit. Because it's Joe Bellingham time. And then Coffee for Shotcree, because Coffee's a bit tired more than anything else. That'll then leave us one more sub for later, which will most likely be Jens or Hurtadal. Maybe around 75, I'll get... not Jens. That's Jens and Hurtadal are the same man, Matt. Around 75, I might drag Montparnasse off for Pena. Around 75. Not because Montparnasse has been bad, but because Pena might be able to offer us that late... 15 minutes of Pena for lots of Gania or something. See you later, Scott. See what Bellingham can offer us. Because he's scored a couple of clutch goals in Europe. Oh, I hate it, Moldy. I think it just kind of makes a mockery of the fact that there's even a league, to be honest. I just think it's really dumb. And I think people will change their minds that the 2nd and 8th place team gets promoted. Right. So the changes are now made. We've got 25 minutes with these guys, plus, you know, stoppage time. So realistically, we've still got half an hour with these guys on the pitch to make an impact. Shockey hasn't really played a lot for us, but now that he's familiar with the role, at the very least, we're going to be able to get slightly more out of him. That's a nice pick out. How's Tomashevic done off the bench? He's got a good rating so far, actually. Good idea. Like, he's firing the ball into dangerous areas. That's all I could really ask for. He's getting in good positions. At least he's not making the wrong decisions like John does. Which makes me wonder if Tomashevic has got really good decisions compared to John. Because John is an okay player, but Tomashevic actually has more assists than him this year in less games. I think 4 is okay, but that's probably just because I've got so used to it. Yeah, we've still got the ends. Let's actually predict the rest of this game, because we've still got the ends 40-yard banger to come. Well, ultimately then, if they've got nothing to play for, I don't realise you're not saying this, but if that's the argument, I'm just like, well, is the season not relevant? Like, it just always feels strange to me. But like you say, if you've got nothing to play for, that's because you haven't played well enough in the games that you've had, right? Not everyone has to have something to play for. That's the great thing about meritocratic sports tournaments, right? But, and then of course it's just boiled frogs, isn't it? They're like, oh, well, then we could go to 10 teams maybe. Or, and I suppose they'd have to go up in more than that, wouldn't they? So Gordon's off. Did anyone see who they brought on instead of Gordon? I mean, I don't think he did okay in this game. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice pick up from Tomashevic. He's all the way through. Oh, the build-up here. Nah. I feel like he's going to create a chance doing that, though, because it's not him that's the problem. It's whoever he passes the ball to are not quite making the right decisions after that, it seems. But he's getting the ball in some really good positions and making things happen. Like, his first pass is usually dynamite, frankly. It seems like there's a lot of good things going through there. Still, plenty of time. We're on attacking. We'll make this happen. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I've ever seen anyone complain about it. I think the playoffs are perfect and brilliant fun. Work ball around the box. It's what we do, but usually we do create chances by doing it. Okay, not like that we don't, although we might still get the ball back anyway. Nah. Because you see, the problem is, when you don't have the setup that we do in those positions, what happens is they just sort of drive the ball into nowhere, and then you just give the ball away immediately. And this at least tires other teams out. We're just waiting for that little error, which we have created quite a few times in today's game. Just not been able to get that really clear opening. Okay, that was a choice. If we lost this 2-0, I feel like we could rightly feel quite aggrieved about it, but ultimately, you've got to take your chances in games like this. And we've had a plethora of okay chances, but nothing that's like stupidly good. It's tactics, Mike. You want to get the downloads and stuff. Right. How's Duru done off the bench? Okay. At least Fila hasn't lost rating, crucially, by me moving him into that position, though, which I suppose is a good sign. Hyotadal's doing okay. Job's doing okay. Tomashevic is continuing to accumulate rating, though. That's a good sign. I think here's what's going to happen. It's going to be 2-2 at the end of normal time. Tomashevic is going to set up a chance for somebody. Imagine if he did that right then. And they're going to score. And then Jens has got a long-range banger in him somewhere here. He always does. I feel like he hasn't had his moment yet today. Although Newcastle, have they even had a shot in the entire second half? Doesn't feel like it. What else can we see in here? Apparently they have some momentum there. Although they did apparently. There was that one tiny little opening in there somewhere. Shockey's done well. The dribbling ability of Shockey could certainly help. Both of our centre-backs have not done a good job. Even if we lose, we've given ourselves a blueprint of the biggest changes we need to make in the summer as well. And it's basically just be better in the centre-back spot. Oh, come on, Saeed. Oh, yeah, it was a while ago. They had... Oh, yeah, you're right. They had that, like, tight angle shot, I think, that De Campo might have got a touch. No, he didn't, did he? Because otherwise it would have shown up there. You're right, they did hit the post. That's what it was. Yes. That was their chance. It was the post hit. And I think they had another shot right at the start of the second half, because I'm pretty certain it was 3 and then 2 or something. But it was probably a low-quality header or something. Shockey's getting rating 2. I think... Sometimes you can tactics yourselves out of playing well, and that's what I'm reticent to do, because right now, I don't think we have been as good in the second half. The start of the second half, we came out like a rocket and had those couple of openings. That Montperousse chance to hit the post. There was a couple of other little openings, like when John got into the box and found that absolutely awful cross. Those little moments, we cut through them. But for about the last 15 minutes, once we've made a couple of subs, it seems to have dislodged our, not our vibe, but sub. Yeah. But this is when we talk about back seating, it's that is is not helpful in any way. Like, yes, sub, like, but it needs to have a purpose. It can't just be for the sake of a sub. This is the problem. Like, we need to have a plan with things rather than just throwing things at them. Shit. Oh, good clearance. I'm too hungry to Subway. U-boat, maybe. Motor torpedo boat? We'll sink them. I don't feel massively the better team. We've probably been the better team overall, but change of instructions. Right, so that's what I mean. That's the sort of stuff that is completely, like, it's a bit like you're driving along the road and the car is staying on the road and someone says, but maybe if we turn the radio up, the car might go faster. Right. Pena, yeah, I said I was going to bring on Pena maybe around 75 minutes anyway. But, like, that was part of the plan, actually, to be fair. Turn icy, go faster. I mean, you'll certainly save fuel, for sure. Yeah, he is losing a bit more rating lately, and Pena is the only real player of impact that can come off the bench. That is the last sub anyway, so we'll go with that. Always equals shots. A shot is neither... I guess that'd be the woodwork then, wouldn't it, Andrew? If a shot is neither on or off target, then I suppose a woodwork shot is counted as off target, isn't it? Because the target is the goal itself where you're trying to score. So I suppose the argument is that if it's hit the woodwork, then it's not on target because it wouldn't have gone in, would it? But do they count woodwork hits on shots that hit the post and go in? Get louder as you got faster. That's so annoying, but also incredibly cool at the same time. Roll up your sleeves. Do you reckon I have to go like full jacket off manager? Because I mean business. I see your point, yeah. I'm willing to try anything. Back in the day, we used to have this, what we used to call the dead cat. What it actually was a fur, or not even a fur, like a fake fur hood from one of Pog's coats that I used to put on my shoulder. And for some reason, it would just, we would win when I was wearing it. Oh, go full Miami Vice. A bucket? I did a bucket and a packet of cigarettes. Where's my vape gone? I don't have one. By the time I finish rolling up these shirt sleeves, will be done anyway. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Oh, it happens in every final. Like, if something's not going entirely right, you'll get people like, you should change all the tactics. And it's like, right, you do understand that those tactics got us to the final in the first place. And by moving to something untested and untried, you're essentially most likely just going to guarantee that the defeat happens faster. Because if something is at a decent level, there are less changes that make it better. They're mostly going to make it worse, which is why I'm always reticent to do that, unless they're part of the plan. Should be hair like Pep. Wait, hair? Pep has hair? Oh, actually, wait. Slavic squat. I can do get some swats going. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Manager slowly strips off in shock. Right. Jens is getting a bit tired, but we got nothing. Yeah, I should have like a 200,000 channel point redeem where it is just I'll do exactly what you want tactically in one specific game. Hello, Holy Sammy. We're in a Europa League final. As you can see, it's going well. Now when he shouts, I mean, we don't, actually. That's the beautiful thing about me playing the game. I mean, I will do them occasionally, but... Also, Sammy, that blue raspberry is fire. It's giving me bowling alley vibes in a brilliant way. It's fantastic. Nottingham Forest, ooh. 4 wins in the Prem. Don't suit 4-4-2 presets work. I actually don't know. But probably because I think the presets have to work to a certain extent to begin with anyway, because I feel like for new players, it'd be really... Imagine if the presets, none of them were actually that good. And, I mean, they're not perfect, of course. But imagine as a new player, you go to the presets and it's just, they're all absolute shite. Wait, is he still... he's offside again. A code flavor. Maybe I meant you as well. Oh, actually, on this topic of Holy chat, they're doing a freebie week this week where certain levels of order get higher. You get rewards. There's like a tote bag for one. There's actually one of these entire boxes as well. And I'm pretty certain, which I was amazed by, one of them is this. These things are like 40 quid normally, but you can just get one for free. And they're great. I think it's these. They're incredible. Like, if I could take this to Poland with me, I probably would. But it's unnecessary stuff to travel with at that point, isn't it? I'm going to need a Holy after this game. Christ. A Holy protein bar would be very interesting, actually. Or any kind of... if they did like a carbohydrate drink, I would love something like that. Like a mix of a... Yeah, like a carbohydrate powder or something. Oh, no, it's all the way through! Just trying to save down on weight, Savica. Holy... Well, yeah. For all we know, they've got all this stuff planned and we're just preaching to the choir, you know? Right. Yeah, I think at this point, we're just committed to what it is. Yeah, I'm actually going to be the new manager of Wisła in real life after they inevitably get beaten by Schwanska the weekend. It is, but I think it's one of these things where... But this is sort of another one of the reasons I tend not to make as many subs as that so early, because if it isn't playing that... If you're not even playing that badly, you don't need to make every sub. And I've noticed that we've pretty much started getting a lot worse since we started making subs for the most part. We haven't created as many actual openings. Now, Newcastle may have shut up shop a little bit as well, because ultimately they're 2-0 up. They don't need to push forward at this stage. And I maybe should have just stuck to my guns a little bit more on the subs. But some of them were just annoying things that I just kind of do need to do, to be fair. A Hewley sort of thing. Yeah. Because I basically use Holy milkshakes in my protein powder in the morning anyway. Just to give it a bit of extra flavour. Because I find some protein powders, even the flavoured ones, can be a little bit... I've just realised I didn't have a protein drink this morning. For the first time in ages. That's why I'm a little bit more wired today. I didn't have time. I went for my run, came back, and didn't even have time to have a protein shake. Oh. Yeah, I don't think we're getting anything out of this game, unfortunately, my friends. It's just one of those things. I think we're kind of... We've played our hand now, and unless the flop... Not the flop. The river or the turn comes up with something to match our pocket aces, I think we might be cooked. It's a shame we haven't managed to score a goal in this game. Rare Holy milkshakes. Do you know what? Yes. After this game. Fuck it, why not? I'll make myself a protein shake on stream instead. There's going to be a lot of shaking involved in that. Shoot from distance. Again, it's like... to what end? Shooting from distance doesn't mean you're going to score it. Just most of the time doesn't even mean you shoot. A lot of the time when you stick it on shoot on sight, you don't actually shoot that often. What a song indeed. Story of the year. They're back again as well. A couple of new albums. Still not as good as the old stuff, but lovely some story of the year. Yeah, Jens does shoot. Part of the reason the tactic is set up the way it is so that it basically draws the players towards the 6-yard box with the idea that there's always usually a central midfielder like a Jens, or Obradovic sometimes, sat on the edge to take those long-range shots because we've got a guy that can actually do it. The problem with your shooting on sight and you're very attacking is that it basically makes players that aren't designed for that shoot from distance. So you sort of just give the ball away loads and end up with a load of set pieces for your opponents for the rest of the game. That's why I never use very attacking and only ever use attacking, because the higher risks just unfortunately come. Although, I might switch to very attacking now just because it does trigger the goalkeeper thing. I wish there was a way you could turn that on without it, but it does trigger your goalkeeper to come up for corners if you get one. The downside is that you will end up shooting from way too far out. But, hey, you take what you can get, right? Job's done okay off the bench. Tomashevic has kind of settled in. I don't think we quite have the squad depth to make that game-changing moment off the bench in these games either. Like, our first 11 can compete with a team like Newcastle, but the rest of the team isn't probably quite there yet. Never mind! Right then, back in it. Duru, Wisła 1, Newcastle 2. Okay, it's on. Our keeper has not had the best day, admittedly, although it's not really his fault. This is nice from Fila. He finally does the defender and looks up for the chance. Let's go. Oh, Duru was off the bench, yeah. Duru came on for Catalar and then I swapped them over so that Fila went to the left-hand side instead. Right, great news. Oh, look at that little quality. Right. It's going to make it look even worse when we inevitably lose this 2-1 now, isn't it? Because we now really have been the better side. The second goal is going to be super difficult to get. It's the kind of game where if this was a game that wasn't on full match... What is he doing? By the way, that right there is very attacking. That shit there. That's what happens. And that's why I don't like it. Because he was shooting there. Like, that's what irks me about very attacking as a mentality. Because it does that. Because in his mind, he's taking a risk. But unfortunately, at least the thing... Oh, hello. We'll probably lose 3-1 now, but that's okay. Yeah, it's the kind of game where if this wasn't a full match, there would be no more highlights, unfortunately. Come on, win it. Yes, nice. Right, get it forward now, lads. Jens is a bit tired, but all Jens has to do is stand on the edge of the box at this stage. He doesn't need to do anything silly. Just needs to get in there. That's fine. Peña's dropped back. How's Peña really done? He's not got the best body language either, which is a little frustrating. I wouldn't mind getting a corner or something, just so we could get the keeper up. Because I've never actually seen that for the team I'm managing. Just because, you know, it just needs to be a toggle, really. We're being reasonably patient still. But that's a nice ball. Come on. Take it past him. It's a corner. Right, keeper. Let's go. Show me that goalkeeper, baby. Yes, he's up! David De Campo's up from a corner. Wait, we take short corners. This could not end well. Although... Wait, please shoot. Peña, what are you doing? Shoot the ball. On that occasion, shoot the ball. Was the high risk not shooting? Oh. Fucking hell. I hate those like borderline penalties that like clearly aren't penalties because they actually have got the ball. Ah, man. De Campo's like, you made me walk all the way up here to not do anything with it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Imagine if we did find an equaliser now. Oh, wow, he's a bit aggressive there. Come on. Blocked well, but now Newcastle's going to hold it. Yeah, it's... I wonder if it's because the game still thinks you're in a set play. It's the same way that you get done through second phases of set pieces. Defenders and attackers behave really weirdly for a good amount of time and after the set piece happens. And I wonder if it kind of throws out the window some of the risk instructions. Obviously, the goalkeeper comes up, but it seems to ignore it after that. Because you think on very attacking, they would just lump it into the box probably. Not that I'd want them to. That would be really bad. How have we already lost 2 minutes? We've basically got 2 minutes to go. One more little opening, maybe. Did the keeper really need to kick that? Oh, no! What are you doing? He's done so well off the bench, but it's things like... we were pushed up very, very high on them. Is what I will say. Almost, I was thinking, oh, if I make a little tweak to go like the Plymouth tactic I use, but it's too late, because by the time I've made the change, there wouldn't be any time for it to play. Yeah. I mean, they need to get rid of that entirely, Hamburger, because that's why so many second phase of set-piece goals happened. Because the team stands there as if they're defending a corner when the ball is now completely in play. I think that's also why short corners can be quite powerful. Then again, I think it's more that long corners are just so underpowered that it's utterly pointless to use them. Tomashevic! Please, shoot the ball! Oh. To be fair, he's got his back to goal though. That's not easy. Ah. Like, Tomashevic tried to play the pass. He played it to the right man. But then he had his back to goal. We've got 30 seconds. Get it forward, lads. Or kick it straight out of play. Ah! The additional height of Shokri's done us a bit of a favour there. Right, Peña. Options. Feeler. Back to Peña. It's a foul. We've got a chance. Keeper up in the 90s. Does the keeper come up for these? Yeah, he was never going to get a shot through there, in fairness. I can't be too annoyed at him. Right, Dura takes it short. Oh, that's offside, surely. We gave it our best shot. We actually did bloody well in that game. I'm impressed with the lads. Ah. You can't do much more than that. Like, we played well enough. Had the chances. Didn't take them. It goes like that sometimes. It shows that we can compete at the highest level. We did better than Jagiellonia. Ah. For the jobs. Do you know what? I think they might forgive me. It was a very good run. Ah. They could offer any magic. He stops being interested in decline the loan. Ah! That happens when you're trying to loan players out as well, I find. We were definitely the better team on the night, but those early chances cost us. The mistake from Luis Eduardo and then the corner goal. Be better. Next year, we'll definitely not be in a final next year because we'll be in the Champions League group stages. Oh, I mean, do you know what? No, I appreciate that level of positivity. We will be in a final next year. It'll be the Champions League final. No Newcastle shirt underneath this, sadly. Just another Fulham shirt. For a full league game? No, but we are going to be paying attention to this final league game. I might watch it on Dynamic because the league final day has a lot on the line, as we could potentially lose two of like our European teams. Sorry, two more of our European teams, because Lech Poznan, Legia, and Rakov could all get relegated on the final day. Well, not all of them, two of them. Hopefully they don't, but... And the other thing I worked out as well, Legia won the cup, which means there's a chance that they could be playing in the Europa League next year from the second division. That would never happen. Not that Wisła definitely didn't do that at one point. Ah, Christ. It's not great. Oh, mate, Mithro, we were talking about this earlier. I think it's dumb as all hell. Octotrack. Well, we can't let the... much like a documentarian, we can't involve ourselves in the system. Yeah, Jagiellonia are gone. They're cooked. Officially relegated. Took the chances. True. I mean, it is, but I guess it just defines what you mean by better team. If you mean the better team because they won the game, then every team that's ever won a match is the better team no matter what, and I feel like it is a bit deeper than that. Did we create more than them? Yes. Should we have scored more of them than them? Probably, but we didn't, ultimately. It's one of those philosophical debates. We hope for Legia to lose. Yeah, I guess so. Rodrigo's fitness update. I mean... He's just tired, to be fair. But you can sort of see now that they're both kind of capped out. Like, they're actually good players. But I think he lacks the aggression. And he hasn't got any more ceiling. I think that's the problem with both him and Eduardo. They're goodish now, but they're never going to get any better. And that's where we need to make those changes. To have players come in. When did he get a mustache too, by the way? It's insane. Right. I'm going to have a quick pee... Not a quick pee break. I'm going to go quickly grab myself a protein shake. So we can get some... good shit in your boy, and we're back in a moment. Don't worry, I've got a whiz quiz. You know what to do. Where's the button gone? There it is. Back in a sec, friends. It was indeed Joe Hodge. This... Oh, no, actually, wait. Was it Matt? I think it was. No, was it Matt's something? I don't know. I think it was Joe Hodge. This is a lovely piece of music, by the way. I was just listening to this in the kitchen. The sun shining through the window. And making my... Sorry, wrong way. Forgive me. Oh. It's just a great vibe, isn't it? I feel like saxophone just adds so much to pretty much anything it's included in, no? It's just a good instrument to have. So yeah, exclamation mark holy, and you can get some. I've gone for the vanilla today, along with my protein powder, which shall remain unnamed, because they're not sponsoring me, and Holy are. Yes, it is Newcastle's, and that's why I've heard it so much. It just works, doesn't it? It makes me think of St. James's Park. It's just a good song. A lot of clubs actually have. Like, I quite like Everton's one as well. Is it Zcars? Zcars? Yeah, that's Everton's one, right? I do like that as a song too. The seed is in the club. Yes, good shout. We'll do that now. While I drink my... Oh, okay. I was actually having a look at this yesterday. So I want to get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. And that should show everybody. So just looking down, obviously Aranda's a striker, which is okay. He's a goalkeeper. He's an AM. Wow, he's a good one too. Ramadan. But then you've got these three here, who I would say are objectively better than our current centre-backs. Now, obviously, I'm not going to recall them. And as it happens... It's these two, really. It's Krauser and Facone. that are the two that really stand out to me. That being said, he may come back anyway if Rakov get relegated, because I don't know when his contract is. No, he's got an extra year on his contract there, so he wouldn't come back. The French one's very good, and then there's also this guy who I haven't looked at for a while. In fact, when does his contract expire? Also next summer. Not as good in the air, but he's, oh my god, he's good technically. Did he actually? Like, because I think they're better than some of... Didn't Spurs used to come out to... Was it Duel of the Fates? The Star Wars one from... I can't remember the movie exactly. That was always good. Good news, bad news. Ah. Good news, no more therapy. That's... Ah. But surely that is still a... Is that considered a positive sort of step, though, Rob, crucially? Yeah, he's very good, isn't he? Why not bring them back if we need them, though? Because we don't. As always, it's a balance of... Would he be better than our current centre-back for us? Yes. Is he doing more good out on loan than he would be for us? Also, yes. Far better. Is he? 16, 17, 17. 17, 15, 16. They're both very good for different reasons, I think. Facone does have much better mentors. He's also a year older than him as well. They're both just excellent players, to be honest. Only light-hearted personality, but seems to have developed quite nicely. Is it the first prequel film? Wow. That feels like age. I mean, it wasn't it? Like, what, 2001 or something? Yeah, they probably are. Either way, they're still both very fucking good. Better for corners. 14 jumping reach. Yeah, we do kind of want to be defending them a bit better, don't we? And third. It's one jumping reach in it. Like, it's minimal. Hasmir should be in here as well. You're right. There he is, down there. Still has to do his PA as well. It's because this is sort of by CA, bear in mind. So Gebler is a bit different. He's just more of a I am in the air, but way less good technically. Small increase in the dose medication. Well, I mean, hopefully that works out for you, Rob, right? That's the main thing. But, I mean, the question is actually really, how do you feel about that, right? Hello, Dr. Dicebones. What a great name. Thank you for joining us. Don't worry, we'll get to the Harrow Bishop Ultras in just 1 second. Just wanted to sort of do this little analysis of what we have out there. Gebler is on loan at Piast, so he's also got a 2-year loan too. And I don't think he'll be wanting to come back anytime soon. Middle of the back 3, but he can't play DM and isn't very good at passing, so he isn't really very good for the way we use a back 3 at least, anyway. So much better. I don't know about that. Like, Eduardo... These are his attributes now. When we first got him, he wasn't that much worse than this. So at the time, 4-star CA, absolutely goated, but he clearly didn't have a lot of more ceiling to go into, right? To vent about the freaking game. Well, careful with that. Depends what the venting is, I suppose. But welcome in, my friend. Why did they send it at 3 a.m. though, Andrew? That's the craziest thing, right? Like, I think they would be better than Eduardo, based on what I'm seeing now. Abdullahi is worth looking at too, though, while we're here, because Rodriguez is his teammate, who's definitely better technically, but they're both quite low on aggression. Yeah, no, don't worry, I'm not going to. Like, the only way that... Basically, my rule is if they're out on loan, they only come back if they come back. I don't recall them, because... The value of having a player of that quality on loan in a building a nation is unbelievably important, because we will find other players like that. We just have to take the time to find them. Go on then, Dr. Dice, drop it in chat. If you've got some Gyatso links or something, you can drop them in. How's Ferg doing? And there's Jose Rivas as well. I completely forgot about Rivas. He was another guy we signed around that similar sort of time, ironically, to be a centre-back replacement, and we found a loan, a Serbian unit. There was a guy I was looking at. He ended up signing for Spurs in the end. For like 1.7 million. He was at Chukwuritski. He was very good, but unfortunately we couldn't quite get him. And then Hasmir's the other one, who isn't as good, but he's very good mentally. Despite only being 5'11", he does have really decent jumping reach for that height profile at least. But of course he's another one that's on loan. But you can sort of see that beyond that, you've got Sidibe as well, who's also on loan at Pogon, who are doing quite well. He's not as good. Finished season 56-man squad. Oh, no, just go to the loans. Straight into the loan farm, basically. That's my logic is if they're not playing and you can get them a loan, get them out in the loan farm. It's what we do. Let's have a look. Right. So, life after 4 seasons. Oh! It's one of these things where in this situation, I would simply just say to you, keep at it, because the thing about XG is it's supposed to be a long-term metric, right? You might have a whole season where it goes like this and it will be bad, but that means you're creating chances. And that's the biggest and most difficult thing to do, right? Now, perhaps I would look into maybe the goalkeeper. Maybe improving between the sticks could help on one side of the coin. But it sounds like, it looks like tactically you're doing the right thing. Statistically, it can't really continue like that. So I would actually say don't lose faith. Stick with it, and you'll probably find that it will turn around quite nicely. They got knocked out, unfortunately, Kima. But I can't remember which one went the furthest, actually, as it happens. So yeah, there's definitely options out on loan. Not the one I'm bringing them back, but... And then the last player that we currently have at the club is Abdullahi, who actually, now that I look at him a bit more, he got dropped out of the team because for some reason he simply wasn't performing in games. But I think that actually... what we've missed with Abdullahi being not present anymore is a lack of aerial thump from defending corners and just winning those loose balls. And I do think that might have helped us in that final, perhaps. Players aren't... it's not always just a question of players, right? It can just be statistics, right? I think sometimes you can... One thing that would be good to look at, actually, is who is having that XG, right? How to keep your best players. I think you should be fine. I mean, if they've got contracts, ultimately, they can't force you to sell them. He's very good. He's more limited on the ball, which I think might be where he gets into trouble a little bit. Don't look as good anymore. I'd say he's probably better than I last thought he was, actually. I think the issue is when he ends up playing... When he has to pass the ball a bit too much, he does give it away a bit, and that does tend to... Maybe that's what it was. He was getting misplaced passes, which the game was punishing him for more than it would do other mistakes, perhaps. So, I mean, ultimately, we're going to have to look for a new one anyway. But I don't think it's quite as cut and dry. And I think Abdullahi actually now will come back in a little bit more. No worries, Dr. Dice. That's what I would probably suggest doing, is look at your goalkeeper and see if maybe he's underperforming. Because sometimes it can be due to that, and that can make a huge difference. Then, take a look at who's actually generating your XG and look at this particular metric, the XG OP. That's the crucial stat. For the situation you're in, at least, anyway. So if I just look at ours, for our first team, at least, you can see that people like Jens Kjørtedal massively overperforming. That's what you want to see. Or, I mean, that's the dream. But really, if they're all in this sort of range, you're absolutely fine. What you'll notice, though, is you'll absolutely have to have some players that are more down like here. And it's a question of who is it, what position are they playing, and why might they be doing that? Forced completion of a new stadium. I don't believe there is, no. Pick up a hammer, get involved, man. All this whining about the stadium not being done, why don't you help them? Jeez. Anyway, it's time to celebrate our defeat with the Harrow Bishop Ultras. I almost hate that we scored a goal in that game. It makes it much worse that we lost. Where's my Harrow Bishop Ultras battle? Chat, you know what to do. I'm going to finish some more of my protein shake while we have a lovely bit of Harrow Bishopry. And then we've got the much crazier than expected final day coming up. Let's go.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
And I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Danhard is another... He's actually a centre-back that we signed this season to give us more depth there, but we just didn't really do a very good job with a lot of those signings in the end. Where is he? Just sort of move him around a little bit. He's sort of in this little bit here, isn't he? There he is. He's good as well. He's... Actually, wow, he's worth a lot more than he was before. Holy shit. Again, it's that low aggression that I do not like. He does have high professionalism, though. The issue for me is that he's 22. That's a very large gap between CA and PA at 22. And he's quite injury prone, which is just... They do get headers from corners. Now, ours don't very often because, of course, we don't take long corners, essentially. We play short corners all the time, which is why you won't see a lot of XG on any of our centre-backs particularly. You'll see, not Seaman Bank, because technically Seaman Bank isn't even a centre-back. He's only a centre-back out of possession. So, but like Eduardo, 0.99 over a full season of 42 starts. He's not even got a full XG's worth. And he actually has scored a goal, incredibly, which actually was a goal in a 1-1 draw against Piaskowitza. If he was 20... Oh, no, I'm not saying I won't try him. He'll get involved. It's just going to be a tough ask to get much progression out of him at this stage. Because he's one of those players that will probably turn 23 and then he'll suddenly see his PA just disappear, in a way. Stands inside the goal until someone passes it back to the DM and shoots from 20. That is definitely a thing that can happen. And we do still see that sometimes. Usually that happens for us more in games where a team is just giving us the ball. So we have sometimes games where we have over 70% possession. You do sometimes see a bit more of that in those games. When it's a bit more even or close to 60, there's more transitional space, basically. And I find that's where we're actually sometimes at our best, is in the transitions. What I want to do... Holy white... Ooh. Okay, good shout. I do have some of that somewhere. I need to check on that one. Looks abysmal, makes no sense. A player has 15 finishing compared to 2 extra. But it isn't always about that, because those things obviously matter. And this is why it isn't as simple as just get better players, which is why I would always advise against just that being the answer. It sometimes can be the answer. It could be a PPM the player has. Do they have any shooting traits, perhaps? It could also be down to things like, are they having a lot of XG, or are they having a lot of shots that are then equaling a lot of XG? Because they may be shooting from places you don't want them to be shooting from. Now, statistically, they'll still score some, but it might not be the types of chances you want to create. Your play reports. I believe it's our DOF now, because we had our goalkeeping coach doing it last stream and realised that he was giving us terrible information. So I believe our DOF, who has really good judging CA and PA, is now in charge of that. If that's what you mean. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to... Oh, actually, if you're over from the recaps, you won't have seen any of this sort of stuff yet if you're not a regular stream viewer. Enjoy this next bit. So basically, transfer room in, obviously, we love a bit of transfer room in because I'm going to set some up for centre-backs and various other things in a moment. But what I'm going to do before that is... Chat like, I know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to run the macro. Yes, he is. Right, where is it? So I might have accidentally, on purpose, definitely, figured out a way to automate the creation of transfer room in. Those of you that are regulars already know this. Right, where's my button? Hopefully this works. F8. This is where the skins just randomly tweak something slightly. And it won't allow me to do it. Cheetah, I know! Cheetah, pumpkin eater. So what it's doing now is it's going to go through and create, I think it's like 40 transfer room in requests that match the exact requirements I normally use. The plan is, which I obviously work on this when I get back from Poland, I'm going to build a UI that you can plug in what you want to it, and it will spit out an auto hotkey script that you can run that will do the same thing for you. Because the problem with this normally is how tedious this is to set up, and having to do it multiple times a season, it's a pain in the arse. So being able to press a button and just let it do it itself, provided you're always wanting to do the same setup, it should work quite nicely. Things I'd have to consider are things like, you know, text scaling, resolutions and stuff, but that's all math, thankfully, because this is all done using coordinates. There's no fancy nonsense in this one. In fact, I'm a little bit worried that the change to the skin might have broken my auto loan extension script, because I believe that the font has changed. So we'll just let those set themselves up for a little bit, because I do want to have a look for some centre-backs today if we can. I mean, we will be in general this summer. So cut to us signing loads of number 10s and strikers, because that's apparently all they're able to find when they do these setups.
Oh my God!
Zappia counter. Oh my God!
Just see the most insane goal!
HHHHHBBBBB to you and Pog. Have some
Thank you, my friend.
pierogi and vodka on the house. Enjoy Kraków.
I will. It's going to be great. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you, my friend. But yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, we there's actually a stall that we go to in the market sometimes called Zappia Kanka. Pog has had some stuff there in the past. I think she quite liked it, rather. The 2 wingbacks we get. To be fair, I'd settle for any wingbacks appearing in these. They're usually pretty sparse on the ground, to be clear. Like, to be clear, I don't know why I said it like that. Oh, dear. It's going to be nice. Provided nothing goes wrong with the travel days and stuff, it's going to be good. Try cracking one. Oh, I intend to, mate. Hopefully Pog's birthday present actually arrives at my parents while we're in Poland. Otherwise, well, I'll just have to get it sent to him, won't I? Pale prediction, good point. I can't actually touch the mouse at the moment because of the fact that because it's auto hotkey, it's using my mouse. So if I touch my mouse in any way, it's obviously going to move the mouse around and remove it from things. X-Marion, thank you very much for the follow. It's nearly done. Yes, Pog and I have the same birthday, incredibly, and that's obviously Saturday, but we're sort of celebrating it today in a way because obviously there won't be a stream this weekend because we're not here. So we turned this into was going to be a celebration of a European trophy win, and now it's just not. But that's okay. We're going to celebrate finding the best centre-back in the history of the world. We might, do you know what we should do? Some role scouting. How do I install this auto thing? The thing you're actually looking for is called auto hotkey, but auto hotkey is just a piece of software. It's not actually going to make that happen. That is a script that is then put into auto hotkey that then does that, basically. Go for. So we're going tomorrow to Katowice and then getting the train up to Kraków, and then we're getting the train back to Katowice on Monday and then flying back Monday night. So I'll be back on Tuesday. We're only going for the weekend. But luckily, because the flight back on Monday is so late, we get a whole day there as well, which is kind of cool. Script accessible. There'd be no point in me. If I gave you this script, it would only work if you had the exact same setup as me and wanted to set up the exact same reports. So that's not really, there's no point in that. But what I am going to try and do is build a UI, a piece of software that will basically allow you to tell it what you want and it will build the script for you. That's the hope. But that's going to take me some time to figure out how to exactly do that. And then it will spit out a script that you can then run like this. That's my hope. But I'm just more of a testing a theory right now. I've also got one that does the loan extensions too, which we'll be seeing if that works later. Because I'm not convinced it's going to. Cheese roll, it probably would, you know. I forgot about that. I didn't even download it. I know, part-time streamer. 50 there. Yeah, it's about that amount. I don't think I did goalkeeper ones with this, do I? No, I tend to leave out goalkeeper ones. They're a bit of a pain in the ass to set up. Like, it's part of the plan, Axelade, but it's going to require a bit more. So if you ran this on your computer, it most likely wouldn't work, or it would, if it did, would only create you the exact things that I currently use. Wouldn't even notice. No, I have terrible internet, as we know, Andrew. Fucking Virgin Media. It's like the time when I tried to upload a file on stream to Holly one time, back in the day, and my entire stream crashed, because for some reason I thought that would be a good idea. View so much outside. I wasn't planning to be honest. I am planning to get a shirt, though, for sure. Right. That's done. Which was lovely and fast. Now, what was it I was going to use with my mouse? Pay out the predictions. Will we win the fight? Oh, a lot of you. Oh, there's a lot of points. Oh my god, that's so many points. I appreciate the faith you showed. Right. Unfortunately, no, we will not win the Europa League. Yet. Our time will come. Well, actually, probably not. I think that's, unfortunately, likely our last chance to win the Europa League. One thing I will do, though, is check on 118k. Jesus Christ. That's a good amount. Okay, let me find Europe again. Just so I can show you how far England are clear, because I can't remember the exact amount, but it was a lot. But, hey, sometimes lack of faith can work out great for you. Yeah, they've got 31 points this year. So they're actually, I tell a lie, they're actually 55 points clear. I was wrong. Exactly usual suspect. The very question I asked myself. In fairness, they rarely ever have any issues. That's the first time I've actually had any kind of proper stream loss because of it. But the sort of concertina effect of that was that I ended up doing back-to-back 13-hour days to get the video that you saw this morning out. But hey, it works. 19.3. Yes, ours will. England might still gain more points because they're in 2 finals still. A cheater and a liar. I know. Losing European final. Not in building a nation saves. That would be really silly. That's only Yorkcastle icons. Great season, though. Back-to-back incredible years. We're up to 71 points, which puts us into 7th place. Like, we actually gained 14 points over last season. Because, unfortunately, in 26, it doesn't actually show you the season you're erasing. So there's a year here that we're erasing. But you see here that we go from 57 to... We gained 14 points in total this year on where we were. So we go above the Netherlands, above Turkey, into 7th very soon, which doesn't actually get you a lot of advantages. There's like a slight advantage in the Europa League, I think, where one team goes into the group stage instead. I think Poland starts at 14 or 15. So... And our first couple of years in Europe were kind of just treading water and catching up. But we've actually, considering we're in Season 6, to already be top 7 and right on the coattails of France and Portugal with some more bad years to come. 11 in real life. Oh, really? I think they'd fallen a couple of years. Yeah, we were right in this little category of teams now. Which is all we can ask for. Yeah, Norway had a couple of really good years and then slipped off like crazy. Belgium were doing really badly, had one good year and now been back to being really bad again. Croatia, on the other hand, creeping up a little bit now, finally. We're definitely making the right kind of progress. And weirdly, it feels like no matter who we have in Europe, they always seem to do something. Hardcore ban rule. I think that would kind of defeat the point. I know you're really joking, but like, if you did that, you'd end up taking so long with it. Because think of how the loan farm would just get completely decimated every time that happened. Absolutely horrendous at the moment. Which team might that be, Shawnee? I'm curious now. Unfortunately, Anton, we lost 2-1. We were the better side. Very good. We played really, really well. But 2 early goals from Newcastle, 1 from a mistake, 1 from a set piece, absolutely cooked us. Women's team we do in Europe. I don't know, actually. I mean, we could. The one way to look is just to look at the club coefficients. Because this only shows the women's teams. Not the club one, sorry. Oh, dear. It's not looking good, although I'm not convinced this is even correct. 1 point, that doesn't seem right. I'm not sure if this is even tracking it properly. Not keeping up. No, Abdullahi's keeping up. It's Eduardo and Rodriguez that I'm unsure about. I'm actually now more convinced that Abdullahi was the right choice in the first place. But yeah, centre-back is definitely a priority, though, for sure. Not that it wasn't before. We just didn't really find anybody. That was the problem. It wasn't like we weren't looking. We just couldn't really see a guy that did the thing. Why are Spain always producing all these incredible strikers and number 10s that we're always finding, but no centre-backs? March 9th. Okay, good. That means I'm back then. Oh, that screen doesn't work. That screen only ever shows... Oh, that screen works. Sorry, yeah, my bad. That screen does. It's the current year one that only ever shows the women's things. I don't think he's going to go away. I just think that he might get moved down the pecking order. Ultimately, him becoming a backup is actually probably pretty solid for us. It's just I don't think he's quite got the quality to start. In it, Flute. I'm surprised that they didn't fix that, considering it's been a bug for a couple of changes now. At least the underlying code is fine, right? That's true, because that is Tuesday. We may have to go vanilla for a stream. Terrible times. Oh, is this the... Wow, look at it. Look at you. Great minds and all that. Okay, let's see. Monday 9th. Monday launch is kind of intriguing, actually. I suppose it gives them the whole week if there's any huge issues. Transfer window update. Current... Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So, change log. 5 billion database changes. Updated licensed. Okay, sure. Who's using that anyway? Crash and stability fixes. Go no longer soft locks. Responsiveness, sure. User interface is right. Oh. Thank you, SI. Tremendous. Oh. That is just... Yes, that's what that screen should look like. Thank you. That's perfect. That looks so much like F24 as well. Like, that's much, much more like it. There's no reason that needed to be a fucking card. No, it's actually... Oh, yeah, good point. They have a DOF. Almost every club in FM has a DOF, generally speaking. So you probably... Most clubs you'll have to work with one at some point. It just depends on what they're assigned to do a lot of the time. That's useful. If this is dynamic and as you say it moves around too, that'd be great. You imagine they put like a little scroll bar in each one. That's a very SI thing to do at this stage, wouldn't it? Right, let's see. Show fixtures and results screen. Hey! Nice! Good. So what this is... Do you remember the screen that you'd get the day of the match? And then afterwards, when it was competitions you were involved in? Thank you! That's the sort of shit that keeps you engaged and immersed in a game world. It's one of the steps that's needed to be taken. It's not all of them, but it's one of them. The text above it. Redesign fixtures and results page. Or this one here. Oh, that one. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, it's weird that it isn't an option, but... Sorry, that it is an option. That's fine. Just having it as well. I actually don't mind things being brought in as options, to be honest. The fact that they're even adding them as options is kind of okay. Recruitment of staff. That's odd. But you can just usually delegate that away. You can just take control of those things yourself. Default, they usually aren't. Actually, that was, wasn't it? Because remember when you couldn't use the spacebar as a continue button? This is how far we've come. Do you remember the dark days when that was a thing, that you couldn't use the spacebar to navigate? Mad. Yeah, that's a legacy, yeah. There's a reason why it was a legacy. Sometimes tradition is actually quite good. Like... We've replaced Christmas now. We're going to bring in a new holiday. It's called Sploobalaba. But unfortunately, you get beaten with a stick. I'll be like, maybe let's go trad on that one. Is Northampton. Oh, wow. Okay. They started the season really well, didn't they? I saw a clip the other day of a guy complaining on TikTok, actually, that they were like 1 point off the playoffs, I think, at one stage, and now we're in the rally zone. What's happened? So what's this next one? Users now able to view Tactics Visualizer from the Team Shape tab. Forgive my stupidity. I'm not sure I totally understand what that means. Oh, this thing here. Okay, that's useful for building tactics, to be fair. Happy Schnooper Bar. Actually, Schnooper Bar isn't until October. It's right next to St. Crispy's Day. Flute. The biggest issue is that finding things. However, if you were to install a skin like the Mr. Teeny one, that would probably ease that burden somewhat. I must admit, like, part of the reason I've sort of got a lot of it's coming from getting used to it, right? Whereas a stick holiday celebrate, oh, and you like to know. You naughty man. That one Battalion. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, man. Devless. I don't think that's ever going to come back, unfortunately. I wish it did now, actually. I'm missing it more and more from the lone rejections element of things. Sorry, forgive me. Fix an issue causing opposition formation visuals to incorrectly. Sure. Club profiles and best 11 tabs to the world. Oh, wait. Okay, fine. Quick pick will no longer include players who aren't in the first team unless you have a filter selected. Just bring back selection advice. Bring back the thing that allows me to set what is included in the quick pick. Do you remember? You could set like specific requirements for the quick pick, and it would pick the team based on that. So it had to be like certain levels of fitness, squad status, all that sort of shit. Just bring that back. That would be great. Hide players option no longer feels. Oh, yes! Okay, that is genuinely brilliant. One of my most annoying things is when you're trying to hide unavailable players and it hides empty slots so you don't think there's a slot there. And you've got to look down the sub numbers to see if there's one missing. Thank you. That's really good. Tactic name no longer overlaps with... Fine. Opposition instruction screen will now default to predicted lineup instead of... Good, as it should do. Player listed and squad registration screens are now sorted by position by... Okay. Usually I filter by CA on that one, but hey, who cares? I could just filter it. Sort the personality column on the squad page. Wait, could you not? Wow, I've never tried to do that, I guess. Prominence of AI manager sacking is being shown on the news screen. Good. Just anything that increases the prominence of something from Game World being shown to you. The more of that, the better. Unavailable players in the squad. I don't know. There just needs to be a better system for that. Where were we? You can now sort... Oh, no, we did that. Sort players on squad number. Fine. Resolve an issue where... Oh, yeah, forgot you can't do that. Duplicate a spoken language course, hierarchy induction pyramid, blah, blah, blah. Transfers were cancelled due to work permit issues. Director of football signed players that were recently on trial with the club. I haven't really seen much of that. Dynamic aging, nice. That's going to be brilliant. Does that mean we're going to start seeing less 14-year-old new gens with giant moustaches and beards? Ah. Welcome in, my friend. Thank you for choosing now to stop over and join us. We were just looking through the patch notes for the new version of FM that's coming out next week. It's quite a good time to join, actually. Welcome aboard. That's very kind of you to say. Welcome to the thing where it's the same as the videos. I just swear a lot more, and I'm not wearing trousers. Why did I just share that? Matt, you just drive new people away. I just can't imagine why you do it. Anyway. Distorted models appearing... Rare issue causing the weather to snow during matches played in Saudi Arabia. Wait, kit editor? Oh, I remember that. Dynamic aging for real players would be very funny. I want to see one that just simply says no moustaches. Yeah, they'll import the snow. Pitch heating, various crashes, flamboyancy. Ooh. Okay. Oh, wow, there's loads. Oh, this is just rule changes, isn't it? Fair enough. Good that they're... Wow, okay. To be fair, the fact that they're paying that level of attention to these things is good. So the kind of things you'd expect from a winter update, to be fair. Anything else at the bottom? I'm okay with that. Like, that's some good stuff. Some of the images they've released there, which presumably the more polished elements, really excited by some of those things. Plus, I feel like some of these things is also going to open up more possibilities for skinning. Because I feel like a lot of it has been limited by the way the game shows data. And the more they open it up like that, the easier it will be for Mr. Teeny and... et al. To fix it or make it even more like what we're looking for, you know? Ski resort, I guess. It's like people forget there's a ski resort in Scotland, is there not? I watched that All the Gear video where they went there and that. That's decent. We have looked at Oscar. He's going to be in the second tier next season. That one, probably not. Penalty shoot at certain competitions. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing, but I've not really been in a lot of penalty shootouts, and I have heard from people that that is a massive problem, to be fair. So I'm glad that that was fixed, because that did seem like a proper pressing issue. Right, I keep typing in Sven's hens instead of Sven. Is he still there? You're damn right he is. How are they getting on? Ooh, looks like a mid-table finish this year. Wait, did they not get promoted? Their season might not have finished, in fairness. Let's see. Oh no, they are going to get promoted most likely. They've got one game to go. Unless they lose it, they're probably going to be all right. Making the most of 9 non-homegrown players in Norway. Unfortunately, they've changed the rules a little bit since I was managing in Norway. But the problem you have in Norway is that you have to, unless they've changed it, you have to register all of your players at the start of the season. So it becomes really difficult to... pick youth players at the start of the year that you're going to want to have in your squad. You can't just bring them in at any old time because they're too young, or because they, you know, they can be too young to be registered. That was the biggest issue I had in Norway. So, I mean, ultimately, my biggest advice at this stage is just transfer room in is the absolute king. It is the most effective transfer system in the save. None of my scouting methods have found me anywhere near as many players as transfer room in does. Obviously, you have to set it up the right way, so that in itself is a method. But the majority of the very best players we've managed to sign in this save have come from that, with a few exceptions in there. It's, yeah. Has the correct date? Wait, what was... Oh! Interesting. Wait, was there Poland changes? Polish FA Cup. Oh, that was the only change. So what is the correct date? Because we had to play the cup final in between our two semi-finals against Brighton. Regular sex for transfer in. Basically, the things that I use, I have a whole video going about this, but essentially the ones I automated earlier, I make one for every single position and role I'm using, firstly. But I do one for every single squad status as well for that position. Now, I'm targeting younger players, so I have the senior squad statuses set to max out at 21. And then anyone that's a youth status, a youngster, future prospect, or breakthrough prospect, I set that to any because it doesn't actually matter at that stage, because you won't ever find any older players than that have these statuses because it's a youth status. But the crucial thing is, make sure you set a playing time. If you don't set playing times on transfer room in, the results just do not work anywhere near as well. That was the crucial thing I found, was that you had to give them a playing time. So it uses your scouting knowledge to find the players. So which nations you have the most scouting knowledge of, those are the ones that you're going to see prevalently represented. I actually tested this as well. It's one of the things I found out in my newer video that I'm working on at the moment. So if you have a load of knowledge of Nigeria for some reason, you're going to see way more Nigerian players in here. But if you then switch that out and get a load of knowledge of Hungary or something, you will suddenly see loads more Hungarian players. That's why ours is so varied, because we have such broad knowledge. But that's basically the way it works. And also, it's crucial to remember that your director of football is the one getting the reports. So if your director of football is not good at judging PA or CA, you may get slightly more ineffectual data in them. Although I must admit, the guys he's found us lately have been kind of gash. Yeah, not scouting range. Scouting range still matters, of course, but I don't think it matters anywhere near as much. The patch notes, yeah, I'll just put it in my chat myself, actually. So I've still got it up on my other screen. There you go. I have, that was Rennie that posted that, right? I have had a little dick about with that. Now that there was a Google Sheets version of it as well. Better transfer room in. There's no guarantee that a journeyman save could mean that, because remember, it's just about whatever club you are managing. So if you're in the Belgian third tier, if your scouts there only have knowledge of Belgium, you're not going to get anything other than Belgium in there. Pretty much. It's when I say your scouting knowledge, I mean the club you are at, not your specific scouting knowledge, because I don't think you really accumulate that as the manager, as far as I know. So yeah, that's done. We'll progress anyway, because we've got to let those kind of accumulate. We've got a league game at the end of the week anyway. The very important league game. He sacked himself as manager. That takes a level of hubris to be like, I don't think I'm good at... Actually, wait, it's the opposite of hubris, really, isn't it? Key findings. Key findings. We was robbed, mate. Naeem wins player of the season. Oh, tell you what, right? I do wonder what could have been if Naeem had been fit to play the final. Because as good as Coffee is and as good as Shokri is, Naeem is just much better at both ends of the pitch. And I think that's really the difference in some ways. He could have made an enormous difference against Newcastle in that game. And being without him, I think it really did cost us dearly. Such a shame, because he was player of the year in both competitions. And young player of the year too. Deservedly so. Oh, player of the... Who got in there? Both John and Naeem. And Rodriguez in there, incredibly. Yeah, the values are going up a lot now that we're starting to see some quite high bids on players. So some of our guys are worth like 100 million now, which is makes me wonder if we're going to get a player value crash. Because that is, well, was I think another saves. The new Saints no longer appear as an English club. I mean, technically they are based in England, aren't they? It's Oswestry. First May weekend. Yeah, so we played our cup final on the 4th of May, actually, as it happens. Which probably would have been the first Sunday in May, right? Valley Clash in Norway. That's a good sign. I felt that we probably weren't going to have one because it's a playable league, like a default, and it's licensed as well. SI don't do a lot with the license for Poland, but they do actually have it. Also, the loanees, not the loanees, the trialies that we had didn't really get those swell of bids like we got last year. So maybe that was just a one-off random piece of luck, unfortunately. Right, Corona Kielce. Michael, it's just a good name. Particularly if he was like a surgeon or something. Save their season. I mean, maybe. But they could very well end up actually... The downside, though, to that Kima is the following. Them winning that cup now means that Radomiak probably won't get Europe unless they can overtake Pogon on the final day. Because if Legia hadn't won the cup, the 5th place team would be in Europe. But now we could be in a situation where 2 newly promoted sides are in Europe and we still don't even get Radomiak, who are the one team that actually did quite well in Europe for us this year. And Legia could be playing in Europe from the 2nd tier. So, I don't know. Not that we had a choice. Because we had to rotate for that game because it was, again, in between our European matches. Yeah, they were the Total Network Solutions team, thanks to the old... they were dancing on the streaks of Total Network Solutions tonight or whatever. Yeah, the relegation battle is awful, which is why we're going to go dynamic highlights in the final day to keep an eye on what's going on with it. Because any number of... There's 5 teams that could take those 2 spots. Either way, it could be really bad. Like, the best case scenario for us on the final day... Look, a bit more money coming in. Actually, no, before I even move off this screen, I need to make sure I extend these trials. Otherwise, I will just completely forget. Haven't had any retirements yet, though, on the old Patreon regions, which is a good sign. I've kept you guys in check so far. Best case scenario is that we lose Ruk Herzhov and Zagłębie Lubin. But it would suck for Ruk Herzhov, because that's Alex Greenwood's team, and she's done all right. Worst case scenario, probably, is that we lose Rakov and Legia. What I love as well is that Legia and Lechia, both down here, but only have -1 goal difference. It's literally like Man United and Spurs last year. Oh no, Kima, trust me, it'd be so... I mean, they're going to be playing in... They're going to be shit regardless, but it would be very fun if they were from the 2nd tier. I just worry about what it might do for Polish football in general. Jagiellonia nearly pulled themselves out of it. They got back to within 2 points of safety and then capitulated again. It's very odd. Karabakh as well. Nice. Wait, what did I hear on the radio? Forgive me. Oh yeah, that was old like fuck, what was it? It was old like Jeff Stelling or something, wasn't it? Twitch prediction for multiple outcomes. I believe you can have... Oh, let's have a look. I think you can. Or can you? Let me just see. I'll try and set one up. I don't know if there's allowed to be as many as 5. I only just wrote Pekia. You can definitely do multiple solutions than the ones I've done, but I don't know if you can go up to... Oh, up to 7. In that case, we can do it. Fuck it. The problem is... You can only pick 1. And there's 2 teams that can go down, so I don't know how we would pick the correct answer. I guess who finishes lowest? Because as far as I know, you can't have 2 right answers on them. They're safe, are they? They're 3 points above Lech Poznan. Oh, I see. Are they actually safe? How? Is it virtual with the other 2 playing each other? So points have got to go somewhere, which means that one of them would... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, because one of them would have to lose or draw, which means that they can't both overtake because there's no way that they... Yeah. Okay. So I was trying to work out in my head how that works. But yeah, but neither... There's no situation where both of them can overtake Ruk Herzhov in the same game. Yeah. In bigger than the league table? That is the league table. I can't make it any bigger than that. That is the game's representation of the league table. Trust me, I wish you could, but that is how big it shows it. So it's actually... God, that's even worse. It means one of them are going down, no matter what we do. So it's 4 teams fighting for... Yeah, if I do a poll, we can't select 2 answers and there will be 2 answers. It won't let us do that. So we could do a poll for who comes the bottom of the 4 teams, but that's the closest we'd be able to do it. If I'm transfer, who? Oh, it's the trialees. I was got scared for a second there. Nice. The weirdest thing about that is, like, Rakov got into Europe on the final day of last year at the expense of Lech Poznan. Legia were in Europe last season, and Legia, who are only a few points above that, they were in Europe too. Relegation release clause. Even if he does, we don't... He's not actually that good. 2 comes 17th. Oh yeah, 17th, sorry. Fuck it, we'll do that then. So, I could do one for who comes 17th. But I suspect we kind of already know who that's likely to be. Because I suspect it's going to be Zag. I don't know if the others are really going to be a threat to them there. But I'll give you a... We can try it. This is where everyone just puts all their money on Zaglip. And the one person that puts money on someone else ends up actually winning it. I suppose that's how odds work, really, doesn't it? Can he show matches? I mean, those are the final day games. Zag are away at Pogon. Rakov host Gornik, Žabša, and obviously Lech and Legia play each other. Which means Lech have to win. Pretty much. Second poll, but if you do 2 polls, it's just who do you put in each poll? Like. Also, you can't do 2 at the same time either. As far as I know. Can Zag stay up? Yeah. If Zag won, and then Lech and Rakov both lost, they would stay up. Because they got a 39 points then. But, I mean, if Legia won against Lech Poznan, and then Rakov lost to Gornik, and then Zag Wembia beat Pogon, then they'd stay up. It's a tough ask, but it can be done. Besides, this is a poll for who comes 17th. They could still finish 16th. There's a lot of permutations. It's great. But the other thing is we don't... Because they're not... None of them have the same points as each other. We don't know whose head-to-head is better against who either. That's the other... Bear in mind, Jag are really good in my save too. They were in the Europa League final last year. That's how disappointed I am in them for have done this. Okay. I might as well start shot crew for this game because why not? And I'm going to give Tomashevic a go too because he earned it from his performance off the bench in the final. And I'm going to start Nigel because I think this might be the last time we ever see Nigel in a Wisła shirt. And it's an opportunity for him to say goodbye to us in a way. But the rest of you, we can't dick about too much. Because this is serious business, you see. Or something. Right. This will go, the final day that will go down in history. Usually the ones that they big up the most for the final day magic are the ones that actually end up being the most disappointing. Where it just goes exactly as you expect. So we'll stick this one on. Oh, wait. Guess you can't turn it to dynamic in the middle. I'll do it to dynamic in the middle of the game. 16-year-old right back. Which 16-year-old right back? As far as I know, we didn't... The best player from our intake this year was a... Christ, who was it? I actually don't know who our best player was. It wasn't a right back, though. It was a... They were all shit. Is what I will say. Not play the match. Play which match? Everyone draws. Exactly, yeah. Oh, was it? Okay, in that case, I'll just switch when we get in the game. For some reason, I couldn't see it. Streamer blindness as per. Right. God, I forgot how yellow their damn stadium is. Do they have any low knees from us? Oh. It never stays on the screen. Oh, yeah. We did play the match, yes. But we don't want to talk about it. It didn't go very well. I feel like they could do a better graphic there. Oh, their kit is so out there. It's okay, Dan. We lost 2-1 and kind of did very, very well. But a defensive error from Luis Eduardo and then a goal from a corner soon after cooked us. And then we kept battering them down, but couldn't break through. We did actually get a goal late on from Duru, but it's one of those games that we definitely should have done better. It is a bit hot dog, isn't it? Yes! I'm going to stop calling them Corona Kielce and start calling them Las Ketchup. Who's with me? It's very yellow. Really, I should like that as a stadium, shouldn't I? It's on brand. Does it actually look like that in real life? Is it just as yellow? Oh, I didn't do dynamic. You're right. Oh, it's because it's that. I was looking here as if it was a separate thing. Absolute mustard club. Champions League qualifying to play. No, there's no Champions League qualifying anymore. Well, I say there is, but not for us, because thankfully, as a result of us going 9th last year, we get guaranteed passage to the group stage. Second Yellow Stadium? I mean, need to get a foot. Really? I was kind of hoping to go for, like, record points tally and all that jazz. But yeah, so we get straight through to the group stage this season. And in fact, we got to 7th for next year. Not that it gains us much, but it does give us guaranteed passage to the group stages of the Europa for one lucky team, which will probably end up being, I don't know, Polonia Warszawa. We are on the beach, aren't we? Nigel, you will not let this stand. Right. It's fine. I've had some Holy. We're ready to go. I've had some Cola Koala. I think I did a terrible job at explaining Holy's promo for the next week, but basically, orders over £30 as a tote bag, orders over £50, you get an entire box of Holy, and for the orders over 80, you get this thermos, I think, which is like 40 quid by itself, and it's bloody amazing. So if you've been on the fence about it, you get free shit this time around. 7 European places. It will in the sense that you get weaker teams into Europe. What I've noticed, though, is that the teams that are often qualifying for Europe, for Poland lately, have all managed to hold their own, no matter how weird or bad they are. So I actually feel more confident about it this time than I would normally do. But yeah, it will absolutely get more difficult. But then you also have the benefit of it that if they do well, then, I said do, you can gain more points overall. This is Season 6. This is the very end of Season 6. This is the final league game, where there's so much on the line still. Not for us, we're already champions, but the rest of the league have got it all to do, and it's hit Montparnasse in the face and gone in. They all count, all right? They all count. Yes, that's a great point, Thomas, actually. It's the extra teams in the Champions League. That being said, the one time that we did have a team in the Champions League that wasn't us in this save, after we'd started qualifying, they actually did better than we'd done the previous year. They still didn't do very well. It's bridging that gap is going to be crucial, because what happens obviously with you get those guys in the Champions League, which means they're then not in the conference in Europa. So there was often that sort of transition period. Yeah, we're going into Season 7. It's end of Season 6, start of Season 7. We'll do proper transfer stuff on Tuesday when I'm back from Poland, because obviously with the slight distraction of the European final today, and obviously there's no way I can do long stream today because I've got to get to my parents after stream. I think that it is possible to certainly get to second quite quickly. Oh my god, they're going to get another one. But there will need to be an English discussion at some point about what to do about them. Because turning them off is one thing. That will probably nerf them a little bit. But then it does lose us a load of context, which is annoying. It won't matter yet. But it might certainly become a factor. The thing that gives me hope on that, Thomas, is the types of players that they've been signing whilst not even being in Europe. You guys might not have seen this on stream, but in the recap video, I actually highlighted 3 lads that had been sold by Polish sides to large major European sites, all of which were worth 50, 60 million plus now. And if they could keep harvesting and recruiting in the same way, which I see no reason they wouldn't do, because obviously their recruitment budgets will improve, as will their reputation, I have quite a lot of hope that they might actually make more smart decisions in terms of recruitment. It feels like you don't have to hold their hand as much. You can still give them loanees, and that's great. And we're definitely going to. But it feels like they can do a little bit more on their own than they could in previous saves. Season 12 or so. I'd be very surprised if we got to season... Actually, 12 seasons is 6 years from now. Yeah, it could be done, actually. I would say. And that gives you so much more runway to... Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, he's offside. It does give us a lot more runway. Because with Malta, it took us so long to get to that spot that we were running out of time to actually do anything when we got there. I think we get to that spot while there's still loads of room to grow, which is
Imagine not being able to
Viking.
play SDS2 on release.
I know.
I will be, and this is why I am a true alfalfa male.
Alfalfa male? Thank you for the 71 months, Viking. It's very nice of you, my friend. Yeah, Slay the Spire 2 comes out today, doesn't it? And I can't play it until next week. I will buy it when I finish stream, though. That way I've got it sorted. I don't know how he was onside there. Yeah, I'm struggling to understand how he was onside. He looked like he was miles behind, but hey, we'll take them. Occasionally luck smiles on us today. Yostix, thank you very much for the 2 months, my friend. Oh, they come off the defender. But wait, he's in again. Oh, he's got another one. But the defender didn't play the ball, though, did he? Didn't it look like it just deflected off the defender? Surely a deflection can't rule out the offside. Ah, whatever. We take the goal. It's another assist for Hurtadal. Isn't alive. Ah, you find a way. Trust me. That's a lovely finish. Oh, is it a clearance? Yeah, this is a hell of a game. 25 minutes in and we're 3-2 up. Just as well this isn't in the replay. Loan rules. The only rules that we've got that change the stuff in Poland was that players you loan out are allowed to play against their parent club by default. Yeah, I'm very good, Tarnation. I'd be a lot better if we'd won the Europa League, but sadly we fell slightly short. Legia lead. Oh. It's one of these times where I wish we could put the latest scores on the screen in matches. Like, right. Oh, hang on. Can you? Or does it only show your game? Oh, no, it does. Wait. I just reached to drag this down. I'm an idiot. You can actually do it. Right, cool. Actually, chat, what would you prefer? Latest scores or the league table itself? So you don't have to do all the math in your head. It's 4! It's an own goal from Alisher Keniev. Scores. Okay, cool. So Legia are winning away from home. Unfortunately, the other one... Oh, Zag are losing. So with Zag... I take it the other game is the one at the very bottom. Oh, that doesn't count, does it? We don't... Yeah, the games we care about, we can see. So Lech versus... Was the Rakov game in there? Oh, no, it's just slightly off screen, annoyingly. Wait, if I scroll it up slightly, that might be enough. Yeah, Zag losing... At the moment, Lech Poznan are going down with 37 points. Oh, I think it just changed. Something definitely switched there. 2-0 to Legia. And now it won't let me scroll. Rakov are winning as well. Wait, Rakov are winning too? Yeah, I think Lech Poznan might be cooked here, friends. 2-0 to Legia. And... Oh, it's nearly 3. And Pogon... Yeah, Zag have equalised away at Pogon. But I don't know, would that be enough? No, not with Rakov winning. If Zag were to take the lead against Pogon, it could change things. But at the moment, it's looking like they're both cooked. I mean, I expected them to be last. They are much worse than the rest of them around there. 3-0 to Legia. Their new manager is quite good. So they have improved a little bit by the second... Yeah. The shirt and tie was for the final, yes. I even had a shirt laid out to change into. I just forgot. Mr. I am Viking, yeah. I'll be in Poland. I mean, I can watch it, but I don't know if Pog would be a fan of that. Okay. I love how all the interest has been on this, but our game has been utterly 103. How have they managed that with 47% possession? Wild. Right, second half's all to play for. Meanwhile, 6 goals in the first half here, which means second half will be completely dead. I'm going to yell at them for no reason. That'll G them up. You did miss the final, yes. Unfortunately, we lost 2-1 in a game where we very much deserved more from it. But gives me hope. We were the better side on the night, and mistakes and 3 post hits as well, which really didn't help. They let us have 103 passes for every defense. Yeah, so basically every time we get the ball back, they don't win it back for an 103 pass. That can't be right. Wait. Oh, good strike. Sorry, I hate the fact that it turns itself off as well. I have to wait for we're back in a highlight again to turn it back on again. But I think it's looking kind of... I think the OPPDA number gets incorrectly calculated sometimes because it just doesn't sound right. There we go. At least it remembers what one you're on. Furman, I actually don't know. I don't think so. Because what happened was, after we sold him to them, they took a couple of loanees from us and signed a load of better players. So I suspect he's been more of a bit part option this year than perhaps he'd intended when he got there. But at least he's earning $5,000 a week, which is something. Oh. Yeah, and of course, remember, Radomiak, we also really need them to win to overtake Pogon as well, because we could really do with Radomiak in Europe next year and not Pogon. Having 2 promoted sides in Europe would be a bit of a problem. I mean, it does mean Kuziemka would somehow end up back in Europe again. See you later, Viking. 2-0 to Rakov, right. Imagine if they all won, except for Lech Poznan. Yeah, with it being 2-0 to Rakov, it's looking cooked. Ball in. Oh, it's 3. No, it's not 3. It's 5-2. Montparnasse has grabbed another one. That might be his 20th of the season. Yeah, it is. Number 20. He joins a very illustrious club. I'm pretty certain that only 3 players have ever scored 20 goals in a season for this team. It's Rodado, obviously, Catalar last season, and now Montparnasse this year with his 20th goal. What a guy! But this game, I'm actually kind of glad we're watching this game in general. It's been a banger. Oh, Zaga losing. It's 2-1 to Pogon now. Which cooks them. I assume Piasta winning. Yeah, of course they are. The run they went on in the second half of the year is insane. Oh, back to 1-1 again. Might as well run some changes now. Who do I want to change? I mean, I should have started Abdullahi. That's my plan from next season. I'm going to bring him on now so he knows that next year he's my guy. Or maybe. Maybe we wouldn't commit to that just yet. Duru. Nigel. I'm going to take Nigel off. That way he can have a round of applause from the fans. It's important that he knows he's loved. Even if next year maybe he doesn't feature anywhere near as much. Or at all. And maybe as well, Ranjbar. Because he's around. Dele Alli, unfortunately, actually isn't registered in the squad at all, I don't think. It's fine. He'll be on the staff soon. It won't matter so much then. Oh, Radomiaka 3-2 with Legia. They're having a lovely old time. Yeah, 3-0 there. 3-0 there. Lech Poznan are getting relegated with 37 points. That's a lot. That is an extraordinary amount of points to get relegated within Poland. If you got relegated with 37 in the Premier League, you'd be annoyed. But Poland only plays 34 games. Like, to actually get relegated with that many, that'd be like someone getting relegated like West Ham that time with 42 or something in the Prem. They've still been shit, but that's a lot of It's 6. 6-2 to Wisła. Yeah, it's well over a point a game. It's 11 points behind. Are they actually? Yeah. I mean, they've been bad this season at times. Rakov have arguably been worse in many plays. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that even 17th could have more points than them. Well, not more points than them, but like, if Zagłębie Lubin find an equaliser, there is actually a situation here where 18th place could go down with 16th place could have 38 points and get relegated. I don't know how many points per game it is, or what that would equate to in a 38-game season, but oh my god, Zag equalised. They actually are going to have 37. It doesn't mean a great deal. Well, actually, what we're going to do is find out what their head-to-head is. Because Lech Poznan might slip even further down the league. Ultimately, it won't matter, but they might end up even... Oh, go on. Go on, let them score. Fuck it, why not? 6-3. Is there time for one more? Probably not. Sometimes there is after the whistle, though. Let's see. Huge late goals. There could have been some further down as well. I wish it would just display the full amount. This league table doesn't always update properly, so we'll go to the proper one. Good win from us, by the way. Let's see the actual league table. 18th had 34. Imagine being bottom with a point a game. Yeah, there you go. Zag do actually end up coming 17th in the end. They must have had a worse head-to-head than Lech. 37 points and relegated for Lech Poznan. Also, the fact that Rakov got 41 points and came 15th this year. And like you say, they were only 7 points off of 6th place themselves. The gap from 6th down to 15th is 7 points. And also, from 7th is only 3 points. 44 points gets you 7th, but 37 points gets you relegated. Poland, my friends, the greatest league in the world. This is Ekstraklasa heritage. Who's coming up? Good question, actually. Right, prediction. So, did anyone choose anyone other than Zach? Wow. Few of you thought that Rakov would nab it. But no, it was in fact Zag. They came 17th. That was correct, right? Zag did come 17th. Let me just check. Yes. Last thing I want to do is pay out an incorrect prediction. That was way more spread than I thought. We should do more multi-point predictions of the next season. Oh, yeah, the league table in real life is massive league close right now. Like, Legia were in the relegation zone, but we're also not that far off of Europa either, if I recall correctly. This is one of the closer ones we've had. It's because we've obviously got loads of points, but the other teams towards... Like, Cracovia getting 69 points. That would have been second last year. That would have been 1 point off the top that year. It would have won the league by 7 points that season. Right up there that year too. That's title-winning form. It's... The fun part is that now we have to worry about... When was the last time Lech Poznan were relegated in real life, Polish friends? I can't imagine it was very recently. It's... Poland is just such fun. I love how it just continues to... do crazy shit every single year, no matter what. Montparnasse had an absolute quality one. Yes, 78 goals is actually a downward one from last year, if I recall. I believe we actually scored more last season. I think we got 80 goals last year. We scored more points this season, but we weren't quite as prolific. We had a lot of 1-0s and 2-1s, mostly because of the rotated squad. So the second tier hasn't actually finished yet, with the playoffs at least. So they've not been outside the top flight in 25 years. Well, actually, it'd be 30 years, wouldn't it? That's a big relegation. To get, what, 31, 32 years? So Vidjev Wodge come back up with something else I pointed out in the recap. The top scoring team in the second tier was joint top scorer. Oh, no, it was Arca with 45 goals. 45 goals as a team was the top scoring team. That's mad. The levels of parity in this division. They still scored a lot of goals, did all right. But yeah, so Vidjev Wodge under Marta come up. Arca go up with them. The playoffs, obviously, annoyingly, Pushtin Yapormitsa miss out for the second straight season. Despite being one of the best sides in the league, they just never put it together, which is very frustrating. These guys were in the playoff battle towards the start and nearly got relegated. Any winter updates? It's coming on Monday, I believe, on 9th. Well, unless that changes anyway. That's what they've said. We actually had a little look through the patch notes earlier. Hamburg. So they have been all not getting relegated, but it does. I wish you could click for this. Because the only problem with the league history thing is it doesn't tell you what that is. There needs to be that big list that you could look at in the past, where it will show you year by year. That was a really good screen. What we'll do is we'll just look at the Bundesliga. They're 16th this year. In fact, oh, wow. They're in the infamous relegation playoff. Wow, they only survived it barely. Hover point. Oh, it does. I guess my question is, why do you need to hover to reveal it? And why is it when you do, it then barely gives you any more information? At least show me the points or something there. That tooltip is available. It's like so close to being, as usual, so close to being a good feature. But yeah, they've had a couple of quite poor finishes. That presumably was the year that they were in a relegation playoff and won. My God. So they went 15th, 15th, 14th, 16th, 15th, 16th. That is some circling the drain there from the Hamburger boys. My goodness. That is impressive levels of, like, barnacle behaviour there. That's Wigan Athletic, frankly. Oh, Polonia. Obviously, we know they were in the second tier. Let's see. Yeah. God, it was around this. It was this season here was when I managed them in FM back in the day. I think it was 2018. So around this kind of time, they just can't get out the second tier. Like throughout this entire save, they've been sort of getting closer. They just need to take more loans. Damn it! God, I love Polish. I'm just enjoying. I'm so looking forward to going to Poland tomorrow. Like, genuinely, I'm just super duper excited about it. It's just gonna be super fun. Really? That Asula goal last night was phenomenal. Going on 2 leagues. I can't remember exactly what happened, but I believe it was to do with financial stuff. They are in the playoffs, so they could still go up. It's not beyond yet. Here you are. It's another team that could potentially go up. They finally got their act together again. Apparently doesn't fit into our tactical system, but he is a winger, so I could see why that would be relevant there. But, oh, actually, you're out of contract soon. Yeah, most of you ended up as model professionals just because of the thing to sort of stop you from retiring as much. Some of you have actually lost that, weirdly. Okay. Now, we progress. And I pray that my loan extension script works when we get to the 1st of June. Oh, budgets. Now we can just go looking for a centre-back for a while. And obviously keep an eye on the second tier. I'm super excited. Yeah, it does. It means Koziemka's going to be playing in Europe for Pogon, unless they end up signing a load of players and replacing him. I really hope they don't, because he signed for them in the second tier. He took a risk on them. He was their player of the season in the second tier, comes to the top flight. Actually, I want to have a look at how he's, speaking of players of the season, not a huge surprise that Montparnasse is winning that award with 12 goals and 8 assists. He's probably going to be our player of the season as well, right? So Docampo wins goalie of the season. Wow. Gabler wins defender of the season. That's a good sign. We win every single one of them, even for the one guy that doesn't actually play for us. He doesn't strike me as good enough to win defender of the season, but sure. I guess his numbers were good. Probably should at least actually congratulate them. Even if Docampo didn't... I say Docampo didn't turn up in the Europa League final. I don't think he could do much about either of the goals, to be honest. It's one of those ones where the game just punishes the keeper for no reason. Okay, 900 grand in budget. It's not a huge amount of wage budget, actually. And 18 million transfers. That makes sense, because we've obviously had no Champions League money this year. So our income has been a little bit lower. I'm a Fulham fan in real life. But not so much at the moment, having watched that absolute shower of shite last night. But technically I am. In fact, no, I'm going to get out of the shirt and replace it with some proper shirt for adults. There we go. Because real adults wear shirts with other men's names on their back. That's how it's done. Okay. Long-term vision, we accept whatever they say. Yeah, you got to do a shirt change, you know? A true performer always does a costume change. The lesser spotted blue Fulham shirt. Ooh, I have got a really annoying hangnail there. Sick. Okay, we won't negotiate it. What do they want? Be competitive, that's fine. That usually just means qualify for it, doesn't it? Generally speaking. Somerville. It actually said burnt Leno. I might get it burned off. Squad players. They might offer for them, but I'm not going to sell them to them like that. I don't like doing that because it almost feels a bit exploitative of the game's weird mechanics with that at the moment. So I'd much rather try to keep the transfers like that more realistic to that, I guess. Like last year with Stapelfeld being at, what is going on here? Wait, last year, we were expected to reach the knockout playoff round. What were we at? No wonder they were pissed at me. I don't blame them. Silly bids from AI is reduced. I don't know. I feel like we were getting a lot of bids on... I think some of them are just... Wait, what? Oh, I thought the players were annoyed at me. I think getting to the Europa League final has probably cut off some of that. Sort of assuaged a few of those fears. Oh, thank you, One Batman. I think this was a song request. Yeah. I mean, I do like the playlist in general, but this is actually a... Don't thank me on this one. Thank chat. Like, we might sell the odd guy to those super teams, but when we did it the first time, I thought it was an outlier, and it was like, wow, we got loads of money for it. But then I noticed that it kept happening, and I felt that it was a little bit cheesy, just selling a lot of these random players to buy them for £10 million, and I thought, it just didn't feel right, so I sort of stopped doing it. Like, it's different when they're a player that we're actually using and they're interested in them, but it just doesn't... It felt like too much money that they were offering up for those kind of guys. But I wonder if it's just because the values were quite inflated for some reason. Shirta Dahl actually had the most shots, which actually tracks quite nicely because, as you know, bro does shoot from anywhere. Who was our top scorer in the end? Was it Montparnasse? Yep, 20 goals. And 36 goal contributions this season for the big man. Oh, look at that. 14.81 XG and 14.82 XA. So close to being completely perfectly balanced. What a guy. Yeah, it usually is Bayern for some reason, and I have no idea why. And then the one time we do sell a player to them, we get him nipped out from underneath us, and he never plays again. So here he is, still at Jagiellonia. £7 million now, wanted by... Wow. Marta and the boys. Requested some... Wait, is this Wage War? Oh. Sorry, there's actually a Wage War song called Circle the Drain. I just assumed it was that. I think it's Wage War. It's not an especially good song, to be fair. So he looks like he could be on the move to Vidjev. I almost kind of hope they don't sign him. I think they could sign better for cheaper. They could buy him, I suppose. Yeah, they haven't spent as much money as you'd think. I think what happened with Semjonic is that because he was one of those add players to playable team types of players, I think they do have quite a hard PA cap. It seems like a lot of them hit a ceiling quite quickly. And I think that's what we're noticing with some of those guys. Cardiff are in for Hadrian. That's okay. Right, I just have to make sure I don't go past the 2nd of June. Owner did... Oh, really? Lost 15 players, ceased to exist for a week. I see. Yeah, it sucks what happened to them. Which is one of the reasons I was so keen to do that save back in 2018, was because of that. Speaking of future building a nation saves, we're now sort of leaning towards perhaps Denmark again. It's always fluid with these things. And I'm still liking that idea. Denmark or Serbia feels like the two. I have no teams in mind yet for Denmark, potentially. But we're on the fence. Have the playoffs actually happened yet? I guess they must have done, right? No, you have to. You do, Chris, because it is an alright song. On my runner, I've just inhaled the holy. It even tastes good in my lungs. That's how good holy is. Don't do that. Do not recommend. I was out on my run earlier and literally my favourite song at the moment came on. And all of a sudden, it just got way easier. I was doing the full air drumming while running along. I probably look like a proper whopper. And I don't even care. That's unfortunate. Right, let's just check the second tier. It should be pretty close to it finishing, considering we're nearly into June now. Middelfart, maybe? Polonia Bytom beat Wisła Płock, and Polonia out at the hands of Śląsk. Again. Stripped it. I did. Proper whopper. It sounds good, doesn't it? Whopper is just a good word. Out of the two, I'm aboard the Śląsk train. They're my guys, because they've been so close to promotion so many times. We've already had Bytom in the top flight, and they were useless. Have a bridge team. Do they? I feel like you're setting me up for a joke here. Tell me more. Renan Lodi. That's the one. Renan Lodi's Śląsk. Is every team just known by that? Who was that other team that we used to call... was it Harvey... It was in the last save. It was Reese that used to call them that. Was it Harvey Barnes's? No, it was Hadrian as well. It was a Portuguese team. Fuck. Was it Alverca? Someone like that. It was a Portuguese team that we used to refer to as Harvey Barnes's or somebody's... it's going to annoy me now. Speaking of Denmark, it's Runners. A team who not one of our teams out of Europe. Play a final. I mean, he could actually. Oh, I didn't actually check for a release course in this minute, although I don't actually know if we'd be able to see it anyway. No, we wouldn't be able to see it without more scouting knowledge. Inter Milan. Oh, Jamal Lowe's Inter. We did, yes. It was Jamal Lowe's Inter Milan. And there was another team. There was a team in Portugal too, which I think might have been Harvey Barnes' Alverca. It was Jamal Lowe. For those unaware, on my last save, Jamal Lowe ended up managing Inter. And because he's Jamaican, right, I think, they ended up with a Jamaican region in their intake that I think I looked up afterwards. He had 200 PA. He was unbelievably good. It was called like Shaquille Lawrence or something. It was definitely Lawrence. It was goated, basically. Incredible. See what Jamal Lowe's up to these days. Just where he's just managing Inter. Oh, wait, he's a director of football. Maybe. Orbe, I don't know. Basically, with the teams I choose, something about them just like grabs me. And it's one of those I'll know it when I see it kind of teams, I suppose. Manage a profile picture. I don't know, Klamaza. I've never tried to do so. I believe you can. But I genuinely do not know. Chat, how do you add a manager profile picture? Maybe you can't, actually, for all I know. Let's see. What would Jamal be... Wait, he has knowledge of Poland? Wait! Bro played for Zagłębie Lubin. Yeah, the McTominay thing was incredibly funny. He played for Zag. Love to see it. I like that he got scouting knowledge because of that. Let's have a little look. Oh, come on, Jamal. You're out of work, bud. Jaleel Lawrence, not Shaquille Lawrence. It was Jaleel Lawrence. There you go. Knowledge. Danish teams. That's very vague, my friend. We're going to need to be a bit more specific than that. I've just typed in Danish. Wait, what? That's just the language, isn't it? I probably shouldn't click that because FM doesn't like it when you click things that shouldn't be there. Hello, Vente. Also, hey, Benny. So, Denmark. Oh, there's Orbe. I see what you mean about them being quite high rep. Lungbu. Vidovra. B93. That is a fun... They are third tier. But that might just be in this save. Kolding, Hillerud, Aarhus. I'd like the idea of Aarhus Fremad just because it's not the other Aarhus team and we can still make the same jokes. I figured they would be. Yeah. Roskilde. There's Middelfart there. Another. The one closest to Billund. I'm a level with it. Nobody's sticking out to me. But that isn't always how it works. Something will come. Middelfart Gourmet Hamburger Kitchen. Esbjerg. Because they'd have to be starting up high enough that we don't have the enormous climb, because that can sometimes get a bit tedious. And not even tedious, it just delays the saves. As Tisted. I think this might be one of these ones where the story might sell it for me. Perhaps. Not sure. It's just, it's up for consideration. It's in play. Mostly because, how do you pronounce... Polish viewers will have to correct me on this, but I believe they're a second tier side, right? So I can actually see it written down properly in a bit bigger letters. Or do they get relegated? I believe it's pronounced Hrobry Gwozgov, but or something like that. It's probably not exactly like that, but I believe it's Hrobry Gwozgov. Oh no, Gwogov. Not Gwozgov. Gwogov. Maybe. Ignore that extra S I added in there for no apparent reason. A street full... I actually read that as a street full of baps, and I got really excited about the potential bakery options that were up for us there. Have they still not played the... When's the final? 1st of June. Okay, cool. Thank you, Ginge. I haven't worn this in ages, but I didn't want to keep the suit on any longer, frankly, so I figured, hey, we'll go for a 0405 Fulham 125th anniversary Brian McBride shirt, which is way too big for me. Miedge went down again, which sucks because I think we will now lose some of our loanees that are out there. Because as you know, they hate going out on loan to teams that are not in a playable league. Polish U. I don't know what that sounds like, my friend. That's why this is what I mean when I look up stuff. I am looking for like English phonetic pronunciations because otherwise I can't unravel it. The Premier League badge is on the sleeve too. Yeah. Yes, it does have them. Shout out my mum when I was 14, who bought me this. The final we could do. If you want to, there's no reason not to. I think we can. The game does let you. It's a bit balked when you try to do it. So you go here, and then you click that, and that. But sometimes it won't show it there. But as long as you've got the blue thing, then you know that you're attending. Like Lou. Yeah. I mean, I imagine it's a bit like the one in Kraków, right? Because it's got the same... Kraków. I always struggle with that one. Most of the Polish stuff I'm okay with. It's actually the accents sometimes that catch me. Not so much on the A's and E's. Those ones are a bit more easy. I mean, I have been to Denmark, but it was Copenhagen, so, you know. I'm not going to just manage FC Copenhagen. How boring would that be? Actually, they're at least not being crazy good in real life right now. Any good call-ups? We have so many under-21s in Poland. It's great. Which means we must have a couple in the main team too, surely. We do. Kotovosh and Demasiewicz. Wait. Oh, I thought I said Austria for a second there. Minsky's in the Slovakia squad too. Oh, Bradovic is in there too. Blake, thank you very much for the follow. Besky Ooh. I see. Okay. Frobleski's the man. He's going to be our new centre-back. Calling it now. He's the player we're looking for all along. 32. That's getting there at least. I do have to check on that a little bit more often because it doesn't always just wait till 100. Sometimes they just disappear. Come a holiday. Well, it won't surprise you to know that when we came up with the idea of doing the Malta save, it wasn't the only nation in consideration. And I did speak to Pog about it, with the logic being that we'll probably go there for a weekend. And I personally don't think Tallinn would have been... I would have liked to have gone. But when it was Tallinn, Tbilisi, Malta, Pog kind of went, do you know what? I'm going to veto that. You're doing Malta. So it was out of my hands. Because I'm pretty certain we were looking at Estonia and Georgia as other options for the Malta save at the time too. Yeah, Mumble is staying in the front, and he deserves to be honest. Manager of the month. Vukovsky wins... Ooh, nice. Good for him. I just have to make sure we don't go past the second. Hello, the Peast. My beautiful country. Which country was that, the Peast? You might be in for some good news soon then. Fap or jug. Yeah, one of the reasons I sort of... Also, Denmark just intrigued me because of the fact that it was the first ever building a nation idea was Denmark. Full circle there would be nice. But also, as much as I like the idea of Fap and Jug in Serbia, I don't want the team name to become something that is just detracts from the entire save. Where it's just that and it just becomes a bit like, ugh. Where the jokes would get so old by like stream 10 on that particular thing. I realise a lot of our jokes are incredibly old as well, but stuff like that might just grate a little bit after a while. I've heard Tallinn is really nice, to be fair, as is Tbilisi. Denmark, I believe, occupy a normal league structure to the rest of Europe, I believe. I did Midtjylland because it was the first one I never did, and I didn't really have the same context for what you need to do in a Building a Nation save now. Wait, what? Oh, good. Wow. Okay, we've got a lot more money than we had before that I remember. You do, Sammer, yeah. Wait, cash injection? Why on earth would the board give us £17 million of cash? That usually only happens when you need money. Yeah, it's got a winter break, but it is still like normal seasons, if you like. Who is your hometown team, the Beast? Vilna. I don't know. I'm not sure where that is. Summer leagues for Building a Nation are really tough. The only time we've experienced it was in Ireland. And, it was painful at times. Because with the way that the European fixtures would go, you'd sometimes end up with 4 games in a week. We'd play games like Monday, Wednesday... what was it? It wasn't technically 4 games in a week, but it'd be 4 in 8 days. So you'd end up with like Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, Tuesday, and it just was nightmarish at times. And here we are. The playoff final. I forgot that we were going to the playoff final. Helsinger, maybe. I don't know. Oh, Vilnius, of course. Oh, well, I didn't know they had the cones there and everything. Look at this. Where was this during our final, by the way? These pre-match scenes are so cool. Do these only show up in games that you're watching and not playing? Because I feel like I didn't see that. Or maybe I just skip it because I'm too eager. That was really nice. Anyone fun in these teams that I recognise? There should be someone in... Oh, actually, there is there. They've got Barbosa up top. A couple of regions in there. Guess we're going to have to find out. The other downside with the winter break... the end of your season essentially is the winter break, I guess. In Ireland, is that we had a habit of we'd do really well in the Champions League because we'd just hit the ground running. But then coming back after Christmas, we got knocked out by really bad teams in the first knockout round quite a few seasons in a row. Before we realised that we just had to spam loads of friendlies to make sure that we basically pick the team that we're going to start that first European game after Christmas. In like December, and then we basically go, right, here's friendlies 3 a week or twice a week, and just play that same starting 11 to make sure they had maximum match fitness for those first games. Otherwise you just got absolutely rinsed. Porto, I think, knocked us out 3 years in a row doing that. Kotovos is really good. He has German youth rating, so there's a chance that he could be extra good, pretty much. But he's a decent player. He actually scored a good amount of goals this season, and actually scored against us for Lechia. I realise I actually have to click kickoff and not just sit there. So used to the game doing it for me. Let me just make sure we're on the right settings. Oh. But you don't get to choose. Does it just lock you into dynamic when you're watching other teams then? That's intriguing. That feels like a glitch, but I'm unsure if it is or not now. Most of the time I do friendlies Wednesday, Saturday, but that's with rotation. So I think with this, we set them... It was roughly about, as you say, every 5 days. Oh... I mean, of the two, I want Schlonsk back in the top flight, finally. Which means inevitably they're going to lose this. It's just what they do. Yeah, imagine if they got locked to full 90. Oh, thank God. At least there's a highlight there. Adamcho. It could be. I know there has been a loan or two. I'm guessing it's locked to Dynamo. Actually, I don't think it is Dynamo. I suppose it kind of has to be, doesn't it? I hope. Well, we know it's at least not a full match. I guess it's because Dynamic maybe doesn't work so well when it's not in matches you're actively managing in. I know the Holy advertising boards are actually part of the skin, as it happens. I didn't add those, which is just a nice little extra thing on the side, !Holy. Also, VODies. I added the Holy things and stuff to the VOD descriptions as well, because I realised that even if you did want to try it out, which I know some of you have, it's not super easy for you to actually get access to the link to actually do the referrals and stuff. So it's now in the description to all the VODs. And thank you for those of you that did try it. I really do appreciate you guys. Region on the bench. But that means he's got a chance to come off the bench and make an impact. I don't think there's any other Patreon regions in their teams. They all seem to play for that other team, Zagłębie Sosnowiec. There's like 4 different Patreon regions that have all organically signed for that same team. And I do not know why. It's cool. Unless they just have some kind of, I don't know, board thingy that means they sign certain types of players. Wait, what? 2029? Oh, I thought that was the final. I'm an idiot. I thought you'd won the final in season 20. That makes way more sense. Firstly, though, fucking great result. That's still an amazing result. I just thought it was the final or something. Because that would be... What, season 4? Because every now and then we'll get someone that comes into chat like, oh yeah, I've won the Champions League with Swindon in season 2. I'm like, you haven't though, have you? A little bit baited there. At least it wasn't a Willian gif, you know? That's still massively impressive for season 5. Actually, then again, season 5 was last season for us, and we start the same division as Vichester, and we got to the Champions League knockouts that year as well. So you're actually kind of tracking the same as what we did, as it happens. You probably got more points than us, I think. So you might go a bit deeper. Well, that's the thing, Kima. They bore them, and then when Barca are so bored that they're nearly falling asleep, the eyelids are drooping. That's when they pounce, like a coiled viper. With hands, apparently. It's one of those lizards with hands. League custom schedules. Oh shit, I don't know. I actually haven't really done much with the training schedules. I'm still almost waiting for the game to... Arguably, it probably has been changed. I don't know if they've done much with training stuff. Because when I first tried to dick about with it, it was such a pain in the arse to use that I just haven't gone back to it ever since. And maybe one of those things that I definitely do need to revisit. But no, as far as I know, I don't know how you do that. Chat, those of you that dick about with training schedules a bit more, is there a way to easily delete custom schedules? You'd like to think there would be, but then I've said that about a lot of things in FM, and only to find out that it very much isn't possible. Is that the longest run of all time? Wow. This is 100% on dynamic highlights, by the way, because look, we're only 12 minutes into this game. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything about it. Other than just get up and leave. It's not so much about the priorities of it, it's just, it's yet another screen that is needlessly difficult to use. But I think it all just comes back to a lot of this stuff felt like it was designed by people that don't play the game. And then developers who do play the game were tasked with implementing it in a way that you could sort of use as a user. And ultimately, that's not possible. A lot of it was, this will look nice, not this will play nice, it seems. And I'm sure they'll tell you otherwise, but it just seems like there was a disconnect between design and user experience, unfortunately. Which is slowly being unraveled now. I believe they did, yes. That belt was... there was something about that I remember reading about. It was outsourced. And it kind of... If that was the case, it kind of shows. Sadly, because a lot of deflected shots in these games. I guess that's the second tier for you. It's not looking good for Schlonsk. They do be looking like easily the second best team in this game. Out of play from kickoff. I do remember that being a thing earlier in the save. But I haven't seen as much of it recently. It might be that I've got a lot of players that have the trait doesn't kick ball out of play on kickoff. And to be fair, what I'm saying, Gamer Boys, maybe skill issue. Have you considered changing your tactic? No, I'm joking. It's very annoying, isn't it? Yeah, and they've got a deserved lead as well. That's been coming for the first 23 minutes of this game. It looks like Polonia Bytom are going to be heading back to the extra class of this season, sadly. That was a nice bit of play, actually. Ademchik does okay, but once it gets to him there, keeper's got no shots. A lovely day. It shows you how, like, often the game gives you dreary matches in terms of the visuals, that when I'm capturing recap stuff and I see a game like this in this sort of weather, I always make a note of it in the voiceover, because I'm like, hey, that's lovely. Get ball out of play whenever possible. Here's one for you, chat. What would you have added to the game as player traits that already happen in the game, but you'd like to see enshrined as a trait, even if it's something silly like that? So for me, it would be like goalkeepers that have a trait that is kicks ball long whenever possible, despite the tactics saying the opposite of it. Or I have low teamwork, .tm. Hello, nothing specific. We did, in the end, yes. Luckily, only one of them confidently misused its weaker foot. Most of our players in that last game, you mean? The floppy diving headers are great. But yeah, we lost Lech Poznan, sadly. They got relegated with 37 points. We lost, obviously, Jagiellonia too, but they were already dunzos. But yeah, we lost Lech Poznan, as they lost on the final day at home to Legia. And we also lost Zaglubin, but they weren't a big deal. But the fun fact is that the team that barely survived were only 3 points off of being 7th. 15th and 7th were separated by 3 points. Falls over screaming. Which game is this? This is the playoff final for the second tier. We decided to have a little watch of it as well, because it's a bit of a weird day. And we were kind of hoping that Schlonsk might do something, but it looks like no. Sometimes can't be bothered. Keeps ball on pitch for attacking advantage at all costs. Yes. Suits the red. I think like there kind of is that already. I guess you've also got like your dwells in possession type of ones as well. I'm in love with the chat. I have had a Cola Koala Holy for about the last 8 days in a row because it is just the best. I still don't know if it's even out yet, actually. I can't remember when they actually released them, but that's the one. For if you want the if you do the energy ones, that's the one. I feel like that kind of cola flavor. Can't be asked for second phase defending. That every player has that trait from default. Out in 2 weeks. Oh, okay. Wow. I realize I'm building hype for something then a lot, but it's honestly great. It's made me drink the caffeine ones. Like, to give you an idea. Oh, he's seriously hurt, actually, by the looks of it. It just tastes... it's kind of mellow. It reminds me a little bit of... like cola bottle flavour. That's the best way to describe it. It's that kind of cola bottle flavour. And I love the flavour of cola bottles. Building hype. It's almost like bro is really good at his job. I'm probably not. I'm probably like... Holy just sat there like, his numbers are terrible. He's definitely not getting a new contract. But I've enjoyed it while it's lasted, you know? You should see my Holy cupboard. We don't actually, Gamer Boy. They actually released the patch notes for the patch for next week, and there was no mention of international football in it, which was surprising. I thought we'd at least see some hint of, at least reference to it, but no. So it looks like it's going to be closer to the World Cup, which is fine. But I feel like building hype for it a bit earlier would have been good. I guess it's one of those things where if it's not ready, don't put it in early. Finish it first, right? Sadly, not very good, Pinhawks. We were really good on the night, played extremely well, and lost 2-1 because of 2 errors. It's the typical thing you get when you play against the big side. They are willing to... Oh! They will pounce on anything, and they did. Maybe early April, maybe. So at least they got the squads right then, perhaps. English praise God Barebone. And just think, Mushroom Man, if FM had existed back then, they'd have all been in the damn name pool. Stay offside whenever possible. I would like one of those stays onside whenever possible. I mean, they wouldn't do much with it, right? Just one person purchased it. It seems to be him. At one point, I thought to myself, because obviously Holy sent me some stuff to begin with to test out. And it was good. They sent me like the starter stuff. I was really excited about that. And I thought to myself, wow, I might actually have to use my own code to buy some more. But I haven't had to because they keep releasing new products. And I get the preview products for it. So they arrive faster than I can use them. I have 2 full tubs of Cola Koala. These have got like 50 servings in them. And I've not even used this yet because I've still got a sachet pack as well. It's brilliant. Like, credit to Holy just as a brand in general that actually sort of backs the creators that they're working with, because they have not sent me a shortage of stuff, right? They've genuinely been like, hey, here's some things, enjoy. And it's really cool. Board offside in it. Had my protein shake today in the Cola Koala shaker. It's a cute one, that. And that one doesn't taste like chlamydia either. Right. The season end, that'll be a long way away though, because some seasons don't end until, well, June. Like this one here, for example. Have a son, I'm not allowed to name him Publius Cornelius Scipio. Ah, what? Scipio Africanus? I think she needs to give her head a wobble. Learn a bit of history or something. I feel like Pog would probably have similar complaints though. I get if there was a world where, for some reason, like in some weird dystopian future where men were the only ones allowed to name children, the names children would have would make us all no longer want to live on that planet. Every single child would just have the name of your entire squad from a cup win on FM. Like, my child would be called Brian McBride or something. No reason. Just, uh-oh. It wouldn't be great. Plus, Pog's already sorted that. Yeah, they're down to 1 sub, which is very early. I guess they had that injury, didn't they? I think they're kind of cooked, to be honest. This has disappeared on us again, hasn't it? But, I mean, the balance of the game. Actually, Slonsk have come back into it a bit. That's a dreadful pass. Maximus, oh man, would have suited your daughter. Hell yeah, you could have called her Maxine for sure, right? When are they buying a football club and which one should it be? Well, this is the thing, chat. As we haven't actually encountered this yet in the save, But one of the things that we talked about, Sammy and I, when we started the partnership, was that if we come up against one of those teams from the unnamed energy drink brand, we have something fun planned. We've just not played any of the damn things yet. We need to either play Salzburg or Leipzig at some point, but maybe in the Champions League is more likely. Or we just need, like, other companies to buy them too. Give us more of a chance. Like, we've got cool stuff planned for that, but we need it to organically happen. Blue Cow? What we need is for KX, the Tesco's own brand energy drink, to launch a football team so we can play against them. That's the plan. Just despite us, I respect it. As a person who is personally motivated by spite a lot of the time, apparently that's an ADHD thing, I'm on board with that. Oh, thank you, Pinox. It's very kind of you, man. 36 years old. Well, not yet. I'm still 35 for another few days. And I'm claiming it. Although I'm supposed to be rounding up, it doesn't matter either way, right? Get us in that cup. First name be... I'd prefer to call him, or her, pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovocadoconiosis card, perhaps. Just an idea. Capybara Gate. They're providing symbolic cap... What does symbolic care look like? Because I symbolically care about a lot of things. Spark controversy. I see. I like the fact that there's two different things going on with Schlonsk and Wisła this week. One is like serious stuff, and the other one is capybaras. Polish football, again, absolutely brilliant. How'd you put it on a football shirt? Like your Venegor of Hesselink style, right? You go up and over. Or round the neck. So it starts on the back and then comes round here. Symbolic. I'm going to start using symbolic caring in future. Yes. I symbolically care about the Champions League results, chat. I've started to care more now that I've started predicting them. That's a lie. That is an absolute lie. I care about the results. But only because they make me look really stupid most of the time as it happens. Goodness me. God, LAN parties. Those are the days. I say that as if I ever actually... I wasn't cool enough to go to a LAN party. Which is a statement and a half when you think about the stigma attached to things like that. Spurs get relegated. We were discussing that earlier, actually. I still think no. I actually believe, and I hate to say it, enjoyers of fun, that right now, where Spurs are, is the closest they come to being in the relegation zone this season. Outside of the opening couple of matches. Because I actually think they're going to beat Palace tonight. And unfortunately, for those, again, that are enjoying fun, I think they'll win quite comfortably. And everyone will be like, where's that come from? It's a bold prediction. But sometime I've got a feeling, you know? I thought we were going to lose to West Ham last night. I said to Pog, we're losing this 1-0. I wasn't expecting it to be because we gave them a goal, but I still have a video on my phone of when we were 1-0 down against Everton in the... Sorry, 1-0 up against Everton in the league. I took a video of the score in the game, literally saying, we're going to lose this game 2-1. I guarantee it. And what happened? I need to start actually betting on these things. But only when I get a good feeling. Because otherwise that would be gambling. And I would never. We literally rolled over and had our bellies rubbed. Even if West Ham didn't score the goal that they did, they were still the better side. We offered so little in that game. It was embarrassing. It's such a shame. It feels like every time Fulham get a little bit close to maybe getting into a European spot, they go, no, can't be done. It's like Fulham are... They're xenophobic, that's what it is. I'm calling it now. Said Harry Wilson would play. I didn't know he'd come off injured, to be fair. And it's the exact type of game where someone like Harold is what you need in that. Not the Bishop. Different one. Just for it to happen. I've done that a few times. Weirdly, I seem to get a lot of the predictions when Fulham play Man United correct. To the point where I have actually got a couple of correct bets on those, because for a while I went, fuck it, I'm actually going to start betting on these things. And I got quite a few, but I went, you know. Gavin on FM games. So, Kima, I was actually thinking of trying to figure out how to design a system that would allow us to do that. Using channel points. I don't know exactly how yet, but I'm going to look into how I can maybe make that work. I need some way of extracting the data from the game in some manner. It might have to be some kind of OCR system. I don't know, but I have got plans to look into that a bit more detail, because I think that would be very fun. Like they do with iRacing streamers, where they bet channel points on the races and stuff. Hydration holy. Yeah, absolutely, mum. What flavour do you want? I've got some sachets you can have, I think. Or do I? Oh, no, I do. I've got some of the sachets that they sent out. without Clem Dempsey. I think you might be right, frankly. We need to have Roy Hodgson in charge for it to be legit, you know? Speaking of, I can't remember which podcast I was listening to. They were talking about, I think it was Clichés this morning, actually. God, that feels like ages ago. It was beautiful, actually. I was down by the river, just jogging along. Beautiful sun, a little bit of mist over the river. Anyway, it's beside the point. I'm explaining too much. And they were talking about Great Escape seasons and how it's like, once you go past West Brom and Leicester, it kind of gets a bit, there's not a lot in there. I was like, that is so untrue. The Fulham Great Escape season, the year before we got into Europe, that for me is one of the most underrated Great Escapes of all time. We were so far gone and pulled it. We were this close to being relegated, like 4 games to go, and pulled it around. Don't mind which ones. In that case, I'll bring you a selection. Build a 4-0 winning Dino against Wisła. But the thing is, they might have done. Because, as you know, chat like to fuck with me. You included. So someone would have bet on it. I don't know how it would generate the odds for that. That's the only thing. Because I could definitely invent a system. Or invent a system. Make a system that is able to read off of my screen results for matches. The question is how it would get the betting stuff. The actual... Wait, no, that's an equaliser. How it would get the actual...
Thanks for the stream, buddy.
Data.
Have an awesome time in Poland and safe travels and happy birthday to you and Pog. Have a great day all.
I will, and you too, my friend. Thank you. You've been a really nice presence in streams the last couple. I've really enjoyed your presence here, along with everyone else, of course. But it's offside. He is miles off, to be fair. In-game odds, not anymore. They actually they got rid of them on the predictions. However, you can see pre-match percentages, which might be a way that I could have an OCR thing running that looks for a certain part of the screen on a news item that is able to suck it out. So that might be a thing I could do. I'll have to have a look. And there it is. Polonia walk off the pitch as if nothing's happened. They are promoted. A North Korean ice hockey player in your draft class named Skylar Parent. I'm guessing Parent isn't actually his last name. They just don't know who his mum and dad is. That's true, Daz. That's not true at all. I actually do. You're all, much like literally like 100 or so other people. Everyone really. Your presence in chat is a true, yeah. I don't know. It's weird. 26. It's felt like chat and streams have become even more like community vibed than before, and I don't really know why, because I don't think it's something I've actively tried to do. But I've really enjoyed it. It's become an even nicer place to be, for me at least, as the streamer. And hopefully that's translated across. I haven't really done anything different, but it just seems even more vibey than before. Don't know. It's a Silesian curse. There's like a Silesian witch doctor out there. Just, I don't know enough Polish to even say anything. Quick, what would he be saying? Right. Ooh, are we talking about bad refereeing? Because the refereeing in the West Ham game, Fulham, last night was absolutely awful. We spoke about it earlier, but truly, some of the decisions that ref made were not great. No Ben Waines. Closest I can do is Lee White. He's going to have look at that beard on him. He is kind of crap, but beard makes everything better, right? Put the change to the J-League. I don't know. But also, when was the change made? Because obviously this save was started quite early on. Let's have a look though. I'll just go through Japan, which I've spelt like that, and the game's like, I got you. It's fine. Spurs should have stood. Yes, but I also think that Spurs is one they had disallowed before should have stood. I could totally get the annoyance they have, because I feel like they were both fine. But I hate this idea that you can't touch another player in the box in any way. To me, it's like, it's a contact sport. But I do think the other one they had was wrongly disallowed. So I could totally get their pissed offedness at it. It's one of those two wrongs don't make a right situation. I feel like it would have been wrong to disallow R1 too, in the name of consistency. Right, so Japan. J-League. I don't know how we would even find out, because we wouldn't be able to see any fixtures, would we? If I refereed a Prem match tomorrow, well, I mean, the thing is, you could just defer everything to VAR, couldn't you, right? They have done it. Oh, there you go. Did I hear this correctly, that Spurs, this might just be like water cooler nonsense, that they might sack Igor Tudor if they lose to Palace tonight? Because then what? It's like me at the end of a Champions League match. Six Nations, no. One, I'll be in Poland, and they don't have a team in it as far as I know. But I also say that not entirely knowing if that's true or not. I've not really watched a lot of rugby for a very long time. I watched a little bit of the Six Nations in a pub the other week, but that was only because I was waiting for a beer. Could hire dive? Well, yeah, fuck it. Why not at that point, right? I symbolically care about the Six Nations. Look at that. Bro did a callback. Wasn't even that long ago, and my monitor nearly fell out. One sec. Okay, I thought I had more mobility with these, but turns out there is a limit. I can't actually do spinny spins. I saw that Felipe Luis got sacked. Hasn't he been absolutely chefing? Hasn't he won like 7 trophies? I realise it's Brazil, where there's a trophy every weekend, but still, got to be in it to win it. Big up Felipe. What a guy. I'll actually refund your points for that, Asher, because we already knew the information. Current Prem managers. As in the actual Premier League. Unfortunately, because it's not playable, you'll find that they either don't have managers or they'll be the same managers as before. Speaking of the Prem, Chelsea won it. 34 points to go down. I mean, they'd have all gone down in Poland. I'm just saying. Niche sport. Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of cool. A clean goal for offside was a good process. Which was that? Where's Fulham? You don't want to know. They're in the league above it. You can't actually see them because they're 0th. They've been promoted to the Champions League, you see. No, I won't show you. Apparently Spurs are interested in Bishkov, from what I just heard there. What am I looking for? Managers. Which I can... It's on here, isn't it? No, it's not. Yeah, no data to show, unfortunately, because if they get sacked, they just never appoint a new one until they're in Europe sometimes. Where the hell is it? Oh, it's clubs, isn't it? And then it's managers. Here we go. Yeah, so I think it's all the exact same guys. So a charity quiz and... Ooh. I feel like I'd be good for a pub quiz. They go to another school. Yes. Yeah, so it's basically, for the most part... In fact, has there been any changes at all? No. Oh no, Didier Deschamps is in at Arsenal. I think that's the only noteworthy change. In fact, and Liam Manning's... Wait, he could be managing Norwich in real life for all I know. But yeah, that's the only change. I think that's because Arteta went to Spain. To the national team, that is. Cinemas World. That reminds me, I need to book my tickets for Pog and I next week to go to Project Hail Mary. I am excited. See you later, Inferno. You lovely man. Have a lovely weekend. I will be posting pictures from Poland on Instagram, probably. I will set myself a task to make sure I take pictures when I'm there. I have this thing on my phone that reminds me every hour. It's like, I told you about this before. It's like almost sort of like a personal Be Real type thing. Lego set. Which Lego set? Oh, the Project Hail Mary. I'm not really into Lego. I find that... I feel like I'd like the idea of it, but I just feel like it's all very expensive. And I don't know. Like, I do think it's the sort of thing I'd really enjoy. I haven't been into it since I was a kid, but just everything's just so expensive, I suppose. What I need is some Temu Lego, you know? 2016 in general. Honestly, if we're talking about it as it is currently, I am having a good time playing it. The mods definitely help. But ultimately, the doorbell's just gone. Hold that thought. Sorry, Pog. There was some weird woman at the door. No, I'm serious. There was a really weird woman at the door. I opened it and said, like, hi. And she just stood there and stared at me intently. Very, very strange. Oh, shit, she's in my room now. Got him. It's my new bit.
You're lucky his head's still on your shoulders. Jesus Christ.
For once, I pulled one over on you. That's nice. It's rare. Chat 7,962. Matt 1. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I feel like I gave it away a little bit at first, but I turns out I'd left my key in the door when I got back from my run earlier. Armo? Maybe. Yeah. Sorry, I just got that. It's all my old bit. I still like my current bit is very much the still... I've just realised something. Can anyone else figure out what I've just realised. Oh. Oh, that's not good.
Why is it not good?
Look at the date. Yeah, 2nd of June. 1 year loans it is, my friends. It's not the end of the world. But that is unfortunate. Imagine I do it now and it still just works fine. It's not going to. I guess the big question then is, does my loan extension macro still work? First thing I'm going to do is save the game before I do anything else. I knew there was something I was supposed to do. I got distracted talking about whatever the hell nonsense we were discussing. Spurs! See, it's Spurs' fault. Sorry?
Apparently. Me being weird as well, apparently.
Being what?
Weird as well, apparently. Being a weird lady at the door.
You are... understand that you were simply a prop in my larger game. She's in navigation enforcement, like, mate. Like, show me your gobs. She's ready to enforce. It's the stubby legs of the law. So hot. Yeah, it's very, very hot in here, isn't it? Oh. I was in a suit. River cops are in the house. It's Spurs' fault. Deduct 6 points from Everton. What are Leicester getting out of all this is what I ask. Something important. Ooh. This better not be Willian. The fact that it isn't loading is concerning. It's just not loading. I want to see the image. That's going to load eventually. Paint me a word picture. Right, okay, let's test. If nothing else, we'll do the loan extensions now and it'll be fine. If I could just find my loan extension script. Just get rid of my other script, because we do need to have a look at that in a minute, actually. Load that one. Loan extend script. Okay. Let's see if this is going to work. I'm worried that the font changes might have balked it. So let's filter by 2031. And hope for the best. Okay. I'm not convinced this one's going to work this time. I was wrong. Tell a lie, chat. It actually does indeed work. If you've not witnessed this, this is my loan extension macro.
H H H H H H H H H H H H H B B B B B B B B B B B Matto and Pog have a pierogi each on me.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you for the £10. It's very kind of you. Oh dear. Show about Pog called Narrowboat Interceptions. Maybe. Uh-oh. That can't be all of them, surely. It's claiming it's done. It surely can't be done. FM? Where did we get to? Yeah, we got to there. Let's try that again. It randomly cut out. No more proposals found. I don't know about that, Chief. There's one right there for a start. That was weird. It does something. I guess. I wonder why I got stuck on that occasion. Did I knock the mouse or something? But yeah, as for loanies coming back, ultimately my decision will always be the same. It'll just be, if they come back, which they may well do now, then it'll have to be organically. So they come back by themselves, because I still think they're doing more good out on loan than they would ever really be doing for us. So many players got on loan. You'll note that a lot of them are at Pushchini Pormitsa. So that's the affiliate loan thing. That seems to work really, really well, especially if you do a couple of them. But ultimately, I'm not doing anything interesting with the loans. I'm just signing loads of players. Usually what it comes down to is the players you've got are probably slightly too good for the clubs you're trying to loan them to. That's why I spam the hell out of the amateur players at the start of the save, because they don't cost you a lot of money, crucially, but you can flood the loan system with them in the first few seasons of getting that set up, and that then allows you to build the base to offer slightly better players later. And I don't know, I've just never struggled with it. So I've always struggled to work out what advice to give in these types of situations, because I just can't seem to... Basically, it just seems to work, which I realise is not especially helpful. But all I'm really doing is offering them out and sometimes toggling their loan on and off in terms of their loan availability. Although I haven't really done that for quite some time now. Has it finished again? That's not right though, is it? I wonder what's causing it to slow down here. Is it because it's... that one's not done yet either. It seems like sometimes you do have to like give it a little pump. I don't know. I wish I could give better advice on it, but I think maybe when we need to... Yeah, so I don't know. I can't check it while the script is running because it has access to my mouse. I wonder if it is like a micro vibration from me walking around the room that's causing the mouse to move ever so slightly and moving it off of a coordinate. That's probably what it is. That's probably what it is. It couldn't be my terrible coding ability. It's probably that, let's be honest. Yeah, I think maybe... I'll tell you what, Battalion. Have you got a screenshot, perhaps, of some of the players that you're trying to get out on loan, and then a bit of information about where you are in the save? So, say, the season you're in, the club you're with, what sort of state the other clubs you're in your league are like. Because maybe we can figure it out then. I'd be willing to bet that it's down to the gap in quality, but this might allow us to diagnose it a bit further, perhaps. Next season's going to be really fun. At Andorra. Oh, don't worry. The guys that aren't at Polish sides, they will almost always come back anyway, so it doesn't matter. I've never once had... They're all those loan back clauses. So, you know when you buy a player and you can loan them back to them for the rest of the season? That's all of those. They pretty much universally never want them back after that, and the player never wants to go. So, there's no way that I could exclude those from this, but they don't go out on loan anyway, so it's fine. So, it's safe to offer them anyway, but you'll note that they'll just flood the inbox with no's. I'm curious to see. One thing I've also noticed is that the closer you get to the extension deadline, if you like, the less of them actually want to say yes. We might lose a couple that we didn't want to, which could benefit us in a way, because we might grab a centre-back back that we would maybe want to hang on to. So it should go through these. It will check them, have another little look, and we're done. Cool. Love to see it. When Regis for, do you know what? If we'd had that option at the start of the save, I would have been so all over that. So we've got 84 that say no, but that was out of like 100 and something. And most of these will just be guys that are at Pushchini Pormitsa for the most part. And that's fine. Yeah, the affiliate has loads of players, of course. So some of them will go back to them, in fairness, but not always. But yeah, you'll notice that all the guys that are at... it will usually say they fail to attract your interest. Wow, Pisani! That actually surprises me. Oh, of course, they got relegated. So yeah. Oh no, they didn't. It was Lek that got relegated. It's weird that they wouldn't want to extend Pisani. In what world would you not... Maybe he doesn't want to go and they just can't be asked. So we're going to have another number 10. Actually, out of interest, are any of those centre-backs that we were looking at included in this batch of players? I can remember most of their names. Because if we do see one of them in there, that could solve a lot of problems. Guido, that's Lovemore Pillar. Gonzalez, Zanev... Kirosh, there you go. That's the one we're on about. Yeah, maybe there is a defender in here. Sod's Law there won't be. Fakone was also at Rakov, so... But there, he had an extension, didn't he? So he won't be in there. Actually, no, I don't think any of them can be in there because they all had 2-year extensions from last year. So they simply will not be in here. That's the guy called Meth as well. Yeah, it's not looking like there's many of them in there. I would say 90% of these guys will just be lads from... Pushed near Paul. Oh, Casadasas as well. So another left back. An area we're definitely lacking depth in. Lol. Ramadan. Wow. That's annoying. It's another striker. We need more of those. Yeah, Slavka. He was actually playing. We can post it. If you got Gyatso, just dump it in chat and I can show it on the big screen. Oh, I didn't do the Wolves lookup. My apologies, chat. Karamov. I think it's a different Karamov. We had 2. There was a much younger one, I believe. Oh, see you later, Mushroom Man. And see you later, Summer. Yeah, if we'd had the Holy sponsorship at the start of the save, I could have definitely put a cheeky Holy Sammy in there. Yeah, so it's basically a screen snipping software that allows you to like just take a screenshot, but it automatically uploads it to a website, and you can just copy the link and put it in chat so I can load it. So, for example... sake. Well, the picture's finally loaded. Of course it is. Unfortunately, Andrew, he wasn't in my database, so I think I refunded the points. I hope I did anyway. How's it going? Saffron Ho, we just lost a Europa League final in catastrophic circumstances, but in order to lose a final, you've got to be in the final. So I suppose there's that. Yeah, who does he play for, Andrew? So Wolves are currently in the Championship, which we may as well have a look at because we actually haven't. Sunderland are promoted from said Championship. I'm guessing Wolves aren't. Everton go up as champions with 100 points. Doncaster survived at least. Port Vale go down very, very difficult. Yeah. While we're here, we may as well look at the other English leagues. Be rude not to. Sunderland win the playoff final. Preston and Wrexham... Oh, Wrexham win the playoff final. I was going to say. They won it 0-0. Derby and Stoke go up, one for Sharpie. Crewe, Colchester, Tranmere and Walsall. Oh, wow, the relegation battle was kind of tense there. Yeah, we got there. That's the main thing. And we beat Brighton to get there quite comfortably. It's wild. But yeah, Newcastle, I would say they cooked us, but they didn't. We were actually really good in the final. Just, they got a couple of goals out of nothing, and we missed every chance we had, pretty much. We hit the bar or post 3 different occasions. The sort of chances we'd normally put away. It's just one of those things, isn't it? And League One? Oh, Exeter beat Halifax in the final. Halifax to League One would have been really good. Bromley up, which is perhaps foreshadowing. Wigan and Rotherham. Southend go down along with the Shrews. Oh dear, 79 goals conceded. That is not great. Here we go. Right. Okay. Goalkeepers often can be quite difficult to get out on loan, in fairness. So hang on, he's already out on loan, but he appears to be out on loan to a different nation. Or have you got him on loan? It's tough. Also, I find that once they get a bit older, it's often more difficult as well. So that's why I try to prioritise as young as possible for the loanees. The second they turn 17, they can be eligible for loans. But it's more difficult to get brand new loans for them once they're sort of 20, 21. It's fine to keep them out there at that point, but usually once they're reaching 21, 21, 22, and they haven't got a loan, at that point, I feel like they're almost never going to get one. I don't know why. I think it's just because at that point, they feel like they should be playing first-team football for you. When Slovakia? Well, the first thing is to not accept loans from countries outside of your nation. Crucially, sending them to other nations they're still going to play, but it sort of limits their ability to, because that shows that he was capable of getting a loan, but now by moving him to a different country, you sort of take him off the table, I guess. What's going on with this, well? Both financially and finally. Bear in mind, the guys that we signed were almost all amateurs, which means they were free, so no transfer budget required to even sign them, other than like a little bit at the first. In addition, the contracts I'm giving them are literally tiny, because again, they have no reputation, so they don't ask for anything, and because they're so bad at the time, you don't have to give them a lot of money, so you can just spam it. You should see our wage budget breakdown as to how many players are under certain squad statuses that are being funded by quite a small amount of cash. That's one of the things I try to keep a hold of, although admittedly our wage budget's got a little bit more unruly as of late. Let me just try and see if I can find the wages breakdown. It's this one, isn't it? So no star players, 144 grand on the important guys, 60 grand on the regular starters, another 60 grand on the squad players, but there's 9 guys for that, a few impact subs, but it's this. 280 grand we're spending on 112 breakthrough prospect players. And more importantly, 15 grand on 46 future prospects. And that one at the bottom is really crucial. 26 grand a week we're spending on 76 youngsters contracts, which means they're on average on £300 a week, roughly. So, and the reason the breakthrough prospect one is so high is because there's a couple of players on much higher wages that have unfortunately ended up in here. So it's inflated it a little bit more, but it was a much more manageable amount before. This is only because I've got way more money to spend now. But you can see that our sort of loan farm budget accounts for about 320,000 of our spending. But this has recently gone up a lot. But that also accounts for over 200 footballers. Yeah, there's a 30 grand a week guy in there. That's one of the, I think that might be Shockery. Because I think he only has, there's a couple of guys that the Spanish lads that we picked up that wanted massive contracts, and I really shouldn't have given them to them, honestly. Oh, dear. Yeah, basically, don't accept loans from anyone outside of Poland, or whatever nation. Wow, that's actually still 45 to be extended. So let's see. Yeah, so now it's defaulted to end of season. Man. Van der Werf gets an extension. Sidibe gets an extension. Belita gets one, which is good. Seager mentions, how many countries do I use? In terms of players loaded, all of them. I have every single country's top flight players loaded. That way you can get way more scouting options. I also have several other leagues set to view only. Let me just extend these loans and I'll show you what I mean. That way you keep the database. Oh, Piakorski. Nice. How did he get on, actually? He's looking quite decent. Yeah. Check him. Check who. Coman as well. Gets an extension clause too. Oh, Vichista. Nice. What's Coman looking like these days? Solid. That's fine. Too late. Like I said, I'm not going to bring back players though. If we can find a loan for them, they're getting a loan. Wait, really? There's almost never a situation when it's better to bring a player back from a loan if they're playing than it is to keep them out there, because it's marginal gains. That's how this works, right? If we bring back every player that looks slightly good from a loan, then all we do is make us a tiny bit better and make the team we're taking it from way worse. And we're not going to build a nation by making ourselves a fraction better. Not when we can just go out and sign another player anyway. Hopefully. Even if we have struggled to find those kind of centre-backs for some reason the last couple of years. Yeah, the future fee was on him before as well. So it's odd that they just didn't want to pay him. Nah, it's 2.8 million is a future fee, so only $500,000 of that is actually the loan. If he's playing, we could do with a new number 10, exactly. Well, Laurier gets another loan to Lech Poznan. It's quite unusual, actually. Radomiak, I reckon he says no to this. He barely played for them, and I don't know why. Dragoslavka. Yes. Nice to see it. Abcha. The other benefit of this is it just means we get to keep signing new centre-backs. Brookbet. That's a little bit of a lot, lads, but fine. I'll let it slide on this occasion. 13k is fine. 3 is my favourite. 3 is my favourite number. Mr. George, thank you for the 14 months. Wait, even if they're way better, when you look at it from a pure, on a macro level, it will almost never, like, they would have to be Ballon d'Or winning good for it to be worthwhile.
You know if there's a train coming anytime soon? Oh yes, very soon.
And even if they were, having a Ballon d'Or winning level player on loan at another Polish club, that's so much more value to them than it is to you. Goat, thank you very much for the follow. That's how you end up with the Zivkovic's on the previous save. Those kind of guys are what carry you in many ways. They're so important. Because most of those players that you do sign like that, you'll never be able to get out on loan. There's Jude Hasmir, for example. He's one of them. I swear his loan was a 2-year loan, though. Weird. Certainly isn't anymore, anyway. I'm actually surprised at how many of these guys are going back on loan to push to Neapolmitsa. Latifi's gone as well. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that... I mean, I always use Zivkovic as the example of this. He was a 5-star player. Like, genuinely one of the best players in the save at that point. But we already had good strikers. If he came back, he'd have been one of them. But he wouldn't have been the key. Has been considered a wonder kid. That's good signs. The fact that he's even willing to go back on loan while being considered that. Now, admittedly, who was he on loan at? Was he at GKS? I'll swing back round to him in a minute because I want to get this list finished first. We missed one. Bilbao. Winston's going out as well. Nice to see. Matlock. What a guy. It's only 40 grand. I thought it was 400 grand. Oh, that was all of them. Nice. It's a small amount, but we'll get loads more later. And of course, the safety car in it. Hasmir, in that case, that's intriguing because we looked at him earlier. I swear he didn't have that designation. I mean, he's a good player. Not worth as much as some of the others, but he's a really, really solid player. Still only 20 as well, and he's consistent. Can you see the media description on here now? Or is it under personal performance? Wait, he can speak... Forgive my... Like... Stupid... Oh, I didn't realise he had Sri Lankan second nationality. On the left... Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, I'll be damned. Did we acknowledge this at the time, that Jude was born in Sri Lanka? Can speak Tamil and Sinhalese. Forgive my pronunciation of that. That's awesome. Bro, declare for Sri Lanka. That would be amazing. I would love that. I mean, I wouldn't, because he's probably got a wage cap clause and we'd get absolutely rinsed by it. But still, that's awesome. Yeah, Germany, Sri Lanka is not one you usually see. I feel like I see Spanish Sri Lanka a few times. I feel like Sevilla often have a random... They often have Indian and Sri Lankan players. It's weird. I wonder why he's considered a wonder kid and the others aren't. Unless they are and we just didn't look on that specific page. Either way, awesome. Alice had want Duda again. They're not having him. Oh. Right. What's that? How much are they offering? 25. It's not even that much money compared to some of the other bids we've had. I'm not sure we're quite going to see 150 million from a Spurs kind of bid. Oh, God. Look at all the new contracts. Montperousse scored for France. Now, we're in an odd year, which means there's no major tournaments or anything. But still, the fact that he's getting in the France squad still is awesome. I need to make sure I don't fall behind on the team reports either. Because I keep missing them. Amazing. What a guy. 2 caps for France and a goal now. The longer we can hang on to him, the better. It's going to be tough. I think next summer we may have to try and get him another new contract. He'll be in that France squad for the Euros if he has a good year with us. Andorra star. Oh, God. Wait, who? Jeez, he's worth quite a lot of money as well. And I suspect, unfortunately, he's now going to be owed quite a lot of money too. New Togo star. Salifu is actually really good. He just has the slight downside of being yet another striker. We have so many of them. Wait, how many are we congratulating here? Why can't you do a handshake circle with these? Just call them all in and thank them at the same time. So Togo star, Australia star as well. Harron Hodzik. Wait, he got an Australia cap. Are they desperate? Oh dear. A guy in our B team just got a cap for Australia. They must be really short on wingers. Gambia star for Kebe. Wow. I forgot. He was our first ever loan farm player. And it sort of shows that you can do the constant extensions. This is his 5th full season out on loan at Polonia Warsaw. He's scoring an okay amount of goals. But he's one of those lifers, which I really enjoy. We had guys on previous saves that were 15 years on loan at the same team. Oh, God. Thank goodness for that. Nobody really got a massive increase in wage, which is what I was worried about. I was expecting to see like a 30 grand one in there or something. Anything that would diddle with Montparous's contract, we don't want. Preseason meeting, you have to do it, but then we just walk in and then we leave. And then we leave again. And then we leave again. It's lots of doors you have to go through. Yeah. But, you know, without him, they'd have no chance or something. We might even get some players joining us soon, in fact. Training camp squad, because the season, our window opens in June, does it not? I think. Let me see. I was going to check. Oh, yeah. I need to make sure I actually do stay on top of team reports, because there's bound to be... There we go. Albeit, they're all from Racing Club, so probably out of our price range a little bit, but nevertheless, still important to stay on top of them. Oh, Zambian guy from Red Arrows. Kennedy Mwanza. I might scout him anyway, because he's a mad goalkeeper. We like those. He rushes out, he punches, he has low eccentricity, but he rushes out loads. So he does it in a really stoic kind of manner and just stares you down as you run towards him. I would have expected more from Rapid Bucharest, honestly. Pog is, I think, hoovering. She may or may not have tracked quite a lot of mud around the living room this morning with her work boots. So I suspect she's probably hoovering the living room to avoid us leaving mud here all over the weekend. If I had to guess. Could you actually hear that in the mic? Wow. I will shut the door, but I will sweat even more if I do. So apologies for that. I imagine the Voddies will hear it more. In fact, you know what? I'll do a service. It probably won't make much of a difference, but I have shut the door slightly. I can't shut it too much because we've got those door hanger things. Runs out stoically. I can only control what I can control. Something, something Epictetus. Something, something Marcus Aurelius. Good name for a goalie, actually. Right, confirm transfers. Oh, God. This screen here, these ones you have to do are actually sometimes more annoying than the actual... Like, some weird rejections on these. Heavens was like, yeah. No, but I realised that with the sound bed, it's usually okay, but I realised the Voddies can probably hear, and we don't want that. Also, Voddies, apologies that we haven't done a VOD comments section today. I was unsure as the exact process we were going to use for today's stream, but it just means we get to do a double one on Tuesday. So worry not, we will catch up with it because I always read them. But his playing time out on loan. I don't know how well it works, but you can sort of have a word with the manager, and they usually say they'll play them. Sometimes they actually do. Hey, Wroblewski. Sometimes they do play them a bit more. Often they don't. So I guess you've got to sort of decide. If they're not playing at all, then what's likely to happen is at the end of the loan spell, they'll refuse to go back and the club won't be interested. So they sort of come back by virtue of that. I tend to just let them stay out on loan until that happens, just in case that club gets injuries or something and they then do end up playing, and then you then don't have to loan them out again because you can sort of keep them in the system. So that's the way I tend to handle it. I sort of let it... I do that old wonderful thing where you just sort of ignore it and then it either sorts itself out or it doesn't. Bit of stoicism for you there. I could be like that goalie. Pavlik's rejected it. We massively overspent on this lad. I actually couldn't believe we'd spent 3.5 million on him. This ball is mine. There you go. If he was an Epicurean goalkeeper, he'd have eaten the ball. So perhaps we should have less of those. Although, something to be said for the spectacle associated with that. So the transfer window opens on the 20th. That's still quite a way away, actually. Yeah, Wroblewski is one of those guys that's very much going to be a loan farmer henceforth. And that's okay. Most players that come through our academy are just going to be, you're a loan farm forever. But I do want a couple of guys that can come through and actually make an impact. That's my dream. Speaking of, One of the ones I thought might still have a purpose, but I feel like he's only 19. Let him cook a bit more. Has just been relegated, but he's playing top flight football. Has been for 3 years. Next year he'll be in the second tier, but at least he'll develop a little bit more. I think he's possibly not quite going to make the cut. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I would sell him to buy him, but I suspect they're probably not interested. Geronimo Nuevo, getting him back out on loan to Piast Gliwice is great. Because he has been... And he's called Geronimo. Look at the beard on the man. Who wouldn't trust that man? I'd trust him with my life. Actually, it's not the... weirdly, we've had that question already once today, Klimarsa, and unfortunately, I don't know. It's not something I've ever really done in the past. I know that you could do it, I believe, on older FMs, but I don't know if that's a feature of 26. Does anyone actually know if you could add a custom face to a manager, like not using the designer, but just a picture? Hallucination dream. What was I doing in the dream, Sharpie? Was I winning a Europa League? Because that's the only way I'm going to win a Europa League is by dreaming. Through someone else's dream, of course. I'm the sidekick in that. Even Van der Werf just isn't quite it anymore. Still got a bit of value, though, which is surprising. Oh, I've not drunk enough water today. I lost like 3 pounds in water weight just on my run earlier, and because I like stats like that, you see. Got a really good sleep last night, which is always a good sign. He's rejected it. That's a shame. This was one of the first players that we had in our original, not intake, but he was in our youth team when we arrived because of the players playable teams, and I was excited about him, but I'm assuming he's not played. Oh, it's weird that he wouldn't go back. Just me talking live. That's fine. So I guess you might be able to do it. I just wouldn't know how to go. Let's actually have a look. Fuck it. A live investigation. Wouldn't that be nice? Let's have a look. Career profile. Maybe you have to do it. You might not be able to do it mid-save. Maybe you have to do it in the manager builder. I don't know. TSRT. Thank you for the 47 months. Wow. That is a lot. Thank you, friend. How are you on this fine, somewhat warm and actually really lovely weathered Thursday? I'm actually quite looking forward to the drive to my parents so I can sit in an air-conditioned car. Because I'm a warm boy right now. Yeah. Exactly. Ah. Piakovsky's gone back, though. How's his... Even his PA's not quite there anymore. Working hard? Of course. Your work assignment was watch Strem. And you've succeeded. You can tell your boss from me. Oh, thank you, Daz. That's very kind, man. I appreciate that. I'll bring you back a magnet. If you've actually got room in the suitcase, told you to reject it. That was always likely to happen. Wait, Lino rejected his... He was the top scorer in the second tier last year. Admittedly, he could have had like 6 goals because nobody was scoring any goals there. See you later, Jesse. I'm going to get off in a sec. I just want to extend all these damn loans. Ooh, it's the team who must not be named. Picture law. Ah, okay. In that case, maybe it isn't possible then. Because I know that you could do it mid-save before, but it doesn't appear that you can change anything about your manager's appearance mid-save this time around. And I'm not really that bothered by that. It's one of those sort of... Another one rejecting a Hirobi Govlova. I wonder if that's... No, they didn't get relegated, did they? Mohamed rejected them as well? Didn't play, to be fair. He must have been... Yeah, he has that PPM we were talking about of stays on side. Maybe. Why all the injuries all of a sudden? Pascal was another centre-back, wasn't he? See, he's not bad either. Actually, I'll tell you what. He could... I mean, if now that he's injured, less so. He could be... Oh, he's got 9 tackling. Never mind. Pushta came 7th in the end. They once again missed out on playoffs by 1 position. 2 years in a row now. Hjertedal's happy to stay. Even better. Even Jens is a 3-star player for us now. We've definitely got some guys who I think their PA is just so high that really good players are looking average compared to them. And I'm pretty certain it's your Naeems, Katala, these kind of guys just have... I think they've actually got ridiculously high ceilings and it's making everyone else almost look worse by comparison. Hello, Stewie. Poland, I'm hoping it will treat us well. I'm just really looking forward to it, frankly. Ramadan's for pay increase. Oh, got 14 grand a week. And he'll be back next year as well. Oofy. Thank you, friend. That's extremely nice of you. Juventus want Montparnasse? 67 million? No. They bid like 100 in the summer. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Those 3 just kind of... Those other players aren't bad. They're just so good that the comparison points look bad. Suarez is another striker that I think this year... might even end up playing more than Redondo. Redondo didn't make the most of a lot of his appearances. And I think Suarez is almost too good to not play. Oh, hello, wanted. Let me guess, Bayern. Liverpool. On loan? Chat, are Liverpool allowed to be in the loan farm? They're going to have to change their name to Viverpool Vivopov, maybe? Just wearing like a Polish mustache. Yeah, he's too good to be loaning. I mean, I'd love to... If I could get him on the Polish side, I'd be over the moon, but... I suspect that he's going to be playing for us this year, and that's fine. Means I could possibly loan out Redondo instead, though. Every one of these sort of presents an opportunity for the next one. So I'm okay with that. I'll loan you back. RFS. Even Docampo. I think the crucial thing with Docampo is when he turns 22, which I don't think he's quite there yet. I think he's 21. Oh, no, he's 22. It's does he like big matches? Fuck! I realize you can't see because of my face cam. Oh, there you go. Shit in hell, David. Well, that explains the cup. Oh, yeah, I could have just moved to the left, couldn't I? So David doesn't like big matches. He's fine for now, but that does now mean if someone comes in with a bid for him, I'm tempted to accept it. And that means we get a lot of money. So I'm willing to make that happen. If someone comes in with a bid for Docampo, I'll accept. I'll drive the price up, but I will accept. We've got other goalkeepers. Segura. Other people exist. Because that long term is going to be the death of us. And I suspect it would explain his shitty performance in the final. Don't think it was entirely his fault, but the game certainly seemed to blame him for it. So I blame him with it. God damn it, man. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, he's the kind of guy that if we persisted with him, despite his good attributes, a Champions League final, he would cost us long term. Like, what are our other goalkeepers looking like in this squad? Because obviously he's the guy, but thankfully we have so many others, it's not really a big issue. He's anyone that's actually in the first team squad right now? Right, so there's Docampo, Segura, Cuadio, Windels, and Diakite. So we're not exactly stuck for options. We've got Segura, who's 22. Fairly professional, which is a good personality to have. Looks to have good PA. There's Cuadio. Solid as well. Diakite out on loan, who's Ivorian as well, and has caps. Then there's also Yves Windels. Windels is possibly the one. He's younger too. You will get Sané back.
Oh my god, an insane goal! I've just seen the most insane
Oh
goal!
god.
Happy birthday, Matto and Pogo.
Thank you.
Enjoy Poland. Have a pierogi on me.
I will. I'm going to have to make a point of this exact thing. The question is, do I go sweet or savoury, since I found out there's so many of them? It's Windels. Well, the only other one that could potentially dislodge him... Thank you, Hangarola, for that. That is insanely nice of you. Seriously, thank you to everybody. There's been really unnecessary. I really do appreciate it, though. That's very kind. Let me just bring back the others. So there's Mutumbo as well. There's a couple, you know. Laurier's out on loan. He will be continuing that spell. Vazquez, Baraglia, not really the ones. So the other ones that are in consideration are this guy here, Jeremy Lutumba Monga, who will be back soon anyway, because he... when does his loan expire? 17 days. So yeah, his loan expires at the end of it. So he will be back with us too. Has a mustache. 6'3". Good reflexes, good one-on-ones, good handling. Command of area is a little on the low side. He's also 20. 26 caps, though, for Angola. And then the last one is this guy here. I wonder if long-term he's the one. Long-term. Reflexes is the one thing on him that concerns me. 10 caps for the Ivory Coast, but he's only 18 years old. Also has a mustache. I don't know. We've got options, is what I'm saying. So I think, on the plus side, we'll have a lot of money if someone bids on Docampo, because I will be selling him. I'm proper ruthless when it comes to goalkeepers and big matches. I just know that we can't succeed long-term if we have a guy that won't be able to handle those. Is he wanted by someone? No. Watch him never get a bid. I think Windels... It's definitely between Windels and Diakite at the moment for me. But we'll have to see what happens when he's back, and we can do a direct comparison once they're both back in the squad. 10 caps is good, for sure. A suit. I was wearing the suit. I just took it off afterwards because I got very hot and angry. Right. Pog's didn't yell at me otherwise. A moustache after the patch. I hope so. Or they will dynamically get their moustaches back over time. So it will go in the short term, but long term, bro gets his stash back. And I think that's all we can really ask for. Oh, and all I can really ask for and say is thank you. Pog's waiting to go to Tesco's. No, she's waiting to probably pack up the rest of my stuff on this one. Or rather, so I can choose which things we need to take with us so we can pack the case up, because we have a little bit of limited weight. We've got backpacks as well, though, so it won't be too bad. Right. Oh, I'm absolutely knackered for some reason. Let me find who I can send you lovely folks over to this afternoon. Who's live on this fine day? Just loaded the Twitch homepage and got a random stream playing WWE just blasted into my ears. You wouldn't have heard that, I don't think. Thank God. So, let's see. Where are we at? It's got to be Kev, hasn't it? Right? Has to be. Are we champions? Sadly not. We were, as you would imagine, rep-rolled. I'm claiming it. Oh. So, on Tuesday, obviously I'm in Poland this weekend, so that means no Sunday stream. We'll be back on Tuesday to choose a goalkeeper for next season and try and sell. We are in Champions of Poland. Trying to figure out what to do with Docampo. We also have to find some centre-backs. That's the big task on Tuesday, is to find some centre-backs. I'll obviously post pictures from Poland on Instagram. Maybe I'll do the next stream intro from Poland or something. I don't know. I shouldn't have said that out loud now. It's not much of a surprise. Anyway, thank you so much for the joining today. And thank you for the birthday wishes from myself and Paul. And also, just thank you for being here. It's Tuesday. Yes. Anyway, I'll see you guys very soon. Thank